Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Give me some fucking names.
Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies. Realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys. The game is one up front. Rebuild the lines. We trading up for a QB. Throwing down the best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on this. Collab crew. Collaborating simple. Take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage. Ryan Pace got his get off.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a guard and a cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect Justin Fields in a 3-step drop. In the pocket, hits keep him ready for the sport. Eberflus told him get your track shoes if you want to run the north. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. Tape never lies.
Made that catch with big old hands.
There's hope. Okay.
Yo. Are we back or are we back? Is there panic in the air?
Oh, come on.
I didn't even do my hair. I didn't do anything.
They're Bears fans. We're Bears fans. There's always panic. Twitter's in full-blown meltdown mode. We have stat nerds saying that Ryan Poles doesn't understand process for offensive football. Oh, yeah. He came from the Kansas City Chiefs, you fucking moron. Yeah. He's got no clue, Wood. You figured it out, bro. But
that's the juice, baby. Yo, I feel the juice in my mouth. Yo, the juice in your ass like Florida orange, baby.
There we go. You got to get the juice like Florida orange, baby. Listen, I said it last night, and I'll be completely transparent like I was with Shane. The reality of truth is I absolutely understand the picks. Shane and I have been broadcasting live for 18 hours or more.
19 hours, actually.
Or more.
Almost, yeah.
Last night, I'm like, Shane, I didn't even react the way I should have reacted to fucking the safety. And Brisker. Because all I remember in the fall working with Chris Zorich on, Super 16 poll show is every week talking about this kid, number 1 from Penn State, always being in the right place, always setting the fucking tone. And guess what? If that was a math equation for these fucking nerds.
Who does that, real quick, Phil, who does that sound like?
Mike Brown.
Exactly.
But he's a completely better athlete than Mike Brown is.
That guy you just showed, or talking about the guy?
Hey, Coach Atoshin right out the gate, setting them straight right out the gate. We don't even have any producers, so let me try to help this situation out here. How you doing, Dad? Can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
There you go. Coach O. Listen, the Chicago Bears. I was just saying, Dad, let me just finish my thought here. Because football is so important that you find, and I was saying, if a mathematical equation was being in the right place at the right time, understanding the game in the moment and being an elite athlete with physicality, that if that was a math equation, that would be like an A plus Z plus C equals, in football, it would say football player. Football. The Bears got a fucking safety that is a goddamn football player. He is like, you know how Eddie Jackson understands angles and getting turnovers? Here's a guy that's going to understand angles, getting turnovers, but being a tackler, setting the tone on tackling. We haven't seen that in a long, long time until the guy, exactly, Shane. Thank you, Steph, for my giant iced coffee. Hazelnut.
Too cream, too sweet and low.
There you go. It's cream and too sweet and low.
$8, please.
Before we get started with me, I just want to ask Shane how things are going.
Good. It's a slow process, Coach. We haven't been able to get in to see him yet. I can talk to him a little bit on the phone. He's in quite a bit of pain. It's going to have a long road to recovery, but like I said, we're getting there. It's you don't tend to bounce back from these things. My dad is 82 years old, so it takes him a little bit more time. But he's a trooper. He's kicking in some of that military strength that he's always had his entire life, being an old retired military guy. But he's getting there, just like we're doing here on TTNL. We're grinding here to the end, and my dad has always been a grinder, and he's going to continue to do so. So I appreciate you asking.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And Phil, how's your new house? How are you getting used to it yet?
I keep pinching myself in reality that
it's good until that first mortgage payment comes, Coach. That's what it's fun.
I like the other thing about buying a new house. You don't have a mortgage payment for a month and a half, so I can like save up. But yeah, Dad, I can't wait for you to come see it. Obviously, I'm going to be completely transparent. We have contractors doing all this work while me and Steph sleep in the studio where I'm going to be doing the shows and everything moving forward. So it's obviously we're tired of living out of boxes and bags and our clothes. It's crazy because they're building everything downstairs to.
Oh, they're doing it, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go fade. They burrowed out the, what do you call it, Shane? The grinder pump for a bathroom down there.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a big hole in the basement.
It's still real.
Yes, sorry.
Quick. We have some Chicago Bears breaking news. NFL Network reporting that Chicago Bears have traded their 2023 6th-round draft pick.
The 6th-round pick.
From the Chargers back to the Chargers for 2 7th-round draft picks this draft.
They want more people. More people. Here we go.
That shows you that there's a strong draft here this year. No doubt about it.
Exactly, Dad. There's no doubt. This is a great showcase, guys, that the Chicago Bears are, listen, undrafted free agents, somebody from our network, give me a list of all of them that have made it to the Pro Bowl. There should be a list. I know Wayne Corbett, Julian Edelman. I know several offensive linemen that were undrafted that made it to the Pro Bowl that have become game changers. This isn't an inexact science. There's guys out there that are going to help your football team. And when you see what my father's saying, there's a depth of talent. I mean, there's players I love that are still out there. Then you get more swings at getting them before they become those undrafted free agents. And this is a great Tony Romo. Thank you, Vincent. Tony Romo, Kurt Warner, both undrafted quarterbacks that made it. Every position, if you look at undrafteds, 6th-round picks. Terrell Davis was a 6th-round pick. You get Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. You get these swings at adding players to your team that you love. This is a really exciting move, Shane, for 2 more picks in this draft.
The draft is officially kicked off. Tampa Bay Bucks with the first pick, and their pick is in, and they go with tight end Cade Otton out of Washington.
There you go. A big tight end goes off the board, and they're getting the draft. The 4th round has begun. The Bears don't have a pick in the 4th round, but we're here broadcasting anyway, just like we did with the 1st round. If you guys didn't see the coverage, real quick, we had Eric Kramer, who's now, Dad, a part of the network. Eric Kramer, former Chicago Bears quarterback. My dad and I haven't gotten to talk. Me and Eric Kramer.
He's going to be part of the network.
He's going to be breaking down the offense with me and you, just me and him sometimes. And every Thursday, I think that's going to be come the fall. So become a patron right there, thetapeneverlies.com. Get excited about that. We also had Chris Zorich on the opening night, and he'll be on Monday nights here, right here live on the YouTube channel.
Draft show.
The 16 poll show with Chris Zorich. And then last night we had David Kaplan, Adam Rank, Kenneth Davis, Matt Waldman, Big Steve Edwards was asking for you. He's like, tell Coach, if we get an offensive lineman today, which he's hoping for, he's coming on to break him down with you. Big Steve was fired up, to say the least, last night.
So the Bears now chime in round 7 at picks 254 and 255. So they're going to have
back-to-back picks.
No. Those are the ones that they just traded for. The Bears' next picks come in at 148 and 150, and
so they're going to have 2 picks and 2 picks.
Yeah,
2 picks and 2 picks.
And they have a 6th. So we're going to have.
Oh, you're going to have 5 picks then.
Yeah, we have 5 picks now.
So they still kept they had an extra 6th.
Yeah, but it's the 2023 6th rounder that was involved in the Mac trade from the Chargers. We flipped it back to them.
Oh, okay.
And they gave us their 2
Now I get it. Listen, Dad, we talked over the phone about defensive backs and how important they are. So when everybody, including all of us, wanting a wide receiver there for the Bears, and the Bears get a great corner, which was one of your favorite players in this draft, the corner from Washington. And then they get the safety from Penn State, number 1, who's one of my favorite players in this draft. Talk about the importance of defensive backs.
Real quick before you go with that, Texans pick is in. They go with another running back.
Really?
Dameon Pierce from Florida.
Dameon Pierce off the board. 2 backs. Lovey going to get off the bus running again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Washington's pick, huh?
No, that was the Texans.
Yeah, Texans.
Houston. Yeah.
Dad, talk about the importance, though, that you understand why the Bears, looking at the tape with us last season.
You got to remember one thing.
Go ahead.
All your patrons out there, they got to understand this, that the NFL is a different breed. It's a different breed right now. It's never been like that before. I mean, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars spent on wide receivers so they can win the games. Big plays. Well, let me tell you something. You better have some great players on the other side, because if you don't, you're in big trouble.
So Phil, Cleveland
right now, I think of at least I think they're probably the most valued people right now. They have to be guys that can cover and guys that can tackle, because you can't worry about your defensive ends and your linebackers to stop contain, because they're not always going to do that, especially when you got some kind of action going away and then it's coming back. So now the cornerback is going to have to be the guy that's going to contain this play or make a tackle after the block is taking out the people that are on the line of scrimmage. These guys got to tackle, safeties included. So you're talking about guys, when you put 4 out there, 2 on one side and 2 on the other, 2 corners and 2 safeties, or a will linebacker is going to be covering somebody. And you might have to go for 1 free.
Yeah.
So these guys are going to be good players. especially with the guys that's playing quarterback. I mean, you think about it. Most of the teams, I'm not saying all of the teams, but most of the teams have franchise quarterbacks. You got one. We got one.
Right.
At New England. The Jets got one. Miami will have one. I'm guaranteeing one of these days. I don't know if he's the guy right now, but they will have one in our division. They got one at Buffalo, that's for sure. You got to have cornerbacks. And if you don't have speed to cover these guys and you have to play zone, there's going to be a lot of open spaces.
Which we saw last year. And you said it. This secondary was poorly coached and they were a bunch of soft P words.
Well,
I won't say the word.
I'll say it.
Go ahead.
A bunch of pussies.
And that's what you saw. And I saw somebody make the comment, Shane.
You know, they can go to somewhere else and become football players, but they were making business decisions not to get hurt. I guarantee you that. They knew their coaches on the firing block, and they made the decisions to not hit. When
your coach is on the firing block, and you saw, I mean, we've all talked about this, Shane. Those young kids came in against the Vikings, and it felt like a playoff energy of effort with those kids going out there to try to tackle and play great defense. Here's Corey Graham diving for balls, knocking it down. I mean, Corey Graham, Thomas Graham Jr., knocking balls down. You saw the energy different. Matt Nagy never could tap into that. He could never do it. It was Vic Fangio who did it because he's Italian like my dad, probably. I don't know. He's a good coach, right? So you tap into that and all of these negative stuff. Like, I'm the first one. I wanted a receiver for Justin and what have you, but they may be happy with what they have. But the important thing to know before you start pulling the old Jonathan Wood bullshit with your fucking blog, understand that you got to tackle somebody. You got to get tougher and you got to set the tone to stop people because the last time is always going to be the first time. Why did the Rams win the Super Bowl? Because they fucking play great defense. That's why they won the Super Bowl. So offense may get you to the dance, right? It might get you to the dance. Last time I checked, defense wins championships always and forever. It's never going to change. Shane, you have an update.
I do, yeah. Board favorite, TTNL favorite, perfect fit for this Bears offense is now a Cleveland Brown in Perion Winfrey. Phil, you and I had some conversations this morning about him. We fully expected him to come nowhere near close to 148, but that is a guy, and I know Bears fans don't want to hear about defense, but when you talk about a perfect fit for this cover two, let's be honest, in this cover two defense that Matt Eberflus is employing, that pass rushing 3-tech that can disrupt things is really the engine that makes it all go. The Bears have made some moves there. They tried to secure Larry Ogunjobi. He failed his physical. They had to pivot to Justin Jones. So Mario Edwards is going to be a factor there, but you can never go wrong with attempting to bring in another young guy with the traits of a Perion Winfrey, but unfortunately, he is now a Brown, and Matt Waldman is texting me a fuck you middle finger picture because he knows we wanted him, and now he has him. Give me some fucking names.
I'm going to give you some fucking names.
Yeah, I can run down some here, Phil. I mean, there's so many. Obviously, Winfrey is off the board. Now, if you want an offensive player that I would actually run, and I know this is going to piss off David Montgomery fans, I would add Isaiah Spiller to this offense all fucking day long and twice on Sunday. Is a guy. Phil, I know this is a massive human being, Minnesota offensive tackle, Daniel Falele.
The Samoan.
Yep. TTNL.
Hold on, Shane. Save the names. I was saying I was going to bring in a name real quick because you only got a few minutes, but I'm going to play this. Bring them in. Bring them out. Bring them out. Where's Jay-Z? Nope. It's our guy, the music director, Dad. This is the guy that makes all of the music with me. I don't think the two of you have met, but we want to bring him on I know Bus got picked last night. He was smiling, grin to grin, probably had a cigar on.
Real quick.
David Montgomery, because a lot of these blog boys, these fucking stat trolls, you'll see the fucking blog boys talking about this.
Blog boys and haters. Trolls on Twitter, call them escalators. Oh yeah.
Blog boys and haters. That's my guy, Cool Kennedy.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, Coach? How you been?
I'm good.
Good to see that smiling
I'm doing
face.
pretty good.
Man,
That's good.
we're a little under. This dude's got a tie on for day 3, huh?
Look at him.
Yeah.
He might get drafted the way he's looking.
I got
today.
that. I got that Wisconsin red on for.
Yeah.
You were a big fan of that guy. I'm not gonna lie. When you brought him up, I was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah,
Us?
yeah.
You
I see
scouted him. You're like,
I see
Go
how
ahead.
things change. I see how things change, man. You see how our whole draft and what we thought. They saw the guys that they didn't think were going to be there being there. So like cornerback, like what you mentioned, Shane, yesterday, the cornerback, they didn't address that really. Like that's a hole.
Oh, yeah.
That was a gaping hole, And it's like to see that guy there. On all the mock drafts, he was gone. Nobody thought he was going to be there at that position. And when you see that whole board, when they're able to see it, and I'm sure they have like a big board in front of them that they have all the names and magnets. Like when you see it and you see all the other guys available, you have to take advantage of gaping holes like that where they feel like, guard is important. But like you said, you guys brought up the fact that they trust some of these guys. Like think about Dieter.
Dieter Eisland.
You don't know what they're seeing on tape. They see the same thing you guys see. Maybe they feel comfortable with him backing up and in rotation. Who knows? But
Competition.
Yeah, competition.
He's already. I spoke to Dieter. I don't want to say anything personal because I don't want to hurt, a relationship. But I will say this: he's excited now that there's very much an opportunity being communicated, whereas before, we all know the politics were invaded. So it's night and day difference is what we'll just say there. Obviously, that gets us excited because all of us on this network, Berlissimo, me, I still remember the day me, George, and my dad.
Baltimore
got
strikes
it.
again, Phil.
They got him. They got another guy that we.
Olele.
They just get these big Samoan football players. They've been
6'8", 384.
So think about
the same size
Linderbaum.
as Matthew Carsonson.
The best
TTNL
center I've
Network.
scouted in the last 15 years is gone to Baltimore, and now they add a mountain. Excuse me. I tried. They got a mountain over there in the Samoan. So the Baltimore Ravens, man, they also took another one of my guys, Shane.
Jones.
Jones. So this is what they
I think
do
they
over
took
there.
Leal also.
They did take Leal. They're trying to bet on his upside. But again, winning the draft on McShay and all of these guys' boards, even my board, is one thing. But I will always go back to Darnell Mooney as my example because here's a kid I was like, speed. Remember, Shane, what was the kid from Capel out of Florida?
Jeff Capel.
He was so
7th
fast.
Yeah.
7th rounder. We're like, wow, this kid's going to be something. They're going to be able to take that top off. And that's all I thought Darnell would be. Darnell has made every inch of his body a weapon of mass destruction on Sundays. That
is something that you see in Velus Jones if diving into it a little bit deeper.
Thank you.
Yeah, the aggressiveness, and I mean,
I wish we could play
I'm not
highlights for you.
I'm not sure why I blanked on his size. Initially, when they drafted him, I thought he was an undersized wideout, but he's 6 foot 204. So he's got some, got some.
Because you were so tired when I said it last night.
Yeah, that was true.
Alabama game, just pop in that tape, Dad. This kid, wide receiver, 20. He's gonna be what, 25 in a month.
Yeah,
So
May
he's-
11th, he turns 25 years old. Yeah.
But this kid plays with a reckless abandon with the football, like Shane is saying. I just remember the Alabama game because I was like, me and Zorich were texting back and forth, like, Alabama might lose to Tennessee. They're in this battle. And here's this kid, Velus Jones, just completely, when you're playing Alabama, Dad and Shane, you as an Alabama fan, who's going to rise to the occasion? Because let's just face it, they come off the bus and you're either intimidated or you're up for the challenge. This kid was the fucking guy out in front of everybody saying, let's go. That is why I said last night, and you heard polls there 10 minutes later, Shane, when we put them on.
Yeah.
When we sat down, I said, you don't know, as a fucking nerd boy, that when they sat down with this guy, we don't have that. But if I did, I would know. We're getting this guy, Shane. And Shane would be like, Phil, he's going to be 20. I want this fucking guy on my team because I know that this is what the energy this team needs. And if you listen close to Ryan Poles, as nervous as he seems very nervous when he's talking, like breathy.
Yeah, I think it's just the whole new experience and him being the guy and the cameras, and you have 35 guys behind you. You're the leader of that crew, and I can
exactly Barlissimo.
36.
I think the Bear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bear franchise is under so much pressure. They want to bring him back.
Yeah,
and believe me, as a head coach at that franchise, there's an awful lot of pressure he puts on himself. Forget about the outside world. But when you become a head coach of this franchise, you got to make it happen.
Oh, yeah. I think I just want to finish this point because you hear it. Every one of these guys fit the personality and the culture we want. All of us to a man right here have talked either privately on the air or wherever and said what my father said. This team looks soft. They look like a bunch of pussies out there. It's not represented. That was Matt Nagy. And I don't care if you dislike this network or whatever. We had over 1,000 people watching live for 4 hours and 38 fucking minutes. And you want passion and pride? I was going on sheer adrenaline. I was so exhausted last night.
I ran out of adrenaline with about 5 picks left. Round 3 last
I was
night.
dying.
I texted Phil. I said, I love doing this, but as soon as this last pick goes, bro, I'm like, my cheeks have shut down. I can't even get the words out of my cheeks.
That's a long time to be on the air.
It is a long time.
We're at hour 19 officially right now in the past 6 days of live on-air coverage, and day 3 has just started, and we have today left, and then guess what?
Then
Phil, let's make the announcement for Draft Mob. Tomorrow, live for TTNL Network patrons, breaking down who? That's cornerback, Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon, complete breakdown. We'll also talk about the freaking draft and everything that goes down today. This, real quick, I want to finish my thought. Shane, I want you to talk about how important it is that they traded a 2023 6th-round pick, so they keep their 6th-round pick and get 2 7th-round picks, more players for the roster, more swings at the bat. Anyway, we all said this shit. I'm awake now. I feel this fucking energy, that the culture of hope that we talked about is happening right in front of us. My father, you can say whatever it is you want, but you came on here in your first appearance on Keeping It 100, and maybe Chris Jackal can cut it, and you said, Chicago is a tough town. When I was a kid, we knew that when you played the Bears as a Giant fan, you were in for a fucking fight. That isn't the Matt Nagy shoe salesman energy that this football team is bringing. So as a new GM, as a new coach, nervous, whatever it is, you have a responsibility. You pulled back, you looked at the board, you looked at your team, and you said, we got to get better at corner and we got to get a fucking animal at safety. And that's where they went with their understanding of the personality and roster. And if the Block Boys and all of us wanted a receiver, well, then fucking you don't know what we know. And that's what we have to have faith in here. Because I'll tell you this right now. I fucking love Brisker. I'm telling you right now, I didn't have enough energy to be as excited as I am this morning. I spoke to my boy Shane Marceau this morning. I spoke to our business manager, Jim Larison, this morning. I even spoke to freaking nobody loves him, Greg Braggs, this morning. And I said, Brisker is going to be the guy that says, fuck this. I am going to put a fucking shot on any motherfucking Packer coming across the middle. This kid is going to be a cultural changing draft pick. You want to record this shit. In me. I'll admit it. I let you down last night. But number one, at Chris Zorich, if you're there and you got a minute to come on, you and I texted back and forth. I put that video out there today. It's against Wisconsin. The game's on the line. Number one for Penn State every time in the big moment, Shane. Cool Kennedy. That kid stepped up. It was a stick.
Wisconsin game. We were
oh my God
this morning.
I go, Shane, there's a game. I can't remember. And I jumped out of my seat for Brisker. Those are the fucking guys that you want. We say it all the time. You hear the lyric. Always draft football guys. It's in our song. Cool. It's in our song. That's the fucking thing. I needed a battery recharge. That's right, Jashawn. I needed a battery recharge. I did. And I am ready to be fired up today. I'm excited. Of course. We got rid of some patrons last night. Shane kicked them out. He's like, we're not going to deal with your negativity. No one's switching the narrative.
I didn't kick a patron out. He left on his own volition. But
okay, I apologize.
That's fine.
He left because he couldn't handle the truth. I'm not flip-flopping here. I wanted what I want. That's never going to change. But I am not going to allow anybody to disrespect an amazing corner and one of my favorite players in the draft, Brisker. That kid is a game changer.
I just
so
if I can interject here, I'm not talking about the players. I'm just talking about the ideology of everything in the draft.
Yes.
New England has taken such criticism for taking their offensive tackle from Chattanooga.
Guard center. Berlissimo and Shane have an interview with this kid, and we defended your pick in this kid immensely last night.
I just got to tell you this.
Go ahead.
You got the greatest football coach in the NFL ever. And all of a sudden you're questioning this guy. You should hear the radio, the news media. It's unbelievable. But anyway, let me just say something. Nobody knows what goes on in that room except the coaches. And how difficult it is. Like, I know New England's offense is so incredibly difficult to get going because you got to have intelligence. So the number one factor is you got to get a kid who's big enough, strong enough, tough enough to play, and they don't leave that smart enough, because that smart enough becomes an instrumental thing in this factor. And this kid is a very bright kid, because it takes you a long time to adjust to their offense. Very complicated. And that's what I've been told. I don't know.
Let me tell you, Shane, you spoke to him. Talk about him real quick for my dad.
Let me just take you behind the scenes with the person. Props to Berlissimo for setting up that interview with Cole Strange and earmarking him for this network and getting him on. Cole Strange was just a first-round draft pick of the New England Patriots, 48 hours ago, 2 days ago. I've talked to him 3 times since then, and the guy is open and available and just centered, thankful. Thanks, TTNL Network, for the opportunity. This guy was just a first-round draft pick, and he reaches out to me this morning and gives thanks. Think about that. I don't even give a shit about the talent or the football player. That, to me, shows a grade A human being taking the time to reach out. This dude just got guaranteed money for the next 5 years in the best organization in pro football, and he's reaching out to TTNL Network to thank them.
A class act.
100% class
you're
act.
right. You're right, Coach. Think about how everybody questioning that they're the best coach in the NFL, questioning his decision making, and it's like, you know, that scene on Waterboy where the coach is talking about, look, pointing at the ring, don't be messing with the champ. You can't deny that. You can't deny his decision
They're
making.
gonna make the right decisions. I guarantee you that. And I think your coach is going to make. Right now, I'm looking at the board. You've got 3 on the board now, unless they got another one. Did they get another one? The Bears?
Not yet. No,
we're going to be in the 5th
The kid from wide receiver, the kid from Tennessee, I looked at him. He's a pretty good player right there. I'm going to tell you, you got a good receiver.
He's an explosive guy.
Yes.
They clearly wanted somebody who's physical. Listen, who's the biggest Debo Samuel fan in the world? Right here. Treylon Burks was my guy. That's why I loved him. But you look at this kid's tenacity, toughness, and he's completely non-caring about physical contact. Fans are going to love him after 2 plays. The whole narrative will change. It's happened every time you get somebody like this before. I went around the room last night and said, what was one guy to Steve Edwards who played in the NFL that came in and you were like, I don't know, you know, he's going to be good. He pointed out Charles Peanut Tillman. And he said, this is a guy that worked his ass off, showed the showcase, and proved every doubter wrong. Those are the things that motivate people. I hear the same kind of thing with Darnell Mooney. And listen, one of you guys in the chat, I missed who said it. It was up there for a second. You identify your weakness as a head coach. We have to trust that process. And they said, I know everybody wanted a receiver, including myself. That isn't going to change. But they said the biggest issue we have going forward to change this culture and change this football team is toughness and ability to cover people to get us in the football game. Now, this kid has Robert Quinn, Travis Gibson coming off the edges, and Muhammad. All of these guys going attacking the football, and all of a sudden turnovers. We saw it in 2018. Turnovers are going to happen, and the Chicago Bears behind David Montgomery, Justin Fields are going to do what Barrelissimo told Cap. They're going to surprise a lot of people because they were already doing it with the stupidest fucking coach this side of the fucking Mississippi River and that side of the Mississippi River, every side of the Mississippi. So if they're going to be changing this, you're going to have to do it from the ground up. And I believe that cornerback, people are making fun of the fact that he did ballerina. Well, Lynn Swann did ballerina stuff. It opens up your hips. What do you need in football at corner? Hips.
That's right.
You need core strength as well to tie.
The hips don't lie. The hips don't lie.
You need core strength to tie the 2 halves of your body together as well, and that's massive in terms of, you know, when you the ballet and what they do, their strength, and they're able to sort of maintain positions and flexibility. All of that comes into football. So, you know, it's
Barrelissimo is here. Even he has more energy in his tank this morning. Look at you.
So George, did you get my DM?
How you doing, George?
I did. I'm just going through guys that are still left. So Shane tasked me with sort of giving you some names, like top 10 of guys that are left, and the most obvious one that currently is still left is Darian Kennard out of Kentucky. I would like to see him. Isaiah Spillett is still available apparently. Hanover running back, and Footwork King loves him as well. So I mean that's a good one. In terms of looking at other positions, Salia still available? I think he is, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, so Jamari Salia is right up there with Kennard for me. Khalil Shakir is still available. Guys that are like Jelani Woods is gone. Clemens out of Texas A&M, the edge guy. If you want to get edge, he would be a really good pick to get.
Did you be talking to Isaiah Likely at tight end, George?
I can, maybe a little bit later. I mean, another safety I like
leave
is
that comment up there.
Thomas.
That's an important one. The fact that Ryan Poles sat down with Justin Fields and admitted that they watched film together. He took receivers up there and they literally watched Velus Jones together. And I'm telling you right now, Justin Fields signing off on this shit.
Yeah,
This
took
kid
a quick peek of
physical
Velus.
fucking guy. He is not afraid of nobody. And you know what? Sometimes being a little bit older, my father, you had the brilliant mind of keeping me back when I was in kindergarten so I could mature another year. Being a little bit older than some other people gives you that maturity. This kid comes in as a rookie, but he's a little bit older and has something to prove. Nobody's caring about his age at that point when he's on Sundays running through fucking Green Bay Packers for first downs. No. So
here's some things that might appeal to people that aren't able to watch the All-22, like I've already had a quick look today of him. As an excellent, and I would suggest the best in this draft, kick returner, both punt and kick return. Two things you've got to be able to do is to track the ball when it's moving in space. You've got to be able to catch that ball, and you've got to be able to go and stop like with minimal wasted effort. So you've got to be able to stick your foot in the floor and go and accelerate. His numbers back that up, and certainly his tape backs it up. And what I've seen on the tape so far, Phil, and we'll get to it when we break his tape down, is in terms of his footwork out of the stem, he's able to put one foot in the floor and go straight off that one foot. There's no wasted movement. There's no extra steps. It's just literally he sticks the foot in the ground and he's gone. And his ability then to accelerate and have like a second gear after that initial acceleration. And when he opens up his legs, it's sayonara.
And he
You're not
played, George. The thing in scouting, the kid from Michigan who transferred, I forget his name, big kid, big quarterback. He is a little off with his throws and timing. So again, you have to project some of these things with the quarterback play that might not be the best. Just like with Christian Watson, you have to analyze who's throwing them the ball. You know, I did the same thing with Burks because of the quarterback at Arkansas. It's supposed to be 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3 throw. It's 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. Now it's throw. Now he's having to adjust. And some those stats, these guys that are, those guys aren't seeing the tape. They're not seeing what George just told you. Third foot, boom, explodes into his route. Safety's coming over. He doesn't even look at him. He just attacks the football and dips his pad. This is what they're trying to find. Football player. I'm telling you, if I was to describe Velus, it's a football player. Anybody that's going to punt, watch him punt return. All you got to do is go check his highlights. We're going to break his all 22 down so you could see how this fucking guy attacks they're running outside zone opposite him. This kid's sprinting to get in front of the safety on the backside of cover 2. He's trying to get him. That effort right there says a lot. And listen, when the pads go on and the lights go on, and you have this is another thing, Dad. They have a new GM and a new coach. What that does to everybody on the roster is put everybody's job on the line. Yeah, nobody's safe.
Nobody's pucker up a little bit.
Everybody's gonna exactly. Now you have their attention. Eberflus is gonna. I know everything he's saying. He's gonna, and all those coaches are gonna tap into that and say, "Okay, we're playing the best fucking. If he was undrafted, I don't give a shit. He's out there. He's giving us the best chance, best effort. He's taken to coaching, and every play, that hustle, that tenacity is there. I'm telling you, George, I think you're going to win that flight to fucking U.S.
I don't see how anyone can watch the Bears last year and not realize that losing Nagy from the play sheet is going to win you at least
that
4
right
games.
there. That right there. Tell him, George. 4 more games.
If Bill
How many of those fourth downs would we like to have back, George? How many of those fourth downs would we like to have back?
Well, I mean, look at the difference when Bill Lazor was calling plays, and it was quite obvious. And he was calling West Coast systems in terms of the premise of what you actually do in the West Coast offense. That's his wheelhouse. And had he been allowed to actually call plays and not have his play sheet limited, you'd have seen a much better Bears offense. But they're all gone. Good riddance. Goodbye. So long, farewell. Ad Wiedersehen, adieu. And at the end of the day, you add someone who's even, let's just say, competent, even if Getsy's just competent, nothing, not outstanding, not changing the wheel or anything like that, just competent play caller. That by itself gets you, with the defense the way it is, and with the talent we still have on that side of the ball, and with the young ascending talent we have on offense, and Justin Fields is just an X factor that you can't. You have to dedicate men as a spy in the pass. You can't sort of double up on anyone, because you're going to have, with the deep threats we've now got, you're going to have to worry about that. All 3 of the 5 wide receivers we've got now can block the hell out of you. So when you add those factors in alone, together with the run game that's going to be committed to, I see a lot better offense, and that offense is going to translate to wins, because the defense is just going to stifle people. I mean, the guys that we've just added are I had bordering first round grades for both guys, and to get them in the second was ridiculous. I never anticipated them being in the second round. I just didn't even think they would be there.
George, just playing off of that, and I said this last night, and I said it on Twitter, and I'm going to repeat myself again because I think it is very important. Bears Twitter, Bears social media, even some of these Bears beat reporters have fallen into this trap of saying the Bears had to draft an offensive lineman and a wide receiver with their first 2 picks or 2 wideouts. So they're automatically making the assumption, since Ryan Poles did not go to those positions, that automatically Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker are bad football players.
That's the problem.
That is the problem right there. That is the. I did it back in 1998 when the Bears. I was praying every day that they would draft Randy Moss. They took Curtis Enis. Curtis Enis was for the time was a good running back, but I went in and I had the mentality that Curtis Enis was just going to be awful, and he is actually having a promising rookie campaign until he blew out his knee. But that's neither here nor there. Just because the franchise, the general manager, goes in a different direction from a player that you like or a position that you expect doesn't mean automatically who they brought in can't play football. That's what we're here for. We're going to show you how they can play football. We'll also show you their shortcomings. That's how we do it. But we tried to prepare you guys multiple times on this network to not get upset if the Bears went defense. I understand the thought philosophy. Hey, if at pick 39, Kyler Gordon is a fantastic player. If it was me calling the shots, just being honest. Alec Pierce would have been my pick at 39. That's just me. It doesn't mean that I'm right. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong. But I'm not going to sit here and be pissed off and take it out on Brisker and Gordon and say that they're less talented because of that, because it's foolishness. It's just like with John Wood's philosophy saying that Ryan Poles doesn't understand process of how you win in the NFL.
This is a guy that can't name a fucking linebacker. Shut the fuck up, Wood.
Exactly. Yeah, Ryan Poles knows nothing about offense. He can't name an linebacker. He's been in Kansas City since 2013 and won a Super Bowl and has no idea what offensive firepower looks like. John, you cracked the code. You genius.
And one more thing before I got to head out. Speaking to that point, I remember going to that game. Remember, I was at the Bengals game, and I remember those blown plays the defense gave up, and how unnecessary that shit was. Like, where the offense needed this work, and you got this rookie quarterback playing, had to come in. But it's like the defense should have been more stout than that. The secondary was an issue last year, and I think it kind of gets lost in the quarterback situation.
Do you remember the secondary in the first Vikings game? where we let Justin Jefferson
oh,
yeah.
across the
Yeah.
end zone.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
actually played with some passion.
Yeah.
That's
But
what we were talking about.
it was just a consistent thing with that secondary all last year. And they addressed it immediately. I'm sure they went back through all of those tapes and they saw what everybody saw. I saw that. That's one thing that stood out in that Bengals game were those unnecessary blown plays. Obviously, the first game of the year, Rams. I mean, come on, like those were the things that needed to be addressed. And I think they handled it, man. And it wasn't what people expected, but it's a beautiful thing that they're covering bases that the fans aren't even thinking about. So, with that being said, I gotta head out though.
All
Love you
right.
guys.
Thank you for jumping on. That's Cool Kennedy, the music director
brother.
here.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Nice
Talk to
meeting
you
you
soon.
too.
For sure. I'll see you soon.
Flash that tie one last time before we're out the door.
That Wisconsin
Listen, I gotta
Red.
go too. But
Logan
I'm gonna
Bruss.
be out.
All right, take care.
We played a little
One
bit
of
of
the
his.
things that
Hold
one
up,
of the
George.
things that
1
we-
second. 1 second.
Go.
You have to go, Dad?
No, I got 10 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
George.
all got 10 minutes, Coach.
Go ahead, George.
One of the things when Shane was talking about Alec Pierce, for me, wide receiver, 6 or 7 maybe, around that kind of number, round about that kind of area. But Kyler Gordon was like cornerback number 4 or 5. Jaquan Brisker was safety number 3 for me. So, when you're looking at, are you going to reach for a position and prop up your other positions elsewhere, or are you going to go for the best player on the board and to get guys that you have ranked much higher at their respective positions, and it's a position value as in a value position, and it's one you happen to need as well. Makes sense. I mean, it's not like we don't need wide receiver, but there are other guys still left, and it's a deep position in this draft. We've said it, I don't know how many times.
Yeah, George, one of your guys too that I know that you and I talked about a little bit privately is Austin is still hanging around out there.
Yeah,
the wide receiver.
I mean
Calvin Austin from Memphis.
I mean, you talk about a sharp route runner. He's definitely that. Doesn't have the wasted footwork that the other Memphis receiver that put me off Memphis receivers had, but he's a good one. The UCLA kid is an interesting one as well, but he's slot only. But Samori Toure is a name to keep your eye on, I think, for the Bears wide receiver.
Yeah, the Bears are still connected to Jalen Naylor, Samori Toure, and they're the other guy was Tyquan Thornton, who went out much earlier than I think anybody expected. Thornton, right?
Listen, I just want to take it back to Brisker, who I think is better than a lot of people. I have him as a first round safety. That kid is going to be the physical presence that this team needs.
And who does he make better instantly, Phil? Somebody that we need to step up in the secondary.
Makes Jalen Johnson and Eddie Jackson and the rookie cornerback. This guy is an alpha. He is the moment. It's Mike Brown on steroids. That's how big I believe he is. The reality of this guy, Shane, to have freakish. I think I'll share this. I am a woman I worked with. She left our job because her husband took a position with the Iowa Hawkeyes. And I don't want to reveal his name out of privacy. He asked me to. So I'll just say, just so you know.
It ain't Chris Jackal.
But this guy had the professionalism to send me a text because they know we do the show. And I've asked to try. I thought the kid Moss was going to come out in this draft, and I wanted to get him on the network. But he stayed in school, so we'll get him next year. Long story short, he took it upon himself. You just got the best player in the Big Ten in the secondary. You just got a guy that gave us nightmares because he's everywhere. And he lives and he's running down the sideline, screaming, laughing, and loving the game. That's it. Loving the game of football. When
That's a
you
key
get
thing,
that,
boy.
exactly. When
He's a
you
leader.
get
He's
that,
a leader.
when you get
Wide
exactly,
receivers
The other guys,
aren't
they
going
come
to
up there.
be going over the middle with him.
you imagine. Say that again, Dad.
When you have two guys like that, be great. One guy in the secondary, another linebacker or a defensive end or defensive tackle who are leaders. And they demand from the other three guys that they better play better.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And they're tough enough to show it and go after him. And the secondary, that kind of guy, I'm sure he could have taken those two pussies at Courtney last year, beat the shit out of them. That's what I'm talking about. You got to do that. Hey, we're playing for this. This is money. This is money. We go to the playoffs. It's money. You guys got to work harder.
Listen, I agree with you so much. I'm so excited about Brisker, and it's nothing against your corner dad, who I want to talk about him in a second, but Brisker laughing, loving the game of football is everything for me. And you all know how much I love Tevin Jenkins and Borum and Justin and everything last year's draft really came to. I thought last night was a pat on the back for Justin and Larry. And I thought last night and now knowing that we got a guy that loves the game of football to hold Eddie Jackson's ass to the fire and the whole secondary, accountability is key. And if you love the game like this coach isn't going to allow any of that bullshit to go on where, hey, guys, I'm sure we have the clip somewhere. It's probably on the BHL side. Hey, guys, anybody could tackle. Anybody could tackle. Not everybody could.
Remember that.
Remember? That's their culture. And not only that, and Shane, you made this point.
Say it when you've done it.
The fact that he said it is one thing. The fact that the Bears media allowed it to be out to the public is the showcase of the embarrassment of what Nagy and Pace were.
Nagy thought that was a positive. I mean,
exactly. He thought that was a positive showcase in his mind. That's like a mom going to Walmart with her kid, smacking the kid up and down in front of Chris Jackal. Come on. Just be excited.
Brown Hester last night.
There you go. That's a good point there. Tillman, Brown, and Hester, Josh. Let's hope. There's hope, Gary.
You're going to get it. I think
there's hope, guys. There's hope.
Coach. I like the coach.
You like the Bears head coach.
He talks about it. Then you see it on film. When he first was hired.
Right.
And he showed what he was talking about on film. And I hadn't seen that from any team last year playing secondary like that, tackling, with 4 guys getting to the ball. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And I think they're in the right position. They're going to make some good calls this coming 3 draft. What do you got? 3 left?
No, 5 now.
5.
We got 5 left.
4? We got an extra.
They're all going to count.
2 extra.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, so we have 5 total.
We started the day with how many? 3.
Coach, I missed.
Look at that.
3. Coach, I missed the start of the show. Did you like the Cole Strange pick for the Pats?
Well, he was talking about it.
He got it.
Talked about it. He was like so upset that people didn't believe in Belichick. And I told him about you and Shane interviewing Cole Strange and getting the personality and the wild man that the New England Patriots are going to get. I just thought it was I'm going to say this again one last time. I guess I didn't like how, what's his name, was portraying the situation. I did not like the head coach of the Rams taking I know he's come out of there and decided that he was making a joke or whatever, but it read to me like you were being arrogant, taking shots at New England for taking this kid. But in the process of doing that, you're taking shots at the kid. And then for last night, Kyle Brandt to run his mouth and take shots at Cole Strange, the person. Like, this guy should be off the NFL Network. I'm dead ass serious. There is a level with which these are people's kids. These kids have worked their asses off to get to this point. So shame on you, Kyle Brandt, for taking those terrible look shots at Cole Strange. And he'll be the first one to try to turn this around. I didn't believe in you. No, you didn't. You embarrassed yourself last night in front of it. It was disgusting.
You know what it is?
I wish I could.
There's a lot of jealousy. This guy's been at the top. He's been into 9 Super Bowls. And
Belichick.
You can't stand them. So they want to see him fail.
Well, I was more concerned about Cole, Dad. I'm talking about Kyle Brandt. I don't know, George. Did you see some of his quotes?
I didn't, but I know that Kyle Brandt wouldn't say it to Cole Strange's face.
Well, that's what I said that last night, and he was Kyle Brandt based it all on mock drafts. He's like, I look at mock drafts, and they have this kid going in round 3 or round 4, or some round 5, which he was never going in round 3, round 4, or round 5. Bill Belichick talked about it. You know, there was multiple reports out there that some of these interior guys. If I would have told you guys that Cam Jurgens was going at number 51 3 weeks ago, what would you guys have thrown at me? Some crazy things. But I want to put this out there because draft extraordinaire Chris Sims.
Oh, God.
Kellen Mond or whatever his name was. Kellen Mond, yes.
Kellen.
Says the Washington Commanders just drafted the best pure safety in this draft in Percy Butler.
Oh, my God. This guy has
George's head looks like it's going to explode, but
Percy Butler out in Louisiana.
Well, listen, guys, best of luck to you guys.
Thanks, Coach.
Listen, Coach.
Everything will be all right. And
we are going to bring you on. We'll be breaking down tape with you.
Time with X's and O's.
You're going to bring you on with Draft Mob when we take a look at your corner tomorrow. I'll let you know what time.
Okay.
I'll discuss it with George.
Late afternoon is good for me.
Me too, because if my sons have a soccer game at noon, high noon. Okay. Clint Eastwood.
See you, Coach.
Right, love you, Coach Atoshin.
It rhymes with lotion. I'm in space.
So this is an interesting pick that's just happened. The Raiders declined the option for Josh Jacobs, and they've just signed Zamir White out of Georgia.
They declined the 5th-year options on all 3 of their first rounders from that year.
What a great trade that was for Mac. All 3 guys that are drafted there declined the option on.
They declined all the options. Listen.
All right, so
it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting to see.
Quick update where we stand at the draft. I know we have
Cleveland takes a kicker.
Isaiah Spiller just comes off the board.
Oh, did he?
Great fit, man.
Great
Chargers. Woof.
Oh, great wow. Spot. My boy, Aaron. Aaron's going to be happy about that. Spiller.
So he's your sleeper in your fantasy drafts because I can see him being the starting back there before too long over Eckler.
So pick 123 is in, pick 124 is on the clock. Bears have pick 148 and 150. Pick 150 is compliments of the Houston Texans from the Anthony Miller trade.
Thanks, Texans.
Yeah, not even in Houston anymore. He's not in Jacksonville anymore, but I believe, was on the practice squad in Pittsburgh.
Is he still there?
I believe so. I think they signed him to a futures deal. But this is really what is so impressive about this draft with it not being top heavy, at all.
Back, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. George, you can speak on this with it, without it being top heavy, but just the sheer depth.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you and I talked
scheme guys as well, So
absolutely. But I mean, there's still, George, I could give you a list of 15 guys that I would be elated with at 148 coming up, and we have 148 and 150.
Interior offensive line is definitely. I mean, if you come over with Darian Kennard and Salia, the two of them. You could get both of them. You fix left and right guard. And you've got a young offensive line then.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that this is going to 100% going to be an offensive draft pick, especially after yesterday. I think the only guy that would have maybe pivoted them a little bit is if, for whatever reason, and Phil and I talked about it pre-show, didn't expect it. But I mean, I'm sure you would agree at this point, George, if Winfrey would have dropped to 148, there's no way with this scheme. I don't think you could pass him up at 148.
I'm going to say something contentious, and I'm going to say it with some conviction. Regarding Perry and Winfrey, there is the kid out of LSU that I rate probably just as highly. Right, let's go undrafted, and then I'll tell you who it is. What's his name? The defensive tackle. Just getting his name up. I can't find him. He must have been. Oh no, I've got the wrong thing up.
But we'll just speak while you're looking for it. Speak on
Neil Farrell. Neil Farrell is a guy that fits. Thomas Booker, my guy. I would take above Winfrey anyway. And Meach, our boy, Meach. I think Meach as a three tech. Move him inside to 3 tech, he would be outstanding.
You're talking about Demetrius Taylor,
Meach out of Appalachian State. Yeah, I mean that kid as a 3 tech, he's going to surprise a lot of people. He's going to massively outperform. And he played end because at the end of the day, the team needed him to play end. So that's how selfless he is. The kid went to a position that didn't really fit him and did very well. His ability to sort of squat on the edge, as in play the option, to sit down and squeeze, and then be able to get out and tackle a running back in the backfield. The kid's very, very quick, and I love him as a prospect and as a player on the actual tape as well.
Let me go off grid here a little bit, George. Something that nobody is talking about, and we have another trade right here with Las Vegas, but
Max Mitchell goes to the Jets.
Yep, that was in. Could you, Phil, now that you're back, I want to just take a little different approach here. With 148 or 150, with you having 2 picks so close, is there any chance that either of you, if there was a quarterback available that you had interest in, that you could ever pull the trigger at 148 or 150 as an asset moving forward?
Looking at these quarterbacks, I probably not. I want to get.
Who is still available for quarterback?
Maybe Sam Howell.
Howell is out there.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Who else is out there?
So QB still got Sam Howell, Jack Cohn, Carson Strong with his dodgy knees, Bailey Zapp, and EJ Perry are the guys that sort of those names.
A lot of people I like Carson. I get what you're saying about
the medicals there, But
yeah,
I mean, you're down here at the bottom. You're down here at the bottom of the. You're down here at the bottom of the 5th round. I mean, you got to be willing to take some gambles here.
Skylar Thompson, Shane.
That is Emory Hunt's number 2 QB in the entire draft.
Skylar
Thompson.
I'm sorry.
Matt Waldman spoke highly of him too, though.
Yeah.
He said that could be some sort of developmental type pick. I don't know. Not the number 2 quarterback in the draft for me, but
George, Las Vegas Raiders pick is in, and it is defensive tackle Neil Farrell Jr. out of LSU.
I kind of
just spoke on him.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, he's like I say. Underrated because he can play 1 or 3. He's kind of a tweener body type, but very good violent hands, laterally very, very violent, able to move and fill spots.
The defensive tackle from LSU that Emory completely reached on in round 2, Ego Ferguson.
Remember
that?
Ferguson.
Lego, my ego.
Oh, Not a fan, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was not either.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah, he wasn't. That was a tough ego Ferguson. He just didn't love the game, you know. It just
Yeah,
it
I
showed.
believe that was that not the Shea McClellan draft?
Was it? Oh.
I almost think so. I think that was Phil Emery's first draft. Followed up Shea with ego. Ugh. And then
Is there a
Will,
website that
who was the Arizona State defensive tackle? They went back-to-back defensive tackles.
Oh God,
Will Sutton.
That's him.
Will Sutton?
Will
I
Sutton,
had high hopes for that kid.
I'll jump on the snap count, Will Sutton.
Yeah.
I'll go off cadence.
If you go,
I had high hopes for that kid, man.
If you go back to his junior year at Arizona State, he was a fucking animal. But then he got fat, out of shape, didn't take anything, blamed it on the coaches, and the rest is history.
Well, you never know when you get into those positions and you get yourself into the NFL. Some people, they don't, work at it. I thought he was going to be something special, to be perfectly honest. As a
Patriots just drafted running back Pierre Strong.
Oh,
love him. That's a great pick for them.
You see these guys coming off the board, George. Your guy that you and I have talked about that we feel is massively underrated on the Draft Network's page, but a guy like Keontae Ingram, could you be talking to him in round
massively
5?
So. Tyler Beatty as well, out of Missouri, another good name.
My guy from LSU that you and I talked about went last night. Couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Jesus.
It's going to be interesting to see what he does. But I mean, Keontae Ingram, Keontae Ingram. There's so many people that say that he's going to be a undrafted. He ran 4.5, but he's physical as hell. And you talk about a runner that sets up his blocks and has great spatial awareness and lateral agility. He's your man, and he's a really good safe hands out of the backfield as well. So he's a great pick potentially. Wide receiver has some really interesting names in terms of guys that we've looked at and like still available.
Yeah, Shakir Austin,
Austin, Jalen Naylor, Dubs, Melton.
No, Melton went. I believe.
Justin Ross. Oh, he's still showing available on here.
I thought he just went just a little while ago.
Ty Frofogel.
Yeah.
So there's still some really good names out there.
Is there a good website that tracks this board as it?
Yeah, NFL.com. You can go.
I've been trying to figure out where is it so I could see these picks.
Right on the front page.
NFL.com draft tracker prospects. So draft tracker prospects. I'll put it in the chat, Phil.
Yeah, please, because it's totally. It's just giving me a round. Is it the Red Live NFL Draft? Click that.
Baltimore pick is in. What is this? They have 6 fourth-round draft picks.
They're going to take someone good. They've absolutely.
That's an NFL record.
They just took Matt Waldman special, Charlie Kohler, tight end from Iowa State. Yeah,
big tight end.
Matt Waldman was a big fan.
Here we go. So.
Patriots, I think people are going to be talking.
Now I see Charlie Kohler. I got it now, George. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I can see as it goes up. I can switch back to it. But
can we just get a press circle because there's people talking about DeMarco Jackson being the pick for Detroit. So please, let's pray for him to not have to go to Detroit. We like DeMarco Jackson. Let's see if he can go to a team that isn't absolute trash bags.
Well, you're looking at the Chicago Bears. Can you see them going defense again coming up here in the 5th?
I can see them doubling down on offense, and like I say, at the moment, for me, the screaming value is wide receiver and interior offensive line, which is two of the main needs that we have. So, talk about being able to fill positions.
Romeo Doubs I would be ecstatic if you were able to land him coming
So
up in the
there is
next
still
round.
Darian Kennard, Jamari Salyer. There is
Lecitus Smith.
Lecitus is still there, definitely. Yeah,
that would be a home run right there. Lecitus. Kennard would be an outstanding.
So would you guys have any problems if they doubled up at wideout?
No.
You got there and you see a Dubs
Shakir and Dubs
or Austin Shakir or Austin Dubs.
That would be
any two of. But I mean, like I said, I can see it being a guard and a wide receiver, which is where we kind of thought they were going to go in round 2, and they're going to get you get Lecitus and Dubs in the next 2 picks. I think you're going to be doing all right.
I would be ecstatic if you got that today. I mean, clearly the Chicago Bears, if you're just tuning in, looking at their team, as my father said, recognizing their secondary was a bunch of pussies.
Another tight end off the board, Wisconsin tight end Jake Ferguson goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Ferguson's a good football player.
He's going to be there in line, guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they need. And the value of when you're understanding that you got to run the football, that wouldn't surprise me that the Bears might look at a tight end that they might like there. George, your guy, the kid from Virginia, went yesterday as well.
Yeah, Jelani.
He's off the board. I just want to see.
Isaiah Likely he's still available. Coastal Carolina. Silas Kelly was pubbing his boy.
A 30 visit is still available as well. Chigozie Okonkwo.
Oh, I love that dude. I mean, he can be a fucking menace. If you want to talk about a dude that's got some athletic traits.
You want a piece you can put in the backfield. You can split him out wide. You can put him as the wing. You can put him pretty much wherever you want to put him.
No doubt.
And he's another 30 visit guy that we've had as well. So that's a possibility.
Jeez, I would love to see.
So we're whipping right along. Pick 129, like we said, Jake Ferguson, tight end out of Wisconsin. Pick 130 is on the clock. The Bears are up at 148, 150, 186, 254, and 255. And don't forget, there's a TTNL Network guest, compliments of one Ryan Cox, who set that up. Brock Hoffman has talked to the Bears multiple times and has been in recent contact with the Chicago Bears. While I was in Myrtle Beach, Brock reached out to me and has had a private conversation with the Chicago Bears. So one thing to keep in mind when you see those 7th round draft picks, that could very well be a nod to we have some priority UDFAs that we can't live without, so we're going to secure them. And that's something that this franchise has never done.
Right.
Leave it to chance, and you're risking losing the guys you actually want. Really.
I just don't understand why everybody's banging the board for a fucking punter in round 5. I keep on looking down in the.
I can't believe a kicker went in round 4. That's just mental.
Kicker went in round 4. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. Unbelievable start for me on this network. Seeing the emotion of the fans last night, the feeling and the vibe of what it is the Chicago Bears are doing. I know a lot of people get upset, and they had their guys, including us. But
wow. We have a punter off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. And it is not Punt God. It is not Punt God.
Really?
Oh, my God.
The Ravens have drafted punter Jordan Stout. So all you Punt God freaks out there, get out of my chat. He didn't even get drafted as the first.
Carr's his guy, man. Carr's his guy. Did Cam Taylor-Britt get picked?
Good call, Medusa. He's an awesome punter, Shane. You wait any longer, someone will take him. Well, he's punter number 2 in this draft. Medusa.
Medusa.
Don't take it personal.
So
I'm just busting your balls, man. Come on.
Corners you've got still available: Zion McCollum, Tariq Woolen, Tariq Castro Fields.
McCollum, I wouldn't be against either. George,
McCollum
would you
is
be against
an
McCollum? I know it's another corner, but I would not be against him at all.
Shane, what about?
I think you could even transition him to safety for Shane,
yeah,
because
totally
he's big enough and aggressive enough and physical enough to be able to play in that sort of that uncounted player in the box.
Just send out the fuck you to Eddie. Just do it.
Just like
that. Shane, would you be against your boy from Alabama, Christian Harris?
No.
He's got a lot of talent.
No.
If he slips down here,
I'd rather wait.
As hell.
I'd rather wait next year and get the fucking pass rush god and Will Anderson.
I hear you. I hear you, but Christian Harris.
Oh, no. I wouldn't be. I mean, Jesus.
You're in the 5th round? Come on.
No, this is where you
football player, man.
This is where you take traits guys and coach them up and see if they fit. And let's be honest, guys. Beyond Roquan, now we love Nicholas Morrow. We get it.
Right.
We love the player. His history has been that of a guy that can't stay healthy. So you put some guys in there. Well,
Floose off that question that I asked. Well, I asked indirectly via Herb.
Oh, he got drafted. This guy's reporting that he got.
Harris.
Oh, Harris got drafted.
Yeah.
Where did he go? I guess.
Where did he go? I didn't see that.
Thanks for putting me on the spot there, Phil.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Web page isn't updated.
I'll tell you. You have to hit refresh, Phil. So if you haven't hit refresh, it will still be on there. Christian Harris went to the Texans round 3.
Lovey.
There you go. I apologize, guys. I thought he was still out there. That was the guy.
I'm betting they play him at will as well.
Absolutely.
Will Mookie Hill, the Chicago Bears got a 6th rounder in 2023 in the Khalil Mack trade. They have traded that back to the Chargers,
which I think is
for 2 7th rounders this year. Absolutely,
I think so too.
7th rounders this year
in a deep draft.
The way that this draft is constructed, that's a 100% win for Ryan Poles in my book.
Absolutely,
that's how that
you're
happens.
getting 2 more swings before they go to the UDFA. Where they
look at the bottom of the screen. The Bears day 3 picks: round 5, 148; round 5, 150. Round 6, 186, round 7, 254, and 255 are left.
Titans have taken Hassan Haskins, running back.
Could see that.
Haskins gone. I'm trying to find some defensive tackle help. I know Farrell went off the board.
Thomas Booker, Phil.
Thomas Booker is the dude. I'm putting the prayer circle out right now. If we could just all join hands, chat together, please. Put your hands together and pray to whichever God it is that you want to do, or rub a rabbit's foot, or whatever you need to do. Let's hope that we can get Thomas Booker in the out of one of our next 2 picks, because I would love that.
Yeah, Justin Ross is still available, Jared. There's Matt Waldman reported guys that he has talked to within the league that are in the know. They fully expect him. He reported it last night that there's some major concerns with the medicals and that he's destined for undrafted free agency. But one thing to keep in mind.
Value.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Don't forget that we just traded for 2 7th round draft picks.
Phil, you're going to be disappointed.
No. Dubs.
Packers, Dubs.
Oh my God, they do it to me every
year.
Fucking time, those fucks. What?
So he's going to be their Marquez Valdes-Scantling, isn't he? That's the dude, the field stretcher. But at the end of the day, he's going to take one hit from our safety, and he's going to be off the field.
He's going to put his ass
be done.
Now I no longer like Romeo.
No.
What happened at the end of Romeo and Juliet?
Romeo.
The Packers took Romeo, and that is the end of that.
Guys, I will be right back. I got to go be a dad for the next 2 seconds.
No worries.
Yeah, without you, there is no sun.
Oh my God. You're watching the Tape Never Lies Network's 2022 draft coverage. We got 612 of you guys with us live last night. Before we get closer to the picks, my guy, AB, our new producer here at the network, put this together from last night while Shane goes to change a diaper. Let's watch some of what happened last night. Yes.
I think they have got to take the best player on the freaking board. Period. And you can't tell me that there won't be a best player on the board at either offensive line, safety, cornerback, interior defensive line, rush defensive end. Come on, man. There's got to be some dude high up on their board at one of those, wide receiver at one of those spots. We've got holes everywhere.
Yeah,
George is telling me if things break right, they're winning 10 games. George, what are they serving over there in England in the fish and chips, man?
I'm telling you, addition by subtraction, Navy's gone. We're going to win at least another 4 games.
No chance.
Cap, make your call right here.
Make your call, Cap.
I'm going to say
staying?
they take the cornerback
Oh.
of Washington.
Oh.
That's my prediction.
It is cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Bam!
There it is.
Cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Hey,
Cornerback David Kaplan. 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. He has.
This is a kid that wasn't expected to be there. Were you expecting him to be here, George?
I was not.
First round.
Yeah.
First round.
Guy.
I didn't see him getting out of the 20s.
I cannot wait once I get done with you guys. My wife ordered sushi. I got a bottle of wine upstairs, and I'm going to sit and read Twitter and watch people freak out.
Kyler Gordon, I think we all saw coming. You know, so that one, that's whatever. And it's the problem is what I want, all right, compared to what makes it what I don't know. I'm working through this, guys. This is going on, all right. I'm emotional, but I know I'm in my fan head and being emotional. A lot of us, all of us have been disappointed in Eddie Jackson. All right. So his time on the clock, I mean, it should have been ticking. All the clean slate stuff, it sounds good. All right, you want to firm up this defense. My only issue was there was a chance to get some talent at wide out.
I've now deferred to this team and allowed, Poles and Eberflus to kind of figure out what is the best for this team long term. And it might not satisfy what we want. And I'm a fantasy guy too. So of course I'm locked into wide receivers and everything like that.
Exactly.
And so I just had to, I gotta take their point of view and try to understand where they're going.
Velus Jones, Matt Waldman. Wow.
Yeah, that's a speed special teams guy. He is a traits player, so that fits Kenneth's ideal in terms of at least from a speed standpoint, but not the height and length that you're looking for from a player. Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on this pick. It's like he's a return specialist who you can put on gadget plays, design screens, RPOs, and then you're hoping he can become a route runner. He's kind of he was a transfer from USC who just it didn't show up on the field, but it showed up a lot in Senior Bowl practices, and there's a lot of hype about that. But as any wide receiver coach will tell you, you can even go to guys who teach these people the techniques. You'll see him. I mean, he can make moves, he can make people miss, but the overall route running outside of zone coverage is not unbelievable.
Matt Waldman, Adam Rank, and Kenneth Davis breaking down the first ever Ryan Poles draft. You see the biggest trait, aside from his age and the fact that he can rent a car, is the fact that he is a speedster. So to Kenneth's point, Ken, you wanted that go out there and get it. Darnell Mooney's a 4.3 guy, and now you're adding another one. It's not the polished receiver that any of us had ranked that high. None of us did. But this is one of those things. Ken, what did I say? Every Bears fan, and Adam, we talked about this on your show. You all have the right to go like this now. You show me. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of it. Now we got to trust this process to see what these guys do in their offense. Look at that.
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news.
Breaking news into the TTNL Network desk. Another punter is off the board, and it is not punt god. Take your punters and get the fuck out of here.
Paging cigars of Who Gives a Fuck Town.
Come on, we're talking about fucking punters.
Punters.
Jesus.
Punters have lives too, man. Come on.
Yeah, well,
your mic is a bit hot, Phil. Just to let you know.
Well, that was Shane screaming on it.
all the way to Connecticut.
Is it hot still?
Yeah, I went a little bit close like this. The pick is Justin Fields. It's Justin Fields.
The pick is Justin Fields.
Oh, that's the juice, baby. Yo, I feel the juice in my mouth. Yo, the juice in your ass like Florida orange, baby. Yo.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
That's right.
Maybe that's why we traded for a 7th. We're gonna draft an overweight security guard out of Wallingford,
Work
Connecticut.
that punt for Karsten. Whoa, kick that ball, baby.
You're on the air, baby. You're on. You did it.
You made it, George.
Officially come off the rails in day 3.
Hey, you got to have some fun when you're covering the drafts. Otherwise, it would just be blog boy central here.
Does anybody else have
selection is in, or the Chiefs, man? I still can't believe they get rid of Tyreek Hill and they add fucking Sky Moore to that offense. That's
the Chiefs got Sky Moore.
Not right now. They got him last night, but I'm just saying they just drafted cornerback Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State.
Fayetteville.
195.
6'2". HBC University, George.
No, Fayetteville State, but it's a HBCU college.
No, I'm saying it's a HBC. What did I say? A university?
I don't know. I was too busy scrolling my Twitter.
Pay
attention.
The small school guys coming into the big NFL is always interesting to me because you never know how they're going to be able to step up. I mean, that's where Steve was talking about Peanut Tillman.
Another offensive lineman just off the board. The Bengals select offensive lineman Cordell Bolson.
I'm sure he could have taken those two pussies at Courtney last year, beat the shit out of them. That's what I'm talking
about. I love you, Dad.
There you go. My dad, another drop for the show. So this is what we needed. The Chicago Bears are changing their attitude. There's an attitude adjustment. You're getting toughness in the secondary, something that I think if you're just tuning in, you missed that from the Chicago Bears last year. We've all pointed out several times throughout the offseason that one Minnesota game when none of the starting secondary was out there and just how well they played. And listen, this is what I believe Eberflus, Poles, the defensive coordinator, and the whole Bears front office said, hey, we need to change the back end of this roster. You got Robert Quinn. You signed Justin Jones. For all we know, I don't know. Dan Wieters on one end. Another guy told me there is a shot with Larry Ogunjobi, the Jedi, coming back.
Wow.
So you never know. You never know what that front is. We know the linebackers are good, George.
What's the wow, George?
A big reach for the Bengals. They've drafted Cordell Volson at 130, pick 136.
George was not listening when I broke that news
sorry.
40 seconds ago to the Twitter.
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
Hello, George.
Smoke weed every day.
Coming up Tuesday on NFL or TTNL Network, the new show with Bullets and Barlissimo. Old news for everybody.
Oh, Bullets is my best mate. He loves me.
This invention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
Let me bring this up. If you want to throw up one of you guys the compliments of ChicagoBears.com banner real quick to give them. This is
let me find it.
Yeah.
Video courtesy of the Chicago Bears. Yes, Shane. This is good stuff to play here.
Yeah, this is the
Ryan Poles with a fresh edge up there.
Yes, and this is Valus Jones. And when you hear the emotion,
is the volume already turned up? Make sure before you press play.
Yes, it is.
Very good job.
Hello.
Hey, Bayless.
How we doing, my guy?
I'm doing good, man. It's Ryan Post from the Bears.
How we doing?
You ready to be drafted?
Man, most definitely, my
we
guy.
need some speed over here. You gonna bring it?
Yeah, man, I got you. I'm not gonna let you down. I got you.
Valus,
What's up, Coach?
you knew this was going to happen, didn't you?
I did. On the phone call, we had a great conversation.
I did too, man. We had a great conversation, didn't we?
We had a great conversation, Coach. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. You are going to be so dynamic here. We're so excited, man. I know your family's excited.
They're excited. We wait down.
Oh, that's great.
We wait down.
That is
unbelievable.
Love it.
That's why you don't talk about people where they went, reaches, and all that shit.
Richard
to the
Gordon throwing up some breaking news here for George. Also, I'm not sure if we have seen that. Where did it go?
Did we draft a cornerback?
Where is it, George? I'm not sure how you feel about this.
Wow! Holy shit!
George Washington elected as the first president of the United States.
George Washington, Commander in Chiefs.
Yes.
I know my American history. Well, some American history.
That always bugs me out. Like, you have your own history to learn.
We have a shit ton of history.
I don't know anything about it.
Wow. The New England Patriots pick is in and they go quarterback.
Quarterback?
And it is quarterback Billy Zapp.
Billy?
Z-A-P-P-E.
Billy Zapp.
Wow.
I've never even heard of Billy Zapp.
It's a luxury pick for them, but I mean, I get it.
I have no idea who Billy Zapp is.
I have zero problems if you believe
it's Bailey. It's Bailey Zapp, isn't it?
Oh, it was probably a typo on Twitter.
Yeah, Bailey Zapp,
yep.
Western Kentucky, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, definitely a typo. Yep, it is Bailey Zapp. But that's to me, it's good business. I'm looking ahead. I'm not looking to replace Justin Fields. Trevor Siemian is the guy. The Nick Foles is going to be ushered out here very soon. If I can accumulate, when you're down at this point in the draft, to me, it's all about trying to set yourself up, maybe, for the future and getting something back in return. George, you brought up a guy like Sam Howell, obviously falling off a cliff at this point from where some people
Howell does the sort of things that Justin Fields does, but not as well, obviously, nowhere near as well. But again, in terms of you talk about someone who sort of fits what Siemian, Justin Fields, and that's what I liked about Siemian being picked up is he's a QB who can run that option as well, and in the West Coast offense knows exactly where to go with the ball. So good fit. It'd be nice to have a QB, in the wings to become QB2 at some point. So, and I think that's what the Patriots have just done with that pick is groom him, spend a year, teaching him everything he needs to learn, and then he becomes the backup QB next year.
Well, the Patriots, I think my father said it best, and I think it's important that
Real
people
quick, Phil,
understand.
before you go with that, we got another TTNL favorite wide receiver, Calvin Austin, is going to be the guy throwing his hands up in the air as Mitch Trubisky sails passes out of bounds. But Calvin Austin is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. Yeah, and they pairing him with Pickens and Austin. That's a pretty good duo of rookie wideouts in Pittsburgh for Kenny Pickett. The future, not Mitch. The future Kenny Pickett.
Well, I mean, if Kenny Pickett learns to play within his offense, he'll have a chance. But Calvin Austin's that guy that can run after the play breaks down and he starts running out the pocket as he tends to do a lot. But
Bailey Zapp, I'm still impressed with Bailey Zapp.
Yeah, he's got a very strong arm.
I've never even, I will be honest, scouted Bailey Zapp.
Nor have I. I'm not afraid to admit it.
I did not scout Bailey.
Strong arm. He's way more athletic than Mac Jones, but he's nowhere near the reader of defenses than Mac Jones is. So, I mean, I think that's what they're going to be looking at, is a guy that you want to sort of,
That's what I like, though. They go on their board.
Yeah, they do not. Kyle Brandt's probably ripping his
exactly.
Buffalo Bills Zubas off right now.
Good for Bailey Zapp, man. Okay. 4th round pick. We're 10 picks away from the Chicago
a bit high, but I
Bears.
mean, like I say, it's a bit of a luxury pick, but I guess when you're the Patriots, you can afford to do that, can't you?
He had 62 touchdown passes, Phil. I better start knowing who this kid is.
Yeah, and this is something that's important for day 3. Let's just talk about some. Here's a nice little list of undrafted free agents in the NFL that have made impacts: Kurt Warner, Doug Baldwin, Jason Peters, Antonio Gates, Justin Tucker, Adam Vinatieri, Tony Romo, Adam Thielen, Wes Welker, James Harrison, Shaq Barrett, J.C. Jackson, who just cashed in with the Chargers.
J.C. Jackson, undrafted.
Chris Harris, Austin Eckler are just to name a few.
Austin Eckler,
recent
I remember
undrafted
that.
Guys. Yep.
From the Chargers. Listen,
it's gonna be interesting. Next few picks gonna be interesting, I think.
Well, the Bears are 10 picks away. The Chicago Bear. We played you last night. We had Kaplan, Rank, Kenneth Davis, Steve Edwards, and our guy Matt Waldman all jumping on to talk about the Chicago Bears picks. And it was almost like a therapy session for most fans that were in that Mina Kimes McShay world, I call it. It's like the names, as Waldman coined it, big draft. And a lot of these guys, just because they aren't the names, like my reaction to this pick, Zapp, I didn't scout him, but I'm never going to bury the Patriots for doing their due diligence and finding someone who could be the next big or great quarterback. That's where you have to get excited about football and this team going forward. Sailors out there. Salyer, rather. My guy. Obviously, Romeo Dubs is no longer my guy. I would not be afraid to take a shot on Justin Ross with that kind of ability.
It all depends on. I mean, you're not even making the pick at that point. That's your medical team saying yes or no, and you have to listen. If you're not going to listen to your medical team, it's foolish. But like I said, those are, if they give you the red flag and you want to say, hey, we feel better with him at 254 because of the medicals, then you go. Because listen, the way that this is falling, we're at pick 138, Bears coming up in 10 picks. You can get a starting player here.
Right.
Friend of the network, Mark Schofield, loves the Bailey Zapp pick.
Yeah. He even looks like Mac Jones.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does facially, definitely.
Listen,
Doesn't look like him when
rankings
he's
and all
running.
that stuff, completely different. Gotta
when
like
he's
the Calvin Austin pick. I'm pulling for Lacita Smith coming up here.
Baltimore Ravens.
They did it
Isaiah
again?
Likely, tight end, Coastal Carolina.
Yeah,
They're
there
just
he goes.
accumulating high
There he
upside,
goes.
good football players.
They just always draft football players. I think that's what the Bears are doing now. It seems all of them have checked the boxes of football player, football player, football player. The 3 picks so far. Everybody can have their stats and all of that stuff, but when you watch the tape, and we're going to be breaking down our corner tomorrow, you're going to see this kid is a football player first. Same with the safety, Brisker.
So just to help you move on from Romeo Dubs, he's in his press conference just now. I think coming to Green Bay is truly the biggest blessing I have ever received. So that should put the nail in the coffin on Romeo Dubs for you.
Yes, I've moved on from Romeo.
Officially move on.
I wish him luck, and now it's on now. Shakir is still available there. And
so should we go through some of the names of guys that are still there? So I mean we can look at some targets.
That's a big
Packers pick is in, so I'm fully expecting this to be another guy that
are they gonna take Lacita's here and I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Motherfuckers probably. Remember that year? They did everything.
Offensive tackle still available. Rashid Walker, Penn State, Vidarian Lowe,
Zach
Illinois.
Tom, offensive tackle.
Andrew Stuber from Michigan.
Yes, they did. The Packers just took offensive lineman Zach Tom.
Zach Tom.
Where are they going to play him? Presumably they might take a look at him at center.
Yeah, they got Sean Ryan last night also.
Yeah, I think he's guard for them.
I could see the Bears taking Shakir. That's how I would define Shakir, is that
Ryan must have just tuned in because we've literally been talking about him for an hour and 46 minutes at this point.
Don't worry, I'll get up onto that subject in about 10 minutes time, Shane.
Yes, George just texted me the Bears may go corner in round 2.
What can I say? The internet's terrible over here. No, I'm joking.
Later today, I'm sorry.
Two guards. If you want to go left guard and right guard, you got Kennard at right guard and Salia at left guard. That would be pretty good. Both guys move well for their size, and both guys are nasty finishers as well. So
you keep skipping over Lacita's. It just drives me crazy, George. He's better than both of those guys, in my opinion.
For the outside zone, I think he's actually a better fit, Lacita's, than either Kennard or Salia.
Especially for what this offense is, that kind of ability. That would be a great match. If we got Hoffman and Lacita's, I think I would do a celebration.
That would be awesome.
That would be outstanding here.
It would be great for the team and great for this network. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Well, I'm pretty sure we'd be able to land them as guests.
Well, I know Brock. Brock
will probably come on right now.
Brock all the time. Yeah, he would. Exactly. He would be.
Guys, we did it. I'm a Bear.
Wide receiver is still a lot of value there.
No, I agree. I mean, George, just
go ahead, George. Continue going through the wide receiver.
Go ahead, because we are. Well,
Ravens are on the clock again.
So Khalil Shakir, Bo Melton, Jalen Naylor, all absolutely screaming out. Justin Ross, obviously, the injury concerns. My guy, the sleeper, Isaiah Weston out of Northern Iowa. Absolute athletic freak, 6'4", aggressive blocker, very sudden into and out of his breaks. He's a guy I like. Samori Torreo, I know the Bears have actually spoken to and had in a couple of times. If you want a slot receiver, which I think the Patriots will probably be looking at, Kyle Phillips has got Patriots written all over him in terms of that, that sort of slot receiver, that Edelman type, quick in and out of his breaks, just an absolute nightmare in terms of trying to match him up for man underneath. Some really good value there.
Yeah, the Ravens select corner Demarion Williams from Houston.
Okay. Our guy's still on the board. We got a few guys. We're all focused on the receiver position and the offensive guard position. Are they going to go offense or are they going to go back defense?
I called my shot. I'm all in on them going offense. I mean, Thomas Booker is an obvious fit.
Yeah.
George brought him up, somebody that we've talked about, but I'm still not against doubling up at the wide receiver position to give your guy some offensive firepower to work with, because I still think, I know we had Brian Perez on the other night. He seems to be a big fan of David Moore, but you have all of these guys that are on 1-year contracts: Equanimeous St. Brown, David Moore, Byron Pringle, all of these guys. Daz Newsome is a huge question mark. Do you want to grow up and be a professional and take practice serious? That's a big question mark for Daz. So I'm not against bringing another wide receiver in here or two.
Do
you think wide receiver and tight end is a possibility? So a wide receiver in like a Chigozie.
Yeah, that's why I brought up a guy's name like Isaiah Likely early on, because I 100% do. And I think anything on offense, including quarterback, is in play. If they have a guy that they feel has value, you can't understand. You just saw one of the best organization in sports. Yes, that doesn't draft great, but you're telling me that the New England Patriots can draft a quarterback, but we're just no. It does. To me, it doesn't work that way. If
the Ravens have a NFL record 6 fourth-round picks, and that's a record in any round. To be clear, there's never been a team that possessed
along with
6 more in
the
one
most
round.
Impressive draft class. I mean, obviously the sheer numbers, but man, they are
I'll tell you what,
massive
the Jets
manipulating. Yeah, and they're
the
done
Jets
already.
have drafted well this year.
Yeah, and they're done already. Their draft is over, so these guys are probably full-time talking to UDFAs. But
how's everybody going? Daniel, what's up in Hawaii?
Aloha.
Who's better than you in Hawaii?
So can we, as a network, can we agree that Punt God's nickname is now in shambles? You can't be punter 3 in a draft and have Punt God.
How about Punt Clod?
Yeah. Punt Dud.
Just
Punt Dud.
Punt Dud, yeah.
The kid might be a good punter, but he's a punter. That's it. Now we're at the end of the table there. The end of the table.
142. The Bears have not quite sandwich picks, but almost. They have 148 and 150, and now
coming up close.
You guys feel those nerves starting to build up a little bit down in your belly.
Yeah.
The Rams pick is in.
What do they got, Shane?
Let's see what they got here. I do not have it as of yet.
No, nothing.
What?
Don't know, Angelo. Leave me alone.
Just trying to get him
Give
on.
me some fucking names.
Come on,
Hey,
Shane.
I'm trying to, Shane, you asshole. I call it Andrew Ogletree, tight end, Youngstown State.
Youngstown State.
I don't know if that's official. That's what NFL Draft Diamonds is saying.
Youngstown State. That's exactly where
he's whiffed on a couple, so that's not official. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not.
I should have prefaced that.
Didn't Ed, what was his name? The actor from Married with Children played football at Youngstown State.
Ed O'Neill.
Eric Kramer.
The Seahawks have made a trade with the Chiefs. Picks 145 from the Seahawks to the Chiefs for 158 and 230.
Are they gonna get a quarterback here? Stop, George. Stop.
I'm sure he could have taken those two pussies at Courtney last year, beat the shit out of them.
The best. Your dad.
He's right though. There's no lie there. That is absolutely spot on.
It is. How's the Lord? Have you spoken to Lord Hans?
I have. I sent him the link. I know he's taking care of some family commitments. He had the father-daughter dance last night, and by all accounts, he's sleeping it off this morning. Yes,
is he recovered?
It was
fuck yourself.
It was a
Come on,
Girl
Hans.
Scout cookie induced stupor. I've heard that he is in this morning.
Is he a thin mint?
So the pick is cornerback Jacoby Durant from South Carolina State.
No clue.
To the Rams.
No clue.
Is this when the fans start picking and the picks take like 40 minutes longer?
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm somebody was complaining about that last night. I don't need all the pomp and circumstance of the guy upside down from the ceiling. To me, it takes away from the draft and what makes it great. And this, growing up watching this draft, it's just what's different for me now is I never get to listen to it or do anything.
Yeah.
We're talking the entire time, so that is still a different experience for me. But we've been doing it for a long time. But I don't need all the. I mean, it's Vegas. I understand. I still wish this was a Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
And I love
like today would be the first round, and there's so much excitement.
Yeah, start at noon, you kick it off, you get 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on Sunday. It's those primetime dollars, though. They are king, so that is never.
I still remember waiting in line to get into Radio City Music.
Ian Rappaport on Bailey Zapp from Inside Sources. Quote, if I was picking a quarterback for my flag football team, he'd be my top choice. Insanely smart. The ball gets out of his hands so fast. He is going to be a lifer as a backup quarterback, and that is not a bad thing.
Well, the Patriots have made good draft capital out of backup QBs with Cassell and people like that.
What I'm saying, I'm not against.
I don't ever. You're going to define the kid as a backup now, a good backup. The kid decides.
Well, that's all you can. That's all you can do at this point. I mean, I get it. You're not gonna. Nobody's gonna come out and say this kid's gonna start in the league for the next 12 years. When you're at this point, I mean, I'd like to go back and see.
One of our guys has gone. Titans have selected Chigozie Okonkwo.
Goes to Tennessee.
Yeah, it goes to the Titans. Yeah.
The Kobe.
All right, we're coming down. Let's so round 5. We are officially in. Not on TV, we're not, but let's make some predictions here. I know we're a little bit away. Phil, give me some names.
Give me some fucking names. I think you got to be honestly looking at Khalil Shakir here. That kind of
god, no punt.
No punt god. I think Melton, the athletic freak, those types are interior off, wide receivers. You want to see them. Obviously, my guy Lacidus has to be in play here. I would not rule out, like you said, the medical is going to be the key. Justin Ross, this guy was, as Waldman pointed out, this guy was talked about as a first-round pick, played with a fracture in his neck, showing you toughness. Now he's going to look at what he did with that injury. Now that he's getting a clear bill, depending on your doctor's medical, this is where you take a chance on greatness like that. And all of a sudden, you're cooking with gas with somebody like that. A Trey Turner from Va-Tech. I like some Va-Tech guys here. The receiver, Trey Turner, would be somebody. How about George Saylor from Georgia? Salyer from Georgia. I'm looking at offense with you guys, but I wouldn't be shocked if they went Booker and took a 3-tech that they really liked in this draft. I mean, you look at that kid, he fits what you want to do philosophically. But again, if there's 2 picks, so the first pick is going to set the tone for the second pick in my mind, if you follow what I'm saying.
I think they have to be thinking interior offensive line and wide receiver in this round.
Yeah, it makes
If not one, then two.
We were saying that at 39. So who the fuck really?
Yeah. The fuck are you doing?
Sailor.
Salyer.
Kennard,
Jesus.
Salyer. I can't
reach
say
through
it.
this monitor and punch you in the throat.
One of the things that is funny when you see where these draft picks are coming from, it's like the Chiefs are on the clock. It went Detroit, Denver, Seattle, Kansas City. That's what that pick has done.
Yeah.
Before they've even selected a player. So yeah, Shakir. You talk about. I mean, what's the betting that Khalil Shakir? I mean, Khalil Shakir or Bo Melton. I mean, the Chiefs are on the clock. Would that make sense for them? Do you think?
Well, they took a receiver. How many did they take?
They're
Two
not
of them?
against Adenfar. They lost Pringle. They lost. They did bring in the kid from Pittsburgh, correct?
They brought in Valdez
Steelers.
Scantlin.
Who signed the kid from the Steelers?
Yeah, they did as well.
Yeah, so
they sent Valdez Scantlin. They signed Juju
Smith-Schuster.
Yeah.
Who is this Juju Smith-Schuster? Who is the same age as?
Yeah,
Bayless.
Although Juju Smith-Schuster is nowhere near as quick.
No.
Bayless Jones.
So the Washington Commanders have selected quarterback Sam Howell. North Carolina.
Sam Howell.
There is a chance he may become their starter inside of a year.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, No, I agree with that, George. I mean, the way that they gave up so much draft capital bidding against themselves for Carson Wentz, it's almost laughable. But
well, I mean, there's a strong chance that Leno gets Carson Wentz killed inside of a week.
Yes, I agree.
They're going to need someone who can run for his life back there, and Sam Howell can definitely do that.
All right, so pick 144 is in. 145, Kansas City Chiefs is on the clock. I mean,
Carson Wentz has just removed the Washington Commanders from his social media profile.
Did he?
No.
Giants have selected Darian Kennard, so he's gone.
Oh, so we're 2 picks ahead. So the Bears are on the clock then, if the Giants just picked.
They took both picks?
Yeah, Kennard is... No, sorry, Chiefs have selected Darian Kennard.
No, so the Draft Diamonds has the Giants taking Kennard.
No, they've just corrected.
Oh, you just okay. So the
Giants are on the clock with 2 picks.
With back-to-back picks. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, Jesus, what happened to my coverage here? I'm all messed up. But
the pick is in with the Chiefs.
Yeah, and that's Kennard.
Oh, okay. We're behind here on the NFL.com.
So I think he becomes their right guard.
Yep, the Giants are on the clock with back-to-back picks here for at 146 and 147.
And then the Chicago Bears
have picks 148 and 150. So 150 is compliments of the Houston Texans for Anthony Miller. So maybe we trade a wide receiver and replace him with a wide receiver.
Trade a bum and get a wide receiver.
Uh-oh, Shane, your boy's in the chat.
Who?
Oh my God, so funny. I'll star it for you so you can see it in the star.
Ariel. Area Cologne. What's going on?
Colon. You know where a colon is?
148 and 150. 148 and 150.
Oh, Ariel's back. Look
There
at what's
he is.
up, Marshmallow. Tell your fucking cunt mother I said hello, Ariel. And guess what? This is how we do here with pieces of shit like Ariel Cologne. Oh, goodbye, asshole. So Ariel was here, and now Ariel is gone. He can go clean up the front yard in the trailer park with his cunt mother. But anyways, back to football. Let's go.
You got, for me, I'm hoping Shakir comes to the Chicago Bear. Lasita Smith and Shakir would make my day today. And
so the Rams are trading with the Cleveland Browns. It's a veteran trade. They just acquired cornerback Troy Hill, who was previously a Ram.
How old is Troy Hill now? It feels like he's
116.
40.
He is the same age as Velus Jones. 116 years old.
He's not as fast though. No,
how long is this pick, for God's sake?
They have back-to-back picks. That's why. So they're probably it's New York.
God.
They'll do something.
The NFL.com still the pick is in while they're on the clock. It's like, come on. Kennard was, I don't think he was the fit for the Chicago Bears.
More of a power scheme. More of a power scheme than a wide zone.
Yeah. Exactly. Big guy.
Lasita's got the athleticism you'd want to see.
I'm telling you right now, I will be so excited. The Giants pick is in. I didn't know how many times.
Did you guys have any comments on the cunt, Mrs. Cologne, real quick before we get on the clock?
No. I think your analysis on that is quite accurate.
Punted that. That's the punt god. Punt that bitch right out the parking lot, Ariel. And you can't even comment because you're blocked for the 87th time. You and your fake accounts. But anyways, let's get back to football.
Anybody in the chat, you have some predictions here. Who do you want? Cass is one. Ross here. I think this is where you build your football team. Throw in who you think or you want.
First of the two Giants picks is in. The second one is now on the clock.
387 hours.
Yeah, so the New York Giants have selected Indiana linebacker Micah McFadden.
Micah McFadden.
So that is their first pick.
First pick. Not one of my picks.
And the second one is
DJ Davidson.
Defensive tackle from Arizona, and our Chicago Bears.
Here we go.
Are on the clock.
On the clock.
Punt,
Let's go,
God,
Poles.
punt, God, punt, God.
Let's go, Poles. Let's go, Poles. This is your shot, Mr. Poles. Obviously,
Make someone's dream come true, Ryan.
Let's see this.
Mine, preferably.
Shakir. Booker. Joshua wants Booker.
Booker DT.
Collier for Nick Wright. We need Ross, says Yashu. We need him.
Hey, if he's healthy.
Why draft on saying the Bills are on the clock?
Melton and Salia.
Did we trade?
Oh, we traded the pick, guys.
I'm not against it.
We've traded the pick.
168. So we get 168 and 203, and we've given them 148. So we're getting another pick.
All right.
And
we got Josh Allen was thrown in on that deal too. Is that what you're reporting, George?
There is a trade. Is that all compensation?
Yeah, we got an extra 6th round pick. So
trade number 148 goes to Buffalo, like George said, for picks 168 and 203. So I'm going to update that banner.
2023 6th. It's a 2023 6th. So we get an extra 6th next year.
We're going next year?
Yeah, so it's a 6th round pick next year and 168.
Wait, so 168 and 203 it says here, but we're also getting a 6th
and a 6th next year.
Because I have numbers 168 and 120 and pick 203 are coming to Chicago.
Yeah, so it's Phil Yates. It's Phil Yates who can't type. He's put 2023. It's not a 2023 6th round pick. It is 203.
Okay, so
148 for 168 and 203.
Yeah, they're all
day 3. I'm hearing all these numbers, and Ariel Cologne's mom made an appearance and getting all fucking. So the Bears go to.
You got to appreciate Ariel's mom's taking time.
Everybody's appreciated Ariel's mom at some point.
Now that you've traded here and you're coming right back up, so you've pushed yourself. You like your board. So you've got now 2 extra picks.
Yeah,
so you're getting 168 and 203. So you've acquired 1 extra pick.
Yeah.
So that's what you've basically done here. So you've got yourself back. You're still here in the 5th.
Right.
You're about to come up.
Is in the 7th round.
I don't know.
I think it's 6th round because of
At
all
the
the
end
comp
of the
picks.
6th. I think
So we'll
it's
have
near the
two-
end of the 6th.
So we're gonna have three
Yes.
6th rounders. Okay.
3 6 rounders. Listen, you come in here being an asshole, we're gonna call it out. If you're a Bears fan and you have differences of agreement, we're all for that. But
we just don't have time for assholes, so don't be an
don't
asshole.
be
Listen, guys, the truth, all bullshit aside, and I know that the cunt thing is just a bit, but she is legitimately a cunt. But Ariel Cologne for years has been a guy that makes up, a new YouTube account and comes in and starts his bullshit. And we don't have any time for that here, so we block him. He originally started going after Phil, and then he pivoted to me. He's got connections to places that we came from. Wink, wink, nod, nod. If you can figure that out, so it's fine. Let them do their thing. We block them, and we move on.
So the Bears in the 6th round have got the 7th pick of the 6th round, and they've got the 25th in the 6th round.
But we're up
wide
again here at
receiver
150, right?
or guard here. Looking at this, to me, it's down to Lascitus and Khalil Shakir.
So right now,
the Bills have taken Khalil Shakir with the pick they just traded from the Bears.
Isn't that the way that it always goes?
Isn't that special? Isn't that special? Oh my God. Fuck, that hurt you right there. That sting. They identified somebody and they got him. So now Shakir's off the board. Melton becomes into play. Ross
Jalen Naylor is still there, and
Naylor has a visit and a connection. You're right, George, from Michigan State. Talk about him.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want a big physical wide receiver who can go up and high point it, great catch radius, good in and out of his breaks, but he's more like a more physical David Bell. Not quite the same level of hands as David Bell, but I mean, in terms of a move the sticks guy and also stretch it down the field, I think he's actually quicker than David Bell as well. I'll just get his RAS score up, but I like him in terms of the ability to track the ball over the head. 5'11", 186 is his height, but 4'5", 38 vert, 10 feet 8 broad jump. He's physical as hell as well. So I mean, at that size, I mean, he's not that big, but he's someone that can go up and high point the ball.
I saw somebody say that it was, Joe Treviso. I understand, Joe. It's a guy that you wanted, but again, you can't call it a bad trade. Not.
I like Isaiah Weston in terms of his fit for a bigger, faster wide receiver. He's got ridiculous hops and athleticism, very sudden off the line, very sudden in and out of his breaks. I mean, an underrated name for me, but
you gotta love the fact that you're recognizing what my father said earlier with the 2 7th round picks.
Bears are on the clock.
The Bears have been looking for a cultural change. They're trying to find football players. The Bears are on the clock, as George says. Now we're going to find out who they've identified. They clearly traded back because they wanted more shots at acquiring players to their roster that are going to fit what it is they're trying to do. Right now, my fingers are crossed for Lascitus.
The good news about the Bears not taking Khalil Shakir is I don't have to look at blue Smurf turf on the breakdown.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true, George. That's one positive.
That's what you
Who did the Commanders pick?
Got to see the sunshine by the rainbow, haven't you? You got to see.
The Commanders take Cole Turner, tight end.
Cole Turner. Now, give me Lascitus.
Right, give me your names, guys.
I'm going with Lascitus here or Ross. I'm going with Lascitus or Ross. Maybe Sailor.
George, what's your
Sorry, Shane.
I think there's a strong possibility that it's going to be Thomas Booker. I'm kind of hoping.
Really?
Or a wide receiver. I'm not sure which one, but for me, wide receivers a fit kind of that bigger, faster, go out and stretch it guy. Isaiah Weston would be the guy that I'd look at, or Samori Toure if you want 2 underrated names.
Yeah, that's
Lascitus.
Yeah, Lasitas would be a good one. So guard, that would be the other place you'd go.
3 tech. Shane, what about you?
Yeah.
Sally is still there.
Yeah, I can see easily this being a Thomas Booker. I'm with George. It's just that position is so important in this defense. You got to have guys there. You know, I love Mario Edwards, but let's be honest, there's been question marks with him on and off the field, and you need to get some youth and athleticism in there. So I can see it. It's just I don't know what the Bears. Torre is another guy. Obviously, I think George was smart to bring up. Obviously, he's been connected to the Bears. Jalen Naylor is another guy from Michigan State, wide receiver, connected. But if you're gun to my head name, I'm going to say Thomas Booker, defensive tackle from Stanford.
You can't go wrong with Thomas Booker. The kid from Notre Dame, Austin Davis, the receiver.
So with the 150th pick in round 5, the Chicago Bears have traded to the Texans.
Again.
On the move.
Move back
again. Traded again, George.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
What did we get here?
Now, what did we get?
I'm assuming this could be
I don't have the
potentially.
details.
I think this may be for a future pick. Would be my guess. I mean, I'm not sure how many. They need numbers though. Again, when you
build this roster,
when you have 12 to 15 on UDFAs that you're going to be getting in, they want to be sure to get.
They're actually saying that, Shane. I guarantee. You know what? This draft is deep. We know we got to fill the roster. Let's get shots at guys instead of negotiate with guys. And that's what I think they're trying to do here. That this is
I don't understand
strategy.
why Bears fans are getting so mad about trades when you have holes. We
need like 30 players to have a full roster for the offseason, and people are worried about us getting guys that, rather than risking it to priority free agents, we're actually getting guys in the door.
How funny is it though that
Texans
Ryan
take Thomas Booker?
Oh my
God, guys! So how funny
the Bears
is it?
Get the 23rd pick.
How funny is it that the Bears have traded they've traded picks back to where they came from, and the Chargers pick goes back to them, and now this is the Houston pick that they gave us for Anthony Miller. We ship it back to them. But do you have an update on the compensation, Phil?
It doesn't tell me, but I know they're going to be picking 166 and 168.
So another trade for Ryan Poles. This is from Zach Pearson, friend of the network. The Bears have traded pick number 150 to Houston. The Bears receive pick 166 and 207.
So there you go. 166 and 207. So they'll be picking in this round.
4 times now?
No. They're going to pick twice here at 166 and 168. And then in 207 will be in round 6. So now they're going to have 4 picks in round 6 now, right? Is it 4 or 5
instead of 1? Yeah.
Isn't that what I just said? Pick 4 and you said no?
No, I thought you meant in this round. I'm sorry. This is round 5.
Right. But yeah, I'm talking about. So we have 160.
So you're going to have 10 total picks to fill your, you know what I'm saying? That's what
150 is out. So now we are at 166 in round 6 and 168.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's round 5. In round 6, can you give me the picks for round 6? 186, 203, 207. Is there one more?
What did we just get though? We just got 207.
I said that. So. 166. Oh, excuse me.
So we'd have 166 in round 6, 168 in round 6, 186.
That's in round 5. We're in round 5. 166 and 168 in round 5.
Okay, so that's
round 6. 186, 203, 207. Is there another one that I'm missing in that round? Because that's only 3.
Just getting it now. So yeah, 186
is in round 6.
Yes, that's round
203, 207
Is 254 in round 6, or is that
no round 7?
So they got 3 in round 6, 2 in this round at the end of the round. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're at 166, 168, 186, 203,
4,
254, 255.
6,
correct?
7 more picks now.
I'm just checking the 7th round.
We're missing one. We're at 207 also. So we're at 203 and 207.
Yes. 166. Josh Lorenzen has it right. Here we go. Thank you,
right,
Josh.
but 203 and 207 are those are 6
Those are
rounders?
6 rounds.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I need.
We got 3 in round 6, 2 in round 7, 2 in round 5, with a grand total of how many is that? 4, 5, 6. How many?
Wait, see if I got this right. Bears day 3 picks. Round 5, 160.
We got 10
round
total
5,
picks in this
168. Round 6, 186. Round 6, 203. Round 6, 207. Round 7, 254. Round 7, 255.
Look at our guy Jackal producing from a distance.
Doing shit. Fucking Bratcher's at a retirement party for
From
our wide
a
receiver that we
distance.
drafted last night, but nobody got it.
Hey, we're coming out. Listen, I know our guy, both guys that we, how crazy is that, guys? Both guys, we literally said, I said Khalil, he gets picked in the trade. You guys go Thomas Booker, he gets picked right as the trade.
So we are not going to play the fucking guess
think
who
we
game
got
anymore.
this draft? Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up, guy. No more predicting if we're trading. Although we won't know if we're trading, so that jams us up.
So, George, in your 11,000 mock drafts, did you have anything close to this?
This is
no,
George's mock.
I did 42,758 variations, and this scenario did not come up.
You must have been at the top of your fucking class.
As a matter of fact, I was.
Exactly. Oh my God, the NFL draft is like nothing else. TTNL. We booted Ariel and his mom, and we continue to thrive. Day 3 of draft coverage, Shane, but what day is it of TTNL coverage,
This
of
is
live coverage?
Day 7.
Day 7. We've been live with you.
Consecutive days, and we are about, 21 hours of viewable coverage.
It is 2:22 in the afternoon. Our numbers just went 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. There's got to be a sign for that right there. I'm a big believer in numbers showing
Here's
things.
a sign for that.
I'm looking for Lacita Smith to be our next pick, and I'm putting that energy out there for those 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
So we're getting the obscure names are starting to come out now. So Broncos select Oklahoma safety Delarin Turner Yell.
Yes.
Which sounds like a country music band.
What does Cherie think of Tariq Woolen from the Roadrunners?
UTSA, yeah.
Out there? Is she out there?
No,
Jackal.
Cherie is going to be, I believe she said, not available until around 3. She is currently trying out the Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 to see if it's going to be good enough for patrons.
Is she shaving Ariel's mom's back?
No, not her back, her beard. Ariel's mother's beard.
I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Jackal better do some shit. Jackal better do some shit. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal don't do shit now. Jackal don't do shit.
And just like that, Tariq Woolen goes off the board. Cherie, I'm going to shut up.
Stop bringing names up.
I'm going to stop talking. Jackal's doing shit out there. He's keeping us posted. All of our producers from afar shouting out Ron G.
So the only time you're allowed to mention names is when the Packers are on the clock, and you got to say someone that's really bad.
I'm going to put that jinx out there. Definitely. Everybody's confused. But we got it right. Jackal gave you all the picks. This guy's moving down the draft. He he was transparent, Shane. He said, I'm going to play around here with the draft. I think you got to do that. And I think you got to go after it like this.
But at the same time, I mean, that's why I was hired. That's why our group is doing what we do, is to take what we have and construct the best roster we can and have the best draft we can. I do think, we will be in the business depending on where it is and what it looks like and moving back and trying to create more. So that's just what we've been handed, and we're going to maximize that.
There you go. Right there. Your GM is being Hey, guys, you understand I can't talk about it. Yeah, you understand. No, you can talk. We're going to be active in this draft. We're going to find football. Be confident. I like this Ryan Poles.
I love that Ryan Poles has done everything he said he was going to do. So, exactly. I mean, if he's done everything he said he's going to do, let's hope he sticks true on that to take back the North and never give it back.
Take back the North and never give it back. Listen, later today, we're going to have Herb Howard and Courtney Cronin joining us. We even might get a special guest appearance from another 1990s Chicago Bear veteran.
Maron.
Exactly. We might get someone else pop on here as we cover the NFL draft. I got such a nice text from patron Matt Byer, Shane. I don't know if he copied and pasted it to you as well.
My phone is full of
my phone is full. He wrote, "Hey man, I will be missing today's show. My grandkid's birthday's in Billings, Montana. Just want to personally thank you all at TTNL for your work and efforts. I appreciate this network more than you guys could ever know. It's just a great job this week of covering this draft. I know the time you guys put in away from your families is huge, and I truly appreciate that commitment. Big thank you to all of you, and especially your families, for allowing you to do what you do. Please pass this on to Shane and the rest of the TTNL family. Much love to you all." I mean, that's what this is about. This show, this network, and everything is to give you the best authentic and original coverage of the Chicago Bears, and do it in a fun way on the shows, and then in the film room sessions really allow the people and the analysis to shine in those things. And I'm excited about adding Eric Kramer to this network. And I know George is probably excited about Eric Kramer coming onto this network. I think if you're really loving and wanting to learn the game of football, you need to go sign up right now. The tapeneverlies.com. Do yourself the favor. It's fucking cheaper than what is this, Shane? A Mr. Misty float. It's cheaper than going to Starbucks with your wife, let alone yourself going there. So just get in there, please. And thank you, Adam Walters.
So, Weeder has just put out what I think is an interesting tweet, which is be interesting for our viewers to listen to. Currently on the Bears, out of the 6th or 7th round, and let's hope that this continues. Khalil Herbert, Daz Newsome, Thomas Graham Jr., Kyrus Tonga, Latavius Simmons, Duke Shelley, and DeAndre Houston Carson. All picked in the 6th or 7th round. It's all still with the Bears, and all are still contributors.
Thank you, Bill Wagner. Truth, you guys have been monsters of content this week. I'm so happy.
All right, I think I have the complete banner updated at the bottom. My eyes are crossed, but there's names, there's players, there's upcoming draft picks. And if Ryan Poles makes me change this one more fucking time, I swear to God.
So the Chicago Bears, no, I'm joking. Jaguars just took Snoop Connor.
Snoop.
Ole Miss.
Snoop. Don Diz, what up? I'm going to start. If you guys have any questions as we go.
Another trade. The Eagles trade back from 154 with the Jets for picks 188 and 198. So
it looks like
trades
154. It looks like the Jaguars just picked.
Yeah, that's that Snoop Connor just mentioned.
Oh, maybe
that's at 154. Is it the Jaguars that
Yeah, that's
traded
who they
up?
trade. Yeah, that was a trade
Oh,
with the Eagles. Yeah.
Oh, because you said
the-
Jets.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why I'm like
the J,
Jets?
you know, 4 letters.
I got you.
Get the
My
fuck
bad.
off my back, Phil.
Cowboys have just taken Matt Willetsko.
Oh, there you go.
How do you feel about him, George? That's been a name that I know a lot of Bears fans have talked about potentially adding to the offensive line at some point. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but have any thoughts on him?
Athletic, he stops his feet too often and gets top heavy. Gets out over his feet and off balance. He's got super length and good athleticism. If he learns to keep his ass down, his shoulders up, and keep his hands active, he could be a good tackle. But like I say, my concerns are, and again, it's fixable. But what they're doing is they get an athletic guy at tackle that they're going to coach up. They're not going to have to depend upon. So that's
There
what I
he
think they're going
is.
to do with
There he is.
Yeah. JDDS, what up?
What up? What up? What up? Good afternoon, George. Good afternoon, boys. How we doing?
Good. I'm gonna let you guys talk because I'm gonna actually do what I didn't do last night. I'm not gonna hold it all night. I'm gonna go.
You're gonna take a poop.
I'm gonna take it. No, a number
do a
one.
jackal? You got to do a jackal.
So, Jackal, what are your, we have all these open roster spots, and our guy is wheeling and dealing. We went into Thursday night with 21 open spots. We've filled 3, so we're down to 18 that are available. Tuesday is we can start signing some veteran free agents. It won't affect the comp formula.
I think the extra picks, you're now looking at running back being on the draft chart.
Oh,
you're looking at a backup QB being on that draft
7
board.
positions still.
Yeah, you're looking at interior offensive line, 1 if not 2 guys. You're looking at least 1 wide receiver. You're probably looking at another safety or corner or hybrid. Linebacker as well as a potential. So I mean, that would do if you did 1 at each. That would be all your picks.
So George, before we come up, because we're good until what is our next pick here? I got to look at the
168.
168. So I'm going to throw up some questions here, George.
Yeah, sure. 166 we're up at, and then 168.
And then 168. You're right, George.
Right here, Steve Shinogle. What do you think of Braxton Jones, offensive tackle from Southern Utah?
Haven't watched a lot of tape, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
So I mean, that's not one I would want to sort of kid people on and say that I've dug into him deep.
There's a lot of Smoke Monday questions based just on name, but speak on his talent.
No, he's a hell of a safety, and you talk about a tone setter and a guy that you could bring up as that uncounted man in the box, the nickel backer as we call it. He's definitely the guy that's going to come up and hit people, and he's athletic as well. So it's not just a hitter; he's a guy that actually can cover. Not really going to take the ball away as much as he's going to try and take people's heads away, but I like him as a safety. He's very
Jack,
very
real quick, throw some questions up there for George. I got to take this phone call.
Okay. Oh, sure. So George, like you just said, we have 7 picks left, right? In this draft so far. I could see Poles definitely even making another trade or 2. We could end up with 10 position or 10 spots that we fill. So that would leave, and doing the math that Shane said, we've drafted 3. If we drafted 10 more guys, that puts us at 13? 5 more unrestricted free agents is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget. I mean, when you're up to initially, you're going to be at 90, aren't you, on the roster? But they can take guys. They can take guys in the UDFA that aren't actually physically signed to a contract. They're on a day-to-day contract that are tryout players. So they'll come in for like the practice days, and you might get 1 or 2, and then you get people waived and things like that. So it's a possibility that you're going to pick some people up at that. I mean, there's going to be a lot
Kyle
of people
Phillips?
coming.
I'm going to put some names up here and let me know what your thoughts are.
Carl Phillips out of UCLA. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you talk about the Patriots, what they like in the slot, that sort of very quick in and out breaks, very sudden away from the line, very difficult to press, that sort of Julian Edelman type. He's definitely very much that. Sometimes overdoes it on the moves, as in, he'll use 5 moves when he probably only needs to use 1. But he's definitely someone that's he's very good hands catcher, very solid with the ball in this. In terms of suddenness, he's not going to run away from people in long speed, but very, very quick in terms of acceleration. So he gets his separation that way rather than running away from people. It's change of direction, which is what gets him his wins.
Now, with respects to the whole 5 moves instead of 1, that's something you could coach out of a guy like that, right? I mean, it's basically trying to get back to the basics and do more is less in a sense. I mean, do you believe with the right coaching staff and the way wide receivers coach, you could change that?
Yeah, it's just something.
I'm ready to eat. I'm going to come right up.
I'm just going to mute Shane's mic and while they're away. It's something where you basically talk about efficiency in terms of, when you're getting, the only time you really need to use a move off the line, as in the first 2-3 steps, is when you're in press or when you want to adjust the leverage. So in other words, if they're definitely an outside shade and you want to adjust that, you might use an outside move to start off with to get their hips flipped. And then, or you might even go, hard step inside to get them to chase you, then you go back outside them.
Gotcha.
So it's about understanding the leverage you're against and sort of less is more sometimes, but it's about working the leverage. If you have to do a second move to get the leverage you want on the DB for your route, understanding what the coverage is in terms of the wider coverage, that's when you might start using other moves.
Okay. Just working harder instead of smarter. I mean, smarter instead of harder, obviously, and taking advantage of those moves in your arsenal and utilizing those instead of putting it all together in one. You could actually, like you said, design it.
It's the whole thing about wide receiver is understanding the leverage you've got in terms of what the technique that the DB is playing against you, but also understanding what the coverage as a whole is, because that's going to dictate where your route is going to sit within that coverage. Yeah. So you're going to know pretty much based upon, good wide receivers are going to know within the first 2-3 steps what the coverage is that they're facing, and knowing what the routes are. If you know what your other guys' routes are, you know whether you're going to probably be a primary look, whether you're going to be a hot read, whether you're not going to be a looks, but you're going to have to sell the route anyway to keep like a safety honest, or you might start looking at the safety to get him to sort of cheat at your eyes. So there's lots of things you can do away from the ball, which is what Darnell Mooney does so well. Is it's not just his work when he's a main route; it's his work when he knows he's not a route, but he still keeps people honest by using leverage against them, and also using little tricks like staring directly at the safety, making him think you're coming over the middle when you're not, and leaving that bit more room in the seam. So good wide receivers do that, and it's definitely something you can coach to guys. But Kyle Phillips, like I say, you want a guy that's going to be sudden, very difficult to press because it's just difficult to get your hands on him. He's small and he's very, very quick. So that's what you have to like about him.
All right, nice.
Zion McCollum is gone to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bears, if you're just checking in, I see some of you are. They have traded and picked up all these picks down here at the bottom.
Made a trade
of the screen.
Seahawks have taken Tyreek Smith.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Defensive end out of Ohio State.
Yeah, more solid than spectacular. Yeah. I think you'd class him as, but I mean, again, you want a guy that can set an edge. He's your man.
I love what Poles is doing. I just can't get over, starting with the 6, we're up to 10. Who knows? We could end up with 12.
There's still a lot of value as well. So
yeah, exactly.
I get it. I understand it. There's some names that I still find very interesting that they're still there. It's surprising.
What about a 3 tech? Is there anyone that you two would definitely look for Poles to target right here?
Well, Meach is the guy that immediately stands out for me. Demetrius Taylor
from App State. Yeah, that's George did a great job. We broke down with him on our patron side. Obviously, he unselfishly was going over there playing the defensive end position for their team, but really is better off, especially if you're scouting him, he's better off playing the 3 technique, but he's not ranked high. Kid from Missouri State is a 3 tech that I like. Eric Johnson.
Okay.
This kid about 6'4", 290 something.
Just needs to work on his pad level, just keeping his pad level low. That's the only thing. So at times he gets a little bit high.
Yeah.
Mr. Khan here likes Haskell from
Haskell Garrett's more of a one tech than he's a three.
He could play three, but yeah.
Jordan Jackson
from the Air Force.
Yeah.
Jordan Jackson. Yeah, but you have to worry about his commitment to the services, and you have to. Are they going to allow him to be able to participate? That kind of pick is always concerning because then there's a 2-year military service commitment that you don't get to see this football player. So that's kind of where Jordan Jackson.
He got drafted by Indy.
Did he?
Yeah.
Jordan Jackson did?
Yeah, that's what Tony, Mr. Moy.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see him drafted. I hope I didn't get him drafted again
defensive tackle. Another defensive tackle's just gone. Yes,
Eric Johnson, and he just got picked.
Yeah, Eric Johnson went to Colts. Yeah. Eric Johnson went to Colts, and Tito Ogbonnia out of UCLA has just gone to the Chargers.
Oh my God!
I was working in my basement.
Looks like there's a run, but Thomas Booker, I find that absolutely stunning that he's still there.
You guys are.
I'm talking about the Eric Johnson from the Missouri Valley Conference.
Eric Johnson got drafted by Indy. Okay, you just said that, George, right?
Is it Eric Johnson?
Yeah, he just got drafted by the Colts.
Okay.
From Missouri
Mr. Khan likes him. Jordan Jackson's dad's a football coach.
Texans have taken Thomas Booker. I was mistaken. Texans have taken him. So he's gone. So that's out of date then. So let's refresh that.
You're right, Mr. Toy.
William Custer wants Jeremy Salyer. I can't believe every time I say a name, they're getting picked.
Stop it.
Stop doing it.
I was working in my basement listening while I was doing it. And you guys would say a name and then it'd pop up on my phone. I'm like, you fucking assholes. Knock it off, man. Like, it's killing me.
You got to break down. I mean, there's no video highlights to show. So we got to talk stuff. And there's nowhere else to go. So.
No, I know. It was just tough. You know what I mean? It's like we love these dudes, and you talk about them.
Exactly. If I stop talking, what are we going to do? There's no show.
Well, Mitch is my dude, and he's still there.
Sorry.
I didn't talk about Otito Ogbonnia from UCLA. So
yeah, he's a big body.
Let's talk about the punter. There is a guy I'm afraid to bring up that I think can be a sleeper offensive line pick. Should I not bring him up, Jackal, so he doesn't get picked?
You're allowed to refer to him as Lefetus.
Yes, if you do that, we're good. I think that is a much better way to approach this. Well played, George.
He's still out there.
Yeah.
And he's a fit for the scheme, so it would make a lot of sense.
You guys taught me that.
There's also, I don't know if he went. You can tell me, George, if Butler went from Tennessee, the 3-tech from Tennessee. Did he go?
I'm just going to have a look.
Matthew Butler.
Did
he go?
I'm just looking now. No, Butler's still there.
So there you go. Matthew Butler's a 3-technique that I had a good grade on.
Chikosium went about half an hour ago, if not longer.
Matthew Butler will be the next pick now. That would bug me out. It's offensive tackles, George.
Matt Butler is just gone. No, I'm joking.
I would just stop for the rest of the day. I'm not saying another potential name. I'll just say positions. Braxton Jones from Southern Utah as an offensive tackle.
The Penn State kid's still there as well. You want to talk about athletic offensive tackles for a wide zone scheme? Rashid Walker would fit that. Vidarian Lowe would fit that. Stuber actually ran that in Michigan, so he's still available. So there's a lot of good tackles.
Yeah, there are some tackles.
At 150.
Kellen Deach, whatever his.
Deich, yeah.
Deich,
Arizona, I'm not a fan.
No,
He's
okay.
on the ground way too much.
They have Justin Ross listed as the top number 20 in remaining prospects right now.
I mean,
we got plenty of that. We got an arsenal of picks. You never know.
What a slam dunk pick that would be here to gamble and bet with what you're saying, a slew of picks behind you.
DeMarco Jackson's just gone. DeMarco Jackson is a new Saint.
Oh, the Saints took the middle linebacker from App State.
Yeah,
that's a good fit. That's a good fit for them as well in terms of Yeah, they lost Anzalone, didn't they, to the Lions a year and a bit back, but he would definitely fit their scheme in terms of fast, aggressive linebacker who can cover.
They have the former Jet. What's his name? Middle linebacker there with the Saints. He used to be with the Jets. What was his name?
Are you talking Pierre Louis?
No. The middle linebacker. Oh my God, I can't. So you pair him up with him inside, you got a good set of linebackers that the Saints now have. Demario David. Best player available, George.
Let's have a look.
Jojo Doman.
No, that would not be it.
That's what one of the big boards has right here. Kingsley Bear. Josh Jobe. Rasheed Walker.
Josh Jobe, not for me.
Verone McKinley.
Probably Jamari Salyer is the highest rated that I have anyway.
Let me see the NFL big board here.
The big board.
Yes, sir.
The Denver Broncos are on the clock now as we push closer to the Chicago Bears pick. What are we? 3 picks away at 166.
Here we go.
Right? Yes, we are.
It's a beautiful thing.
2. Nope, we're at 1. The pick is in for the Broncos. The Titans are on the clock. DeMarco Jackson was a good pick for them there, George, to your point.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, good dude as well. I mean, it's just very pleased for him. Very, very smart linebacker as well. I mean, that came across in the interview that we did with him.
What do you think of Tyler Algier from BYU going to the Falcons? That was a weird pick for me.
Well, I mean, they need depth there, don't they? So but I mean, again, it's not even Deontay. What's his name?
The kid from USC.
He's still available. I mean, I've got him as a much better running back. Tyler Bailey's still available. I like him. Zaquandre White out of South Carolina. I like him. Jerry Neely had a miss. And you got
is Isaiah
Weston
still out there too? From Northern Iowa, the receiver.
Oh, Isaiah Watson, yeah. Let's have a quick look.
Weston,
yeah. He's Weston, yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's still available.
That's a good football player there.
I like him. And I mean, the fact that he had absolutely nothing throwing to him held him back significantly. But
Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma.
It's gone.
No.
What do I think? Again, short-armed. He's on the ground a lot. He's grabby. I had a look at him, and I didn't get more than a game in. I started looking at him. I was just like, the guy is just on the ground way too much for me. Doesn't seem that strong at the point of attack. He's aggressive, but doesn't stay on his feet. It doesn't look like a outside zone guy to me.
Zonovan Knight. That's a running back. I'm trying to think.
There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of depth of running back. Linebacker is starting to get thin. in terms of depth there.
Any receivers that we
Bo Melton.
How about the kid Kevin Austin from Notre Dame? I brought him up.
Well, you still got Teray and Naylor, correct? Or did they go off when I was gone?
They're still there.
Naylor's still there. Kevin Austin's still there. Jalen Naylor's still there. Bo Melton's still there. Dontario Drummond's still there. Justin Ross, Isaiah Weston, Carl Phillips, Samari Torre, Ty Fryfogle, Jareth Stearns, all are still available. No, Isaiah Weston's still available.
There you go. That kid from Notre Dame.
Broncos took Montrell Washington.
The Titans selected that?
Kyle Phillips.
Yeah, Carl Phillips gone to Titans just now.
We could just talk about him. George gave a nice breakdown.
Kyle Phillips, the slot.
Yeah. Good pick.
Did Gray go?
Danny Gray. He was the last pick last night.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we're at 166, right? Next up for the Bears?
Yes, sir.
What pick are we on right now?
There.
We are 163. That's 164 is on the clock here.
Here we go.
The Raiders are on the clock. We're 2 away. Will the Raiders come in and swoop in and take my guy that I won't say?
George, 10-8. Is it 10-8 over there?
It is.
Oh, nice.
I'll stay on for the 6th, and then I'll dip out.
No, I was curious because when I first started watching you today, it was bright outside, and it's just slowly gotten darker. It's just,
yeah, it is.
Nice.
So an interesting pick that the Vikings got earlier, that is very similar to the guy they got on the other side, Cam Dantzler or Caleb Evans. He's a guy that we liked. He's a press man corner more than a zone corner.
We took him in a couple of our mocks, I believe. Did we not?
I think we did, yeah.
I'm looking at the fetus better not go.
Don't do it.
Yeah,
for fuck's sake, Phil. Just stop saying.
Do you not know what we're doing here?
The fetus.
Just say somebody else.
There we go.
Man, are these?
Oh, that's it. Lasitas is gone.
Is there?
No, I'm joking.
Man, are the bots out hot and heavy today in this chat?
Oh,
Jesus.
Jesus. Goodbye. Isn't that the same one as previous? They just made another account.
They're like a bad rash. Ariel's mom saying.
It's all because that one day Phil clicked on that link, and next thing you know, we get these freaking bots.
Listen,
people are Phil jinxed it.
I hope not. I didn't mean to. I can't help myself.
Raging Oracle likes Weston.
The trade. The Raiders have traded to the Rams, and the Rams will come up and.
You know who the Rams need? I'm calling my shot right here. They need a punter. I'm dead serious.
Urban Meyer's getting another job. Breaking news.
Really?
He's negotiating with back to Fox Sports.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Finger Guns will be terrorizing interns all over the place.
George, can you write that down and let us know tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I may even join the chat later and do it there. Breaking news.
Hopefully the Rams take punter.
I do. That's my call, man. I'm putting it out there. Punk God is going to be heading to
Punk
LA.
God. Punk God.
Punter 3 in this draft, by the way.
Are there any quarterbacks you guys like left?
Well, the guy that visited with the Bears is Chris Oladokan out of South Dakota State. He's a quarterback that has visited with the Bears, so that's a possibility. But I don't know whether that's like a UDFA guy.
Well, they could possibly.
You talk about a guy who's like a lesser collegian Justin Fields clone. It would be him.
If Punt God goes here, have we ever seen 3 punters go?
No,
I don't think so. Not in the draft.
I've never seen that. I think we saw 2 punters go once. Todd Sauerbrunn. Wasn't he our second round pick?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Second round.
Second
39th
round
overall.
pick. Second round pick. 39th.
We drafted Pat O'Donnell in the 6th round. Bill Emery did. And he's a Packer.
Jeepers.
Did we just get a Jeepers out of Jackal? I haven't heard
Yes.
that since 1984.
I use neat and Jeepers at the house every once in a while.
So how did you
3
audition
kids.
How did you go for the Scooby Doo stage play?
It went pretty well. I'm waiting to hear back for a second read, but I'm hoping. I nailed all my marks.
A scrappy.
Yes, sir.
The Rams select Notre Dame running back Kyron Williams.
Ooh,
look at
Decent pick for them.
Yeah,
I was just going to mention
that's the second running back that they're taking as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kerry Franklin. That is a Dave Wanstead special.
Dave Wanstead. Dave Wanstead. Yoink, Scoop. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got an ankle. Remember him?
Not even for 2 Scooby snacks.
All right, so are we?
Justin Ross or Jamari Salyer.
The Bears are officially on the clock at
Minnesota picked
and 168.
Here we go.
Sean Hammond
is Minnesota picked.
Yes.
Who did they take?
We do not know yet.
The pick is in. It's just sitting there.
Lafidis. I'm kidding.
Don't give me that shit.
Come on.
Please.
You were joking, Shane.
Yes, it was. Not about Ariel's mom, but about that pick.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
By the way, Ariel tried to ask for access to TTNL All Access unless somebody was joking and made up a fake thing, but we took care of that.
Probably.
Too.
The Vikings pick is.
So we just. Zoinks.
Jeez. There's a dramatic pause.
You can tell we're at day 3.
I thought they were going to do it.
And some of the names that are coming off are like, what?
It's like Shane this morning. Cannon got up at 5:15. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Little son.
Oh, this is Claudio the Barber.
Let's go hang out and watch.
So Dan Weeder says 3 hours into day 3. And the Chicago Bears have entered the chat. They are on the clock at 166, but we still don't have the Ram or the
Vikings.
Minnesota Vikings pick. Come on. It's like Twitter is slow.
They're very slow at announcing these picks because I think they have to play a goddamn song, bring out a band to fucking announce their. Just make the fucking pick.
Yeah,
sounds like TTNL coverage. Got it.
Long
Music
enough.
for 6 hours.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The boys have soccer today, Phil?
The Vikings select Sezi Otomewu. That sounds like a tribute to Gilbert Gottfried. Omewu.
It says it Otomewu.
I'm sure he could have taken those 2 pussies in the corner last year, beat the shit out of them.
I love it.
All right, the Bears.
We are officially on the clock here.
I can't believe how sweary your dad's been today. It's been quite amazing, actually.
Fired up.
Phil, could you hear me? This is your dad speaking.
All right, so let's play this game while the Bears are on the clock.
Yes.
Is it going to be a known quantity, or is Ryan Poles going to Is this going to be a
name?
What
we
the
don't
fuck?
know.
We do not know. George, what do you think?
I think it will be one of the players that we have had in for a visit, and I think it will be a name that we know.
Lauren Cox is.
For fuck's sake, the Bears have just traded again.
Oh my God!
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I am serious. Bears traded 166. They've picked up the 174th and 226.
You got to change that fucking banner again. Jack will get the word. I don't want to do it.
Holy shit, dude!
They have traded again.
Can we
Tell me if
fire
you've
this
heard
fucking
this
Polls
before.
guy already?
Ryan
God.
Poles gets all of the fucking picks.
I said, man,
Tell me
George,
if
like
you
we're gonna
want
end up
to.
with 12 picks. Here we
He
are.
wants the entire 7th round.
Dan
Jesus
Weeder
Christ.
just picked up the microwave at Hallis Hall, threw it through the window.
Holy
The Bears
shit!
have drafted more picks.
Medusa with the quote of the day. This pussy's scared to pick.
That's right. Hey, this is part of the game. The junkies out there. 800.
Are you guys interested? Could we potentially trade one of these low-end picks for a backup quarterback, maybe to Pittsburgh for Mitch Trubisky?
Oh my god!
In that?
Would you part with one of these very late picks that we've picked up for Kadarius Toney, take a flyer?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good question.
I 100% would. I wouldn't.
How about this, Shane? Take one of these late picks, even better, and take a shot at Jacksonville and get our guy over there.
All right, there we go.
Oh, kid from Colorado.
Yes. What's
his
his
name?
Laviska Shenault. We trade one of these picks for Shenault.
You updated that, Jackal. Look at you, kid.
Look at Jackal.
That's it. We're firing Bratcher. All we need is Jackal.
I told you. Love you, Bratcher. AB.
I would love a Shenault trade.
Hey, don't rule it out. Poles is moving and is shaking. I
would have no problem with either.
So Bengals traded up for Tyson Anderson out of Toledo. So that's a physical safety for them.
Would any of you guys have an issue with flipping a pick? I mean, obviously there's massive questions around Kadarius Toney and not only on the football field, but his mindset off of it. They've made the comments that they are not moving him. They made those comments last night, but you see they go after Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah.
Would you guys be against flipping a 6th to New York?
No, because it's a 1st round pick, legitimate.
Yeah.
First or second round pick.
3 of them.
You got no guarantee that these guys are going to be on the roster anyway after 2 years. So
he has a little bit of a heady guy.
A lot of bit of a heady, yeah.
But that's where you do these things. That's where you roll the dice.
The good news is we have a mentor for him on the team in Eddie Jackson. I mean, they would be able to hang out at garages at 4:00 in the morning on the cars. That would be legit.
Funny thing is, George was going to hang on for the 6th round. It might be
Brad Biggs reporting with only 3 to 4 more moves. The Chicago Bears will own the entire 7th round.
That's true. And he stole my line because I was about to say.
So what are we at now? 168, 174, yeah. 186, 203, 207, 226.
So we're back up.
Yeah.
254
Cowboys
and 255. Yeah, that's right.
Bears are on the clock again. Will they trade? To trade or not to trade?
Chicago Bears are reporting via Twitter, we're back, we think. They got to give it credit. They finally sent out a good tweet.
There's a good tweet. There's a good tweet.
Cowboys select Darren Bland.
That is a very bland pick.
Yeah, blab, the dad joke.
But,
I love it. Yeah, 4 kids.
That was like grape nuts right there. Grape nuts.
These nuts.
And we have a trade again with Ryan Paul. No.
Gonna say.
Let's take a swing here for
what day is
Who do you like? Somebody.
I want Lafitas or Ross right here.
Okay, I'd like Ross.
I can deal with Bo Melton as well. That kind of high-end athlete there.
Salia or Lasitas.
Okay, and the smartest man.
Offensive line.
They are going to take Ross Samori Toure.
Are they?
I guess that's my guess.
I thought you had the pick.
No, you asked me the pick.
I thought you were
trying to tell you. They're going to take Ross.
They are going to. You threw me off.
The Bears. Ryan Poles has now made 4 trades.
Listen,
Ryan Pace's head is exploding down in Atlanta and saying this is bullshit.
Could you see the kid from Michigan State here?
Naylor. Yep.
Yes, Naylor.
Not over the other guys that are still available at wide receiver.
Chicago Bears now have 8 day 3 picks.
It's crazy.
8.
Wow. They have 11 picks in total now, right?
Here I thought I was going to be able to make dinner, make the boss happy.
Exactly.
I got the grill started up, and that shit's just going to be sitting there when she gets home. So I may be not on draft mom in the morning. I'm kidding.
And what time would that be for
Bears are on the
people that
clock.
are listening? For the 938 of you, draft mob tomorrow that would like to be patrons.
That's going to be
if you're
later in the afternoon, Shane.
No. I know.
Gonna get some all 22 tape of a new breakdowns, and we'll have more to come on Jaquan Brisker and most of the other picks that we got. In fact, if we can do all of them, we'll do all of them.
Yeah, the first two guys definitely are going to have their own shows, and then we will mix and match from there. I mean, with all these picks we're going to have, we may take you guys right up to game 1 of the 2022 season. Draft mob.
A show a week.
So friend of
weeks.
Okay, so there's a minute on the clock, and we have not hit it out yet. So this may be going down.
Here we go, George.
Player.
Let's go.
The network business just said that the Bears have just secured a sponsorship with Greyhound Bus Company to go and pick up their 7th round picks.
I can't do it. I thought I could get it. I tried.
Is it going to be Lafitas?
Lafitas.
Or the pick is in.
Come on, Lafitas. Let's go. Let's go, Poles. Give it to me. One time.
Will we take it?
Who we got?
Give me Lafitas or give me Birth.
The pick is in. Who is it?
The Chicago Bears pick quarterback Justin Fields. I'm kidding. That was last year.
Braxton Jones, offensive tackle, Southern Utah.
I just brought him
our
up.
guy brought that up. That was one of the starred comments that we talked about.
There you
Correct.
go. We got an offensive tackle from Southern Utah. Offensive tackle from Southern Utah. And I just brought this kid up.
What's his last name?
Jones.
Super athletic, a 4.97 40-yard dash, 108-inch broad jump, 4.84 20-yard shuttle, 6'5", 310, 35-inch, 35 and 3/8-inch arms, 10 and a quarter inch hands.
Yeah.
6'5".
Ideal role, according to Draft Network, is left tackle.
There you go. You can never have enough offensive linemen. He wasn't the guy I was hoping for, but you're looking at this guy as an offensive tackle and big time upside, big size.
So we have another one coming right up, correct? In like what, 5-6 picks?
What did he's listed at 6'5"?
Shane, I've just sent you something.
Okay, Draft Network has him at 6'7", 310.
That's
official.
what I have.
Yeah.
6'7".
Combine says 6'5", so does Raz.
Okay, so 6'5".
I've just sent you it in WhatsApp, Shane.
Okay, yep.
Listen, you understand the high-end upside pick of this kid.
Yeah.
You're looking at.
So this is Dane Brugler just talking about our guy live. Jones needs improved timing, technique, and anchor before he is ready for NFL reps, but his movement skills and length are outstanding foundational traits.
All Big Sky first team selection last year. He was an FCS All-American, and he was the Associated Press FCS first team All-American selection. So he's getting FCS awards here. And you could see this kid's a big, mean dude. He's Clark Kent, Shane. He wears glasses in his picture, but in the games, he's wearing some dreads and some anger on his face. We'll be breaking his tape down.
Yeah, he was offensive lineman number 23 at the combine. So how they have their numbers, he was number 23. If anybody goes back to watch the workouts, number 23 is Braxton Jones.
He's got good feet. So I'm just having a quick look offline. He's got good feet.
Well, listen.
Nice pass. A little bit catchy and grabby with his hands, but that can be worked on. Get them inside.
Ryan Poles and company on ESPN. There he is.
You can see he's athletic.
Here we go. They're showing him on ESPN. Braxton Jones highlights 6'5" and a quarter. So we're all off. He's got that quarter that I have. Playing the left tackle. You could see, like George is saying, the good. Look at him cut off block here. I'm
Yeah,
probably
this is the type.
behind.
This is the type I was just looking at.
It's definitely a giant in the FCS. You could see the size of this guy.
You know who he looks like right there?
Big Steve Edwards.
It looks like Ryan Poles right there.
He does.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Uh-oh.
Braxton Jones.
Here comes our quarterback. To see somebody popping in.
Hey,
Cherie. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Cherie.
TTNL first round draft pick.
Our first round pick.
Oh, really?
You have to play your music.
Oh boy.
Listen, as we say hello to Cherie, I'll say this about the new tackle. When you're looking in the 5th round, you're trying to see high upside. You're seeing the tenacity and good feet. Those things, and you get these guys in camp. Who better, Shane, than Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham to pick their first offensive lineman here in the 5th round? They get this high upside small school kid who looks like Clark Kent to me. Looks like he could possibly be something here. Covers, he's smooth. I like the smooth fluidity of him.
Yeah,
I lost everybody.
No, all good. Packers just took a running back.
Did they? They traded up?
Fuck them.
Or is my TV's way behind?
There's offensive line guru Brandon Thorne, who is very close with Olin. Southern Utah left tackle Braxton Jones is a very intriguing prospect. He has him listed at 6'7", 310 with prototypical length. Uses his hands really well, can generate impressive control on blocks, and consistently looks to finish all blocks. Definitely things to clean up, beginning with his stance and footwork out of his stance, finding his spot against different alignments, and protecting his inside shoulder against the long arm that were on his tape too. But the tools are all there to really improve. And that's what this round is all about.
Listen, you got to start with good traits. As George said, feet, size, he's checking those boxes. There's athleticism, he's checking that box. Obviously, he's got to work on some things in his game. But you bring those kind of projects into your training camp that have that one line that Shane said, finishes blocks. That is where you want your offensive tackles to be.
The anti-2021 Chicago Bears offensive line.
Exactly.
Minus Tevin Jenkins. And
I haven't watched much tape, obviously, of this guy. If maybe 5 plays.
We're two picks away now, by the way. The Broncos trade up and they took Wattenberg. Is a central thing.
All right. Are we playing this game again? Nobody picked
offensive line time. Again, go again. He said he was going to do it. I mean, here's our chance.
Yeah, I would go. I'm definitely interested. I mean, the wideouts are still.
I think they're going to take another offensive lineman here. Yeah. That's my gut.
An interior guy, or do you think they're going tackle again?
They're going to go guard, and a guy that we all know.
Yeah,
the fetus
or Sawyer,
I'd be happy with either.
One of those two.
Is Burford still available? I'm out of the loop, so I'm trying to catch up, guys.
Is who?
Cherie in the house.
Burford. Spencer Burford, the UT, my alma mater guy. I'm biased.
All right. Nothing wrong with that.
Cool. Kennedy's throwing Jalen Naylor into the mix here.
Wouldn't hate it.
Is your guy still available, you said?
I'm looking.
What's his name?
Burford, Burford.
What position is he?
I saw him.
He's a guard.
The guard.
I think he can be a guard or a
Spencer Burford, you're talking
yeah.
about? 6'5", 295.
Burford.
I don't see him. He may have already gone.
Kane, did you get my text?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I sent you his Raz.
Yeah, I got it. George
cool.
sent it to me already.
Oh,
yeah,
nice. Perfect.
8.44. Yep. Put it up there.
That's another Raz score.
I think he's already gone, unless he's a center.
He can be. He's listed. He can be
49ers select corner Sam Womack. So with that, the Giants are on the clock, and
your guy's already gone.
Yeah.
Burford is gone.
Cherie, would you be against the Bears flipping this pick for Blake Bortles?
He'd love it. I thought that was a Bortles.
Hey, Phil is always preaching competition. Bring Bortles in and make it a real QB competition.
So we have another trade here.
With who? Chicago?
The Bears.
Well, the Giants are on the clock.
I just got an update from the Bears. So
they're updating late. That's the trade we made to the Bengals.
The Bengals. Yeah. Just popped up. I'm like, they traded again?
Hey, Phil, speaking to your point about doesn't matter where you're drafted, there's more undrafted free agents in the Hall of Fame than number 1 overall picks, number 2 overall picks, number 3 overall picks, number 4 overall picks, etc. It's you're right. Poles has he has an arsenal to go get the guys he wants because he thinks he's, and I think it just speaks to your point. There's talent in this draft. There's plenty of picks available. We have the picks to get the guys, and I think Poles is doing it right. I'm really excited, man. We got like the next 2 hours is like the foundational pieces for hopefully for Poles' roster moving forward.
This fits right in line to how he has built the offensive line so far to this point.
Bears are on the clock.
Yes.
With guys that are try hard, lower end draft and UDFA guys, and so this is this guy fits that mold. So did we get the Giants pick?
No, the pick's in though. The Giants select Marcus McKethan, UNC
tackle.
Bears are on the clock at pick 174 here now.
Yeah, for a little while till he bounces.
And the Bears have traded again. Now we have my guy that's there. And I'm going to say his name, Lecitus Smith.
Phil, who would you take between Lecitus and Sawyer? You're still Lecitus.
Yeah.
Because he's more athletic.
Yep.
And he fits the philosophy of that offense. He's also a guy that finishes. Now, if you're looking at receivers, you got Melton and Ross that I think would be home run picks as well.
Weston Samori Toure are both there as well. It looks like he's going for like really athletic dudes, so I think that's pointing to where he's going next is something that's a high Raz type guy. Silent, dead edge.
We did. We did go silent. I was looking at the text that I was receiving. Look at that. Our guy is sending. I do have some Southern Utah tape.
Excellent. Nice. Let's come on, let's see it.
Well, here it is. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. Will they pick?
Yes.
Or will they trade?
Yes. I'm hoping to pick because I've promised I'm coming off at the end of the 6th round when the Bears pick that.
Yeah, I'm taking the kids to dinner and a movie tonight.
Disney? Oh, dinner.
Man.
You gonna see Bad Guys?
You got it. Conrad's been dying to see. He couldn't wait to see it. So we're finally they've been taking it easy this afternoon. Gonna go. I got. I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Jackal better do some shit. He's doing some shit today. He is doing some shit. The Bears are rolling this clock.
48 seconds left.
You would think this is another trade, Shane, because why are they taking so long? Oh, it's in. The pick is in. The pick is in. The pick is in. The Chicago Bears with the 174th pick. Oh, I dropped my phone. What is that going to mean?
The Giants took a guard.
Who did the Giants take?
Yeah.
Oh. So now the Chicago Bears. I'm saying guard here.
I think wide receiver or running back potentially.
Be great if we took one of the two.
Jackal wants a wide receiver.
I want Justin Ross.
There you go.
I don't know where he falls.
Breathe it into existence.
I think he's going to be undrafted, If he's lasted this late, I can't see him being drafted.
Damn, that mean that medical is that bad?
Yeah, Waldman talked about it last night, guys.
Yeah.
That he has talked to. It's kind of expected at this point that it's going to be a team is going to take a flyer on him as the UDFA. Well, like I said,
you didn't want him to hit that negotiation.
That very well be. I mean, we have how many picks left? 7.
Yeah. So right here,
Bucks draft Zion McCollum, like you said.
He's gone.
Yeah. He had a 10.00 RAS score.
Yeah, unicorn numbers.
McCollum?
Yeah.
He was a great athlete, or is a great athlete.
Most athletic cornerback in the past 35 years, it says.
The pick is in, and
no,
it's
I mean
never
not announced. I mean,
I know.
Wow.
You have to take that.
It's got to be someone obscure, then, isn't it?
They can't spell it.
Trying how to figure out how to spell his name.
You're trying to put the name on the jersey.
Unbelievable.
The Bears select defensive end Dominique Robertson.
Dominique Robertson, defensive end, edge.
And that is a kick in the dick.
From Miami, Ohio.
Yeah, he's
6'5", 256. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, he's the top-rated guy on the NFL board as well, currently in terms of their rankings. But very good first step. Active hands. Apart from that, I haven't got much. He's quick. He's more of a speed guy than he's a strength. So let's have a quick look.
Oh shit!
Dominique from Miami, Ohio.
Yeah.
Dominique. Listen, right now they're looking at guys. They like this pick. Second best player on the board, according to the NFL Network.
Still the 5th round, right?
Still the 5th round, yep.
Yeah.
Where we
Dominique
got Darnell
Robertson.
Mooney. Don't forget.
Got Darnell Mooney here.
Boy, this dude looks like Javon Curse, man. In this one picture I'm looking
Remember,
at.
he was the kid with the shoe that fell off.
George, how long are his arms?
Combine.
Ridiculously long.
Shit. This motherfucker can tie his shoes without bending over. I'm not even.
We talked about measurables, Shane. In taking a high RAS guy, his RAS is 9.73.
4.7240.
41-inch vertical from a 200.
Shit.
From you talk about get off from a 253-pound player.
Jesus.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. 4.7
121 inch jump. Broad jump. Ran a 4.7 at 253 pounds. He's 6'5".
That vert is ridiculous.
That's an explosive vertical. I remember him
This is from
falling
Tony,
out of his shoe.
This is
at
from
the
Tony
combine.
Pauline on Dominique Robinson. This is a bet on traits edge. That's the mantra nowadays with Robinson. Still plenty to learn, but he emanates upside on the field. The offseason has his stock soaring, but does he profile on the field? What can he become?
Well, he played 4-3 end.
Yep.
And he's got good length, and he gets his pad
On the
level
kick
as well.
block team is exactly where you put him right there in B gap. Let him run and get his high.
He's on Bruce Feldman's 2021 freaks list. Tantalizing upside. Robinson, at the time, he reportedly beefed up to 256 pounds and logged a 4.62 40, 34 inch vertical, 4.31 pro agility. He was also documented to bench 350 pounds. The tools are in there in spades with Robinson.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Just how high is his ceiling projection? What does this all? What does he need to get there? That's what we will find out.
Here he is on ESPN if you're streaming, which I am.
I'm watching the ABC broadcast. Let me go to ESPN.
That's the same one. They're owned by the same company.
Lady and gentlemen, you guys have a great afternoon.
Jackal,
all right.
thank you, sir.
Jackal.
You guys are doing a fucking phenomenal job. Keep it up. George, it's always a pleasure. Cherie, finally, you've graced everyone with your presence. Almost 1,000 of you get to see her. So keep her, in good company. All right.
Yeah, we got one of these guys back in the chat. Champion Sip, thinking they know. That's not how we work here, Champion. So do your thing, bro. But it's not how we work here at all.
We're just reading what was written about.
Yeah, I've got a dip as well, guys.
There you go.
All right, George and Jackal leaving the show.
Bye, George.
Bye.
George, real quick, the Bears just fired Matt Nagy, in case you did not know.
I hear there's a rumor Ryan Pace might go as well.
Yes, that is.
We'll see you tomorrow, George. Breaking down our latest draft picks. We'll be breaking down all of the draft picks with the tape because it never lies. Dominique Robinson, Miami of Ohio freak.
Eric Edholm, guy that Phil, you know what I know and got to get on here with us. Huge fan of this pick for the Bears.
Listen, you get a guy that has those kind of tools, those freak tools, and you put him on the edge. You already have a fucking bender in Robert Quinn. You're seeing the upside of Trevis Gibson. Here's a guy that has these freak talents. Listen,
I got to bounce for a couple minutes, and I got a 11-month-old lunatic undrafted free agent upstairs. I got to go.
No worries. You get those freak athletes, you get to a position of possibilities. Who better to teach a guy with those freakish talents than a Robert Quinn? Robert Quinn, Trevis Gibson, now you get them together. You got the kid Muhammad that they signed from the Colts. And now all of a sudden you've got all of these picks that you're trying to create competition, Cherie, and you're trying to get people to get on board with your philosophy and your system. When you find a freakish talent like 41, I don't think you understand at 256 pounds what a 41-inch vert is like. I mean, that's explosiveness. And then to run a 4.6, he ran a 4.7 at the combine. I remember him going through the drills, and they were comparing him to the freak out of Florida, who I forgot his name. And he fell out of his shoe. And
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't remember the name, but I remember the story.
What was the freak out of Florida?
I like that. It seems like Pose is really getting guys for Eberflus. Like I do like that.
Yes,
It
thank
seems like
you,
they're
Kat.
working together. It's not that
Javon Curse. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay.
I was trying to remember their name, but go ahead. I'm sorry. They were
But
just
no, that's what I'm saying. I like that with this draft. It may not be. Of course, I was disappointed that we didn't go offense early on. But I do like that. It seems that they're in sync with Pose is in sync with what Eberflus wants. So I'm excited to see what Eberflus can build with what we're getting.
This kid, when you have a guy that's played receiver, that's played quarterback, that is a freak, then you're in this situation where you have acquired all these picks and you're trying to build through the draft, as you say. At a certain point, with all these trade downs, there's going to be those beat writers that are negative and want to get home and go to their kids and are tired of this. But for me, it's a showcase that a GM and a coach, to your point, are on the same page and they want certain shots at uncovering talent. And what better way than starting with those foundational things? So you look at the tackle they took from Southern Utah, those traits are there. Those are the athletic traits. You look at this Dominique Rodgers, you're going to see those dynamic traits. And what the GM said was, we're going to focus on finding players that fit our culture of what we want to build here. And right now, in all George and Shane showing you these RAS scores, all of these guys are in the upper 8s and 9s, pushing 10. So you're seeing toughness, you're seeing size and length, as well as those freakish talents athletically. And when you watch Dominic Robinson, you are blown away by his ability. And when, because the combine was on at night this year in prime time, which I think it was dumb, but I just remember him because he fell out of his shoe. I think it was an Adidas or something shoe. And I remember him going through the drills, and Javon Curse was the comparison. If you get a guy in the 5th round, remember Mark Anderson from Alabama was picked in the 5th round. You can find pass rushers, find people. But again, you guys that are negative, I'm not trying to swing positive. I'm not trying to blow smoke. I'm just trying to show and try to understand that until these guys are on the field, throughout my history of learning, there has never been a award for winning the draft. And in fact, I took a picture. I'm going to try to find it on my phone when Shane comes back, of the 2019 or 18 draft. I think it's the Trubisky draft, that draft, whatever that is. I took a picture of their top guys, and all of them are out. They're gone in the league. So all the time. And then you look at the 6th round, and a lot of those guys are in the league. So this is where you got to get to the point of understanding that when you're turning around and you're giving everybody a shot and there's performance over politics, this is where you take a shot at athletic freaks that find their footing on the next level when it's an open competition to fit into a new philosophy. So that means, say somebody that like Mario Edwards. I like Mario Edwards, but he doesn't come into camp and buy into what it is that they're doing. And this kid is full of life and full of energy, like a young Alan Bratcher. Then the other guy, Mario Edwards, is going to get going. And you're going to build around Dominique Robinson going forward because he's buying into what it is you're doing. A buddy of mine just texted, he had a 4th round grade on this freak. 4th round grade.
In the 5th.
And you got him in the 5th. So listen, nobody on this network will take his tape and break down the good and the bad. But we ain't gonna play. Let's manipulate this and blow smoke. That's just not what we do. All we can go on is what.
Yeah, if you're saying that, you obviously have not watched anything that we do here.
Exactly. But Shane, I texted you guys, you and Ryan Cox, that picture. I'm gonna try to find it and put it up just to look at where those guys were all ranked back then. Remember, I took a shot of it from a draft guide.
Oh, yeah. Well, classic case, Phil, is last year at this time, Sam Howell was expected to be the number 1 overall pick. He went in round 5 to Washington.
Exactly. Hold on.
All right, so the Cowboys take John Ridgeway, the defensive tackle from Arkansas. Rolling along here. Green Bay is now on the clock at pick 179. So we're rolling along.
So they went big offensive tackle.
We're still almost 900 deep on live.
Big defensive end. Dominique Robinson. Imagine the clay that you get with that kind of guy.
Yeah, and I mean they have another
Darnell Mooney, 5th round pick.
Yeah, they have another traits guy that's, Charles Snowden was a guy that you were excited about bringing in. I think he's got to bulk up a little bit, obviously, but he's still on the roster. But hey, guys, this is there's no way around it. This isn't.
That's a
they can say reload. This, if you don't want to use the word rebuild, this is a makeover. If you want to say that
extreme makeover, the Swan.
An extreme makeover. But so that was pick 186 or 174. The Bears have a pick coming up at 186. That's what it is. So we're about 6 picks away because the Packers are on the clock. Warrior in the trenches. That's the Bears talking about Braxton Jones. That's going to be interesting, Phil. I'm going to be interested to see you and George and your dad especially dive in on Braxton Jones, because this is one of those guys. And I mean, Ryan Poles definitely has a profile for offensive linemen. He might be one of these guys that wants the guys that are willing to work, the guys that are because everybody that he's brought in has been a UDFA lower end draft pick. Has fought the good fight.
Point.
Yeah.
And here they are acquiring more of those types. So it won't shock me to see another offensive lineman taken next, where our friend of the show, Brock Hoffman, could fit that. Well, he might not fit the athletic traits. He might not fit the athletic, because it seems like they're picking some athletic trait, those RAS scores that you were talking about, Shane. Feels like that's where they're going here.
So out of the RAS scores, the athletic traits. So out of 1,503 defensive ends drafted since 1987 to present day, his RAS score ranks him number 40 overall out of 1,503.
Wow.
That is pretty crazy. 1,000.
Braxton Jones, drafted with pick 168, RAS score 8.44 out of 10. Out of 1,218 offensive tackles drafted from 1987 to present day, Braxton Jones would rank at number 191 out of 1,218 in terms of RAS score.
Our tape guy has just texted me. Dominique Robinson freak tape is available for TTNL.
Love it.
Prediction.
It's going to be a fun one. I
That's
mean,
gonna
obviously
be
there's going to be a lot of good and bad there, but as you said, Phil, perfect way to put it. You get down here, and you're drafting off of traits. You're drafting off of upside. You're not looking for high floor guys. You're looking at a guy with maybe a little bit lower floor, but if you look at this dude, the upside, I wouldn't even say that it's high. I'd say it's off the fucking charts, quite honestly.
Oh my God. I don't think that I didn't catch that one dude's name that was trying to project that. We're not hyping anything. I'm just telling you what a freak looks like is this kid. And Dominique Robinson at 6'5", 253 pounds, vertical jumping. If you don't know what that is, standing with 1 foot down and you're only allowed to tap an opposite foot.
What?
Can't take a double tap. You have to explode as high as you can, reaching up into the air, as Cool Kennedy said, the block team. So to reach up at 6'5", 253, a vert of 41 inches high, that is an NBA. Michael Jordan had a crazy vert, right? At 44 or something.
There he is right there.
This kid.
Look at those arms, the length of those arms. That's right there. That's what I was talking about. That is Javon Curse like in
gone.
Did he go out to the
Buffalo
Bills?
Buffalo Bills.
NFL draft time. He called that earlier.
There it is. Punk God. Well,
we do not call him Punt God here at TTNL Network. We call him punter number 3 in the 2022 NFL draft.
3 punters taken in this draft, Shane. Who would have thought?
But of all teams, that Buffalo Bills team, I will give them credit because that team is fucking stacked with explosive firepower on both sides. So if there's a team that can afford to go with a prospect at punter, it's this team.
Oh man, I wish we could. Are we allowed to put his 40 run up there or no? We can't.
I wouldn't, unfortunately.
I'm just watching Dominic Rogers run a 40, 1.67 split, and a 4.78. He just looks so fluid. Fluidity and size. You can move him to you can move him to tight end, run him down the seam.
He's a former wide receiver. For real.
And he played quarterback too.
Yeah.
That kind of history in football that's a good thing. It's a good thing. The Eagles are on the clock now. Fuck them. So what do we have coming up here?
The Bears are 186.
I took the.
So we're at 181. So we're five away.
5 picks away. 186.
Oh, Bratchard coming in late, letting us know that a punter was just drafted. Thank you, Bratchard. You're not at 1252 anymore, dumbass. Keep getting correct.
Bratcher's at a party, right? A retirement party. Probably checking his phone.
He'd be at his fucking fired party. Keeps this late news up.
Oh, man. We're going to break down Dominique Rogers on the patron side. Become a patron, tapeneverlies.com. We are going to be busy breaking down these players over the next few weeks. Tomorrow we'll be focused only on we'll talk a lot about the draft and how it went, but we're going to focus solely on our first selection, the corner out of Washington.
So Robinson is an older prospect, 23 years old. Switched to receiver as a freshman in 2017 and was moved to defensive end as a senior in 2020.
Wow. That was the other thing about...
He arrived to Miami as a quarterback, switched to receiver as a freshman in 2017.
See, he's got like a history of moving around. He's one of those guys that coach has to find a place for this guy because he's so talented. So he might not have been the best quarterback or receiver. So why not put him at edge rusher? And he continued to grow into his body. Those types of athletes that are maturing in the game of football, once they find their footing here.
Yeah, so somebody had a good question, who is left on the freak list. I'm actually just bringing that up now. Jeffrey Gunter, Tyler Harrell, wide receiver from Louisville, Tanner Connor, Idaho State, Travis Jones, Phil's guy, was on there, Cam Jurgens was on there, Derek Young, the Lenore Ryan wide receiver, who's a guy that we've talked about a little bit, Mike Martinez, Master Teague, the Ohio State running back.
Wow, he's on the freaks list, huh?
Yeah, Marcelino McCrary Ball, Indiana defensive back. Kevin Harris, Georgia Tech defensive end. Xavion Furcron, Southern Illinois offensive guard. I would keep that in mind potentially. I know a team that needs a guard. Christian Harris, Devon Kane, Texas A&M running back. Falele, Malik Willis. Josh Taylor, Wayne State defensive lineman. This is a long-ass list. There's a lot of freaks out there, I guess. Julius Welshoff, the defensive end from Michigan. Jaquez Ezzard from Sam Houston State. Zion Gilbert, defensive back. Darrell Baker. Kyler Gordon, Washington. Anybody heard of that guy? Tyrus Wheat, linebacker, Mississippi State. Noah Daniels, TCU cornerback. Muhammad Diabate, Florida, linebacker. Isaiah Foskey, Notre Dame. Who cares? Levi Bell, Louisiana Tech, defensive tackle. Cameron Harris, the U. Just looking through, there's a lot of these guys are off the board. Atito Agbanya, UCLA defensive tackle.
He went to.
Yeah.
He already got picked.
But this just goes on and on and on. Dominique Robinson, high school quarterback in Ohio, spent first 3 years in the MAC playing wideout, had 27 catches for 452 yards and 4 touchdowns. Last year, Robinson moved to the D-line and had 9 tackles, 2.5 TFLs, 2 sacks in 3 games. He's grown to over 6'4", 256 pounds, 82.5-inch wingspan, 350-pound bench press, vert 34 inches, clocked in at a 4.6, 240.
They're taking a shot.
Number 76 on this list of athletic freaks, Jaquan Brisker, Penn State safety.
They're getting freaks.
Stone Smart, Old Dominion quarterback. Phil, who was the quarterback that you liked from the
Ivy League kid?
Yes.
Kid Perry from the Ivies. There's something about this kid that I feel like athletically, I would take a chance on him, seriously. Brown University, EJ Perry.
Darian Beavers off the board to the New York Giants. So now we move to pick 183, the New England Patriots. Bears are coming up at 186.
The kid, EJ Perry, Shane, played at BC, if you remember, and then he transferred to Brown University and played in 20 games over 2 seasons. He graduated and ranked number 2 on the school's all-time list for career offense. He's the second Brown player in program history to be invited to the NFL Combine. He was named Offensive MVP at the East-West Shrine game, going 13 for 18 for 241 yards and 3 tutties. And he rushed for 14 yards on 4 carries. He's an athletic kid. I wouldn't mind seeing the Bears take a shot on him, or a lot of people don't like him because of the injury, but Carson Strong is a guy that I like as a passer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, extremely functional passer. It's all been, he played through some injuries where the doctors told him that he should not, but it flies right in the face of the quarterback we were talking about last night that sat out the bowl game, kind of left his Pickett left his teammates high and dry. Carson Strong, he said, yes, I knew very likely it was going to hurt my draft stock because I was nowhere near 100%, but it meant more to me to be there for my teammates that are out there fighting that good fight. That's a guy I want on my team.
Shane, I don't know if you know this, but the Bears have a fullback on their roster.
Yes, I do. Kevin Harris, running back from South Carolina. The Patriots go with another running back.
Another running back.
Drafted 2. They went with Pierre Strong earlier.
Kevin Harris is like one of those like chuggers when he runs.
Yeah, he looks very similar to David Montgomery a little bit. You know, when he first came in, he had a little bit of that hitch. He evened it out, flattened it out a little bit. David Montgomery's a faster runner, but he had a little bit of that.
Built like his quads are huge, and his shoulder pads he looks like a little video game running back.
Yeah, he looks like a guy that should have been drafted in 2002 at the running back position.
Oh, he's an interesting kid too. The Patriots getting more running backs.
Yeah. Stock it up. So the Vikings are up. Pick 184, then Buffalo at 185, and then the Chicago Bears. Cherie, do you have anybody in mind that you'd like to see potentially?
Honestly, at this point, I want Lacita Smith.
There we go. I'm with you.
So you've been on the banging on the table with Phil since round 4.
Exactly.
I think we do this every draft.
I'm gonna bang on the table till I get this guy.
Yeah.
Hopefully the polls and Ian Cunningham TV that they keep below is, tuned into us. And they're like, okay, we're going to take him now. And I appreciate you, Jose Torres. What's up, Michael Williams?
Yeah, chat. Throw some names out there that you want to see.
I want to hear some of you guys. Yeah, Lafidus's RAS score isn't up to the other ones, but then they want football players.
What
I'm sure Justin Ross's RAS is
Brandon Harrington saying that the Patriots have no confidence in quarterbacks, so that's why I don't know if I buy that. They just took a dude in the first round that played pretty fucking well for him.
Minnesota selects
Vidarian Lowe, and that is a guy that was the Bears were absolutely involved with. Yeah, right there in the state of Illinois. I know Ryan Cox, I think he's in the chat room. Maybe you can put down a couple of comments on him. But the Bears were in on Kirby Joseph a little bit, the safety from Illinois, along with Vidarian Lowe. But they obviously like Braxton Jones just a little bit better. So the Buffalo Bills are up, and then
we are on the clock.
Yes, sir. Oh no, Richard Gordon saying we are on the clock because the Bills pick is in.
Pick
I
is
have
in.
not seen the Buffalo. Bears 5th round tackle Braxton Jones says after being drafted by the Bears, I am ready to compete for a role. I think I'll be able to come in and make a big impact immediately. Love the confidence.
Shane,
So the Bills go corner Christian Benford.
Benford.
At the Hula Bowl. I remember that dude.
Yes. Oh, my back. Jeremiah Atuchu still on the roster. I'd forgotten about him.
Yeah, Ryan Pace gave him a 2-year deal. He was injured last year.
The Bears,
are on the clock.
They're on the clock, guys.
Throw some names out there.
Let's give them some fucking names. Give them some names. I don't see. Get them going.
2 wide receivers that the Bears are tied to. We've talked about them multiple times. Samori Toure, Jalen Naylor are 2 guys that the Bears have talked about during this process and talked to.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
Yes, there is. Michael Lewis, Kevin Austin, or Naylor here. Kevin Austin or Naylor.
And according to the Bears blog, Braxton Jones, nobody should be excited about because in the highlights that he's watched, he's blocking guys that look like him. So that shows you right there when you have inside info. It doesn't mean that you know one fucking thing about football. So look at that tweet. Everybody go retweet it and give him a bravo because he just admitted he's got no fucking clue about anything football related. So
trying to be cute
because the guy looks like him
while he's belittling.
Believe me, none of those guys look like
he don't have a muscle mass. He can sit down with that.
Yeah.
It's just sad. It's just sad. That's the difference between analysis and assholes.
They look like him, but they're getting drafted into the NFL, and he's sitting on his couch tweeting about it. So
yeah, he's going to plays on weekends.
Say, Salyer has not gone yet.
No.
The only insider is the fact that somebody's from Hallis Hall is telling him what's going on. That's it. And that's really as far as his football acumen has ever taken him or anything.
Yeah, let's not give him the time of day on our air anymore.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
Is
it going to be someone we love or someone that we have
I'm
not?
going to be excited about this one, I think. That's just my guess.
That's your gut?
Yeah.
Let's see. Where are they going to go?
No inside knowledge.
I think Salyer and Lasita Smith, even Marquise Hayes would make a lot of people happy. Alan Batch, someone the fans will hate.
Man, these picks are coming in much slower.
Yeah, because they're still on Benford.
Yeah.
Villanova.
Man, this punt god is getting so much play on Twitter. It's nauseating. God damn.
It's a meme, Shane. It's a meme.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm waiting.
The Bears have selected offensive lineman Zach Thomas from San Diego State.
Thomas from San Diego State. So they're picking their guy. What's his RAS score? That's all I want to know.
Somebody run to that, and I'm looking for some stuff right here. Zach Thomas, 6'5", 308. Sufficient level athlete with regards to body control and agility. In the run game, he doesn't generate vertical movement and is more of a positional blocker. His ideal role at the NFL level is an interior player who brings positional versatility. Best scheme fit is a zone blocking scheme. Just going through here. football IQ. He plays the game with extremely good instincts and football IQ. He's played multiple positions up front. He also plays with good awareness to see twists inside.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend.
I can't either. Yeah, I
did not see Zach Thomas being selected here. Again, just baffled by that one. But we'll see. I give them the benefit of the doubt of what they've.
Yeah, Richard Gordon, 8.98 RAS, so it falls right in line with where they've been going.
It goes against how they're describing him.
Yeah.
But 8.98 on an offensive lineman is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive on that RAS. Thank you, Richard. But Shane's bio, who wrote that?
That's from Draft Network. I just happened to have it up.
Draft Network.
Yeah.
So Draft Network, they have him listed at guard or tackle?
Yeah, interior.
Interior offensive lineman. Here he is coming up on. They have him at tackle on ESPN.
Well, maybe the Bears announce him at tackle, maybe?
I don't know.
No, his position is listed as tackle.
Totally missed the highlights, apparently, because now they're going to the...
Dane Brugler on the pick. Thomas is a nimble mover with drive blocking skills, but he is a non-explosive player who lacks the recovery skills to salvage the play after a misstep. He is a potential reserve in a zone-based scheme.
Well... The pick was in. I wasn't expecting. I was hoping with Cherie it was going to be our guy. Cetus. Zachary Thomas, 6'5", 308 pounds. He's from Carlsbad High School in California. He's a California kid. His named first team All Mountain West selection by the league's coaches and media.
So here's his RAS compliments of Richard Gordon. Hand size 10.25, arm 3.875, height 6'4'7", weight 308, 21 reps, vertical of 22.5. So that's barely over the Sunday paper. Broad jump 8 feet 11 inches. 40-yard dash of 4.96, which is impressive for a guy that big. 20-yard split, 2.84, 10 split, 1.65, shuttle 4.65, 3-cone 7.4, with an overall RAS score of 8.98.
He did run a 4.97, as you pointed out.
Which,
at the combine at 6'5", 308. Did 21 bench reps. So I want to see him get that number up a little bit, but 21 is not the end of the world for me.
No.
Look who we got, Shane. We got a guy, and this is going to help break down some of the picks that have already happened here. We've seen a lot of trading. Let's bring our guy Herb Howard in. Herb, what's up?
What's going on, good people? How y'all feeling?
How are you? You're there at Hallis Hall. There's been a lot of trading going on.
Just trying to keep up with all of these different news stories and breaks, and they trade, and like, okay, then they're gonna pick here and they trade again. It makes a whole lot of sense. It's not like we weren't anticipating them trying to move down and acquire some more picks, but didn't know they were going to be doing this many. But it makes a lot of sense though.
You framed yourself perfectly behind you with
I got sweetness, got Papa Bear.
There you go. I mean, you understand how to do this right here. I'll tell you that. Herb. Great to see you. The fans now are perking up there. So far, obviously starting today, they've gained a lot of ammunition, if you will. They took a a lot of these players are coming in off of these RAS scores, these freak level athletes, and they finally take some offensive linemen here, 2 tackles, one might move to guard here, their last pick.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far and what they've done in day 3 here?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job in day 3. Most of all, most importantly, just acquiring picks. I think you get to this point in the draft and you're really just trying to draft traits, and you want as many bites at the apple as possible. Just kind of throw a lot of stuff at the wall and see what sticks, and maybe you'll find 1 or 2 contributors, in these back end rounds. And historically, the Bears have been successful in these later rounds. You talk about 4th, 5th, 6th round. They've been able to find some players there, and so certainly they hope to do that again. But I like the game plan of just trading down as much as you can, acquiring as many picks as you can, and getting, again, as many bites of that apple as possible to see, if you can take some of these guys who have the physical traits that you're drafting for. You talk about these offensive linemen, 6'5", 300, 310, long arms, and see if those kind of traits can translate into the pro level and see if they can become productive players for you. So far, I like what they've done in terms of the approach they've taken on day 3.
You're muted, Shane.
Jesus. You can tell it's day 3 here too. But Herb, when you look at last night, we've been preaching here on this network, talking about it, just trying to let Bears fans we're telling them not to be upset just because they wanted an offensive lineman or wide receiver at 39 and 48. Defense was going to 100% be in play. Totally understand that. Just from your perspective, were you a little surprised that they went secondary at 39 and 48 at all, or did you expect maybe that you would see maybe a 1 defender and just, you know what I mean, just both in the secondary? Are you a little surprised there? I know it is a need.
I guess it's a little surprising, but I kind of went into it with an open mind. I knew they had big needs at offensive line, wide receiver, and in the secondary. And so those are the 3 biggest needs, and some combination thereof is what they were going to attack. And I think the board just kind of fell in a way that they found the most value in the secondary at that point. I think maybe if it had gone different, then you would have saw them take an O lineman or receiver, but you had that run on those receivers in the first round, and then the value probably just wasn't there at O line at that point in the draft. So they decided to go with the defense. Not to mention, you got a defensive-minded head coach, and I think that Eberflus probably feels like the best way or the fastest way for them to become competitive is to solidify that defense. And I think they like what they can do up front in terms of rushing the pass with Robert Quinn. I think they like the development of Travis Gibson and what he could potentially bring to you this year. Obviously, they feel good about their linebacking core, and I think they just needed help on that back end. And so everybody that we talked to, from Ryan Poles to the scouts, they all said, that they had identified Kyler as somebody that they really, really wanted and never thought they'd have a chance to get at 39. And so I think that, as the board kind of continued to fall and he became more and more of a possibility for them, just from talking to them, I know, what else they're going to say after they've taken him, but it seemed like a bit of a no-brainer for them at that point in the draft. And so I think they were really, really happy to get him. And then you go and get a safety that can come down and play in the box. He can complement some of the things that Eddie Jackson can do. He does have some versatility to kind of play deep middle on the back end, but I think he'll mostly be effective, in that 12 to 15 yard range coming down the box. And so I think that they did some things that'll help them, especially I think both of those guys I think are really good fits for the cover 2. I think they like to keep the ball in front of them. If they can diagnose what's happening in front of them, come up, they're physical guys. And so I think they'll both fit in pretty well. I certainly understand, and I heard from a lot of different Bears fans last night too that they were really upset they didn't go offensive line or didn't go wide receiver and didn't get Justin Fields' help. And I just think that ultimately, in combination with how the board went, I think the Bears just kind of thought that solidifying that defense was probably the fastest way for them to be competitive this year.
Do you think that I'm a huge fan of Brisker, and do you think that his placement is a real good showcase? You saw the Eddie Jackson with Adrian Amos, somebody to be able to protect him with their physicality and with their football acumen, so Eddie can kind of freelance and be better schooled, and kind of like a message, if you will, to Eddie that we need you to tackle. And this kid is the kind of guy that you're going to build the foundation of what you're preaching that you want this culture to be. Reckless abandon on the football field. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's what he talked about. He talked about, that toughness, and then just kind of growing up that way in Pittsburgh and just being used to the physicality of the game and enjoying that aspect of the game and liking to come down and make those tackles. And I think that, for everything that Eddie Jackson potentially can bring, he's just never really been, a physical impact tackler. When he wants to, certainly he can come up and wrap up and make plays. But I think that's just, at this point, we just got to admit that that's not really who he is, and probably isn't going to be who he ever becomes. And so you kind of pair him with the guy who likes to do those things and come down in the box and shadow tight ends, can, get in those running backs. So I think that he's going to be a perfect complement to Eddie Jackson if he can come in, learn the system, and then allow his athletic ability to kind of take over as he learns on the job. So I think that was a really, really good pick. Big Ten guy, used to coming in and just playing that physical brand of football. And so I think that pick made a lot of sense for the Bears yesterday too.
Velus Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Herb, I mean, you talk about explosion plus, and I brought up last night, it's whenever I watch the Bears, I'm always texting Phil or talking to Phil, just even on coverage teams, the speed discrepancy team, or against whoever the Bears is playing, it always stands out. The Bears overall, they always preach team speed. They never have it. They're always the slowest team on the field. They'll have a couple of fast guys, but that's it. But I know a lot of people were fired up about his age. He's going to be 25 years old here in a couple of weeks, which is very rare for a guy drafted. But he's got a role. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and overblow the Debo comps that everybody's been throwing out there and stuff like that. But this is a kid that's going to come in at the very least and give you high-end production as a return man, and a guy that's going to have multiple roles on offense to do things. But speak on him a little bit and your thoughts when it came down. Were you a little bit surprised with who the player was when they announced it?
Well, I think first, the thing that jumps out to me obviously is the speed, right? And you look at his time and you see 4.31, and I think that's one thing. But a lot of guys can run that 4.3 and then doesn't necessarily transfer onto the field.
Evan White.
You see that exactly. You see his speed translate onto the football field. He plays as fast as he times, and I think that's really what's important when you talk about separating some of these fast guys from fast football players. And I think that he's shown that on the field. He can take a bubble screen, take it 80 yards to the house. He can split those safeties. He can eat up those angles, and you see that on his tape. He's also very, very good after contact. He's a solid dude. You know what I mean? He's got the frame to kind of break some of those tackles. And a lot of times when you're talking about those guys who run that kind of speed, you're talking about smaller guys, the Moonies, the Demir Birds, or even good ones like that. I think those are the type of guys that you tend to see. And this guy's a little bit more solid than that. And so I think that's going to give him the ability to not only break tackles after the catch, but again, like you referenced, his ability to contribute in the special teams as a returner. He's a guy who's talked about not being afraid to hit it up in there. And I think that, for all of his speed, he understands how to return it. He understands to how to get up in there first, then make the cut, and then allow your speed. Sometimes these speed guys just try to get to the edge first. He tries to hit it up in there first and then use his speed. So I think he understands how to be a returner as much as he has the physical attributes to be able to do it. So I think that he's going to be a guy who certainly adds that explosive element, not only to the Bears offense, but also immediately to the special teams. I thought that was a really, really good pick in the third round.
Herb, can you talk about Poles' transparency? The other day before the draft, he speaks about wanting to add extra picks to fill out this roster, develop that. How has that been for you covering them as you look at this young GM's first draft unfold here?
I think it's a bit of an adjustment, to be honest with you. You kind of are used to kind of trying to read through the lines and figure out, what's a smoke screen, what's a flat out lie. And he's kind of been transparent about what it is that they're trying to do. He did reference, there being some offensive line depth in this draft. And, you see him here today on day 3, picking up linemen later in the draft. And so while a lot of people were thinking that maybe that would be what they would kind of target in the second round, they kind of found some depth at the O-line position later in the draft. And so that I think that was another thing that we saw him kind of be transparent about. But I think he's been pretty clear about his plan in its entirety since he's gotten here, right? In terms of, wanting to build this thing through the draft, wanting to get younger. He's allowed those free agents to leave, and not everybody was happy to see guys like Akeem Hicks or Allen Robinson go, or Eddie Goldman get cut, certainly Khalil Mack get traded. But I think it's consistent with everything he's done since he's been here. And so some people were like, is he going to trade up into the first round on night 1? That would have been counterintuitive to everything he's done to leverage future picks. That would have been like, that's something that you do when you are one player away or you need a quarterback. And that's neither of those things the case for the Bears. They don't need a quarterback. They have their quarterback, and they certainly aren't only one player away from contending for a Super Bowl. They need picks. They need lots of them. They need lots of young players, and as they continue to turn this roster over. And so I think so far he's kind of done everything he said he was going to do. But I think as much as, you know, it's refreshing to hear him say or be transparent with us, I applaud him for being true to his own plan, right? Identifying what he wants to do and then sticking to that, even in the face of pressure where people saying, man, you need to trade up or you need to go get a receiver or offensive line help. He's been true to his own self. And I think that that's a really, really good sign of a young GM.
Herb, be honest, man. How's the food up there for the draft at Hallis Hall?
It's better than Soldier Field. It's better than that Soldier Field, man. At Soldier Field, the food is it's bad. We don't get fed too well there on game day, but they've been feeding us pretty well here this weekend, and so a lot of food up here. Some barbecue up here today. So yesterday there was Lou Malnati's. So far they've been feeding us pretty good this weekend.
So with the 813 picks that we have left here before this wraps up, what's Herb Howard's expectations? Are we going to see a running back potentially, another wide receiver? What do you think?
I guess I'd be surprised to see running back, but again, I think that at this point in the draft, you're mostly just drafting traits. And so if they find somebody that has those traits and they say, hey, maybe this guy could be worth taking a stab at. None of these guys are even guaranteed to make the roster. You just kind of want to see, you know, if you can draft a guy who has the physical traits, maybe some type of rare speed or some rare size speed combination, and then you put them out there on the field and see what they can do. And so, you know, I think that certainly they'll be mindful of areas of need. I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see them get some offensive line depth or even try to take another stab at wide receiver or any position really. But I think that, again, they'll just be kind of looking to draft some traits this late in the draft and just see if some of these guys can catch on this summer and see if they can turn into a guy that can develop and maybe become a contributor, if not this year for you, then going forward.
Is there anybody, Herb, that you have your eye on personally that you think as we wind down in this draft that would be somebody that you think these guys are drafting moving forward?
You know, there were a couple of receivers left on the board, but I've kind of slowly but surely watched them all go. The last one was the receiver from Michigan State. He just went
to Minnesota, Jalen Naylor.
Yeah, he just went to Minnesota, and he was a guy.
Samori Toure is another guy that the Bears have been connected to, and I know visited, but he's still he
did visit. Those are, you know, some of the guys that I thought had the production in college, you know, that can kind of say, well, this guy has done it at a high college level. And so I think that those are some guys that kind of had my eye on. But again, the ones that I was thinking about, I've kind of seen them go off of the board. And now you're kind of getting to this point. I think it's always interesting in the draft, though. You get these guys who are producers in college, but then they kind of fall down the board. And the interesting thing is that once you get later in the draft, like we were just saying a minute ago, you start to draft traits. And so these are the guys. Obviously, they don't have necessarily the traits because they have the traits and the level of production that they had. They would have gone earlier. And so it becomes kind of a bit of a catch-22. Like, well, I have the production, I don't have the traits. But the later you get in the draft, everybody's just drafting traits. And so you see these guys with this high level of production continue to fall. And I thought, you know, that would have been some opportunities for the Bears there in terms of looking at some of those receivers. But the ones that I truly was intrigued by are off the board. So I'm not really sure of any guys that really jump out at me right now at this point in the draft in terms of who they may be targeting.
Is there a way you could see them take, because they have so many picks? There's a guy in Justin Ross who out of Clemson that I thought was a first-round talent. We had a friend of the network from the rookie scouting portfolio, Matt Waldman, on talking about how Ross had to play with a problem in his neck, and he played through it, finally getting surgery, and obviously the medical is going to be important. But with all these picks, does that award your GM, your new GM, to kind of take a chance on somebody that's got this kind of complete athleticism and ability to be something special here in the later rounds.
Yeah, I think that certainly is an intriguing possibility. I think that once you've moved down and you've acquired so many picks, it kind of does afford you some flexibility to kind of take a stab on a guy that maybe you would not have taken a stab on before. I would say that, perhaps the first time GM is a little bit shell shocked behind what happened with Ogunjobi, and he's maybe like, I don't really want to go that route again this offseason. So I don't know that he would be as inclined to pull the trigger on such a medical red flag. We saw what happened with Nakobe Dean and how he just dropped down the board based off that shoulder injury. And so I think a lot of teams are just kind of staying away from those types of things if they already know that there's certainly a red flag medically. So I would be surprised if the Bears pull that, but certainly he has, that kind of natural ability. And, like you mentioned, if you're going to continue to acquire these picks late in the draft, if you're going to just be kind of throwing darts at the board anyway, you might as well throw one at a guy who has the physical ability, even if it's a pretty big risk medically.
No, are you a little bit? I mean, the Bears had 21 open slots before we started this. I mean, I guess none of us should be surprised. I was expecting
trying to
maybe
fill them all.
Yeah, exactly. I thought maybe we'd see some movement up top, maybe at least with one of 39 or 48, but then I think it was Dan Weeder reported, after 3 hours, the Bears are finally on the clock here on day 3. But I guess that, wouldn't you think that more so the reason for this movement is, you hear the quote unquote priority free agent, but they're like, all right, we're not losing our guys. We're just going to go out here and draft them, bring them in. Do you think that there's any potential, Herb, down here to potentially see a quarterback brought in? This is something that the Chicago Bears have talked about for years and years and years. It's obviously no threat to Simeon or to Justin Fields, but to me, when you have all these bullets in your chamber, especially right now, I see no downside in it. Good franchises do this, bring in guys that have something that they think maybe that they can unlock, and it's a projection for the future that maybe you can flip this guy for a future fourth in a year or two. Who knows? Would that be something that you would be interested in, or something that you think they could potentially do?
I tend to like that, philosophy more so when you have a more of a veteran quarterback already in place, right? I think that when you have a young quarterback who's still trying, this is going to be his first year in this system too. And Justin's going to need as many reps as possible just to get him up to speed. And then you're going to have Trevor Siemian trying to get whatever's left so that he can be ready to go in a moment's notice if he's called upon. And I think that bringing in another young guy to try and get him to learn this system, even with the hopes of just flipping him in a couple of years, I think may not be the best plan of action, just in terms of taking away some of those reps from the guys that you already have on the roster. Again, if this was an established guy who had been in the same system 8, 9, 10 years, then you can afford to kind of let some of those reps go to a younger guy as you develop him and maybe hope to flip him. I don't know that I would want to do that, considering that you have a second-year guy who's going to be learning his second system. I don't know that I would want to take any reps away from him, but I think that you're always going to have guys that are going to come in. And if you're going to, in terms of being camp arms and things like that, if you have somebody that you truly like, again, you have these extra picks, why not, throw a 7th rounder at it as opposed to trying to compete for them in terms of, free agent contract, undrafted free agent contracts. If you know you want them, go ahead and use one of those 7th round picks on them and bring them in. So I'm not opposed to it. I would be a little bit concerned about splitting too many reps at camp at this point in Justin's career.
Salyer, the guard from Georgia, is gone. And Richard Gordon, one of our super fans, 4.15 RAS score.
Now you know why.
Now you know why. Exactly. Because it seems like Ryan Poles is following these high trades. I mean, the kid, Dominique Robinson, I mean, you want to talk about a freak of an athlete.
Yeah.
And that kid is unbelievable. I know you're at there, and I don't want to keep you too long. So I just want to ask you one last question, if that's all right.
Sure.
And then, obviously rekindle this in a couple weeks when you have a chance to come back on the network and look back at the whole thing.
Yeah.
But Eberflus, has he been available to talk to you guys about some of these picks yet? Or has it just been polls coming out after the picks? Or he'll probably come out at the end, address that. Maybe Eberflus will come out. Have you spoken to Eberflus? And if you have, how has he been in regards to this draft?
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to speak to Coach Eberflus. We've talked to Ryan Poles at the end of the day yesterday. We'll talk to him again at the end of the day today. In between the picks, we've talked to the national scouts who are responsible for those particular regions. And so, we've talked to all the different scouts. They've come down and had press conferences
After each pick.
After each pick, they've had the different national scouts from whichever region the player came from come down and answer questions about what they liked and what the process was of getting to know that particular prospect and why they chose to go ahead and draft him. So we've talked to the scouts and we've talked to Poles. We have not talked to Eberflus.
It's going to be interesting to see how much Eberflus was involved in this, because let's be honest, it looks like they chose the best player available where they felt like they need to rebuild. And my father was on earlier in the show, and he's like, these guys were soft last year in the secondary. They didn't tackle well. And thus, now you're seeing a revamping, a rebuilding of that secondary, sending a message to everybody in that locker room that the competition begins not only with your track shoes, but with your tackling and coverage skills. I really, really, really appreciate your time. You're at Hallis Hall. Someone's like, is he at Walter Payton High School? I didn't know Walter Payton had a high school. Does he?
Yeah, there's Walter Payton High School for sure.
Oh my God. I didn't even know that. And I'm like, that is such something I learned new. Where is that? What town is that in? It's right in the
Chicago.
city. South Side. They should have 4 of those cities, or 4 of those high schools, or 34 of those high schools in the state.
I thought Peyton was on the north side. It's not. I don't know where it's at.
I thought it was over there on the low end.
No. I think it's on the north side.
Herb knows. Herb's still there, Cherie. You're in. No, I'm joking.
Yes, I'm removed from Chicago, but I go home all the time.
She is from Chicago.
That's what's up.
Well, listen, Herb, thank you so much. Where can people find you, follow you? Give this guy a follow here at Herb Howard 411. And where can we hear you?
You can follow me, like you said, there's my Twitter at Herb Howard 411. You can follow me at It's the Bigs as well. That's where you can see, my columns and some of my video content and things like that. So you can follow me at It's the Bigs as well on Twitter.
Awesome. Good stuff, man.
Good stuff. Thank you so much. You have one last thing you wanted to say, son?
No, I was going to say, appreciate y'all, man. It's always a pleasure to come on and hang out with y'all. So I appreciate it, man. I'm going to jump back into this media room and wait to, I don't know if they probably already talked to Dominique Robinson. He probably already had his virtual presser here a minute ago.
Hey,
but
do us a favor at the post-draft presser, Herb. When Larry Mayer gets that first fucking question, slap that mic out of his hand.
Yeah, I'll give my man Larry such a hard time. Everybody here does too, though.
Yeah, we're aware.
Somebody asked him last night, like, "Hey, Larry, what are you giving this draft, an A++ or A++++?"
Yeah, we were taking bets last night. What the first question was going to be. Yeah, Mr. Poles, are you happy with your draft picks?
Listen, Herb Howard needs to be more involved on this show. Just flying through these things, just killing it, Herb. I really appreciate your time, and thank you for stepping out, jumping on with us. And last night, I know you were hella busy. That's the thing. So we appreciate you coming on today and giving us some of your time, man.
Thanks, man.
My pleasure. Look forward to it. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk. Herb Howard. Follow him at Herb Howard 411. Nothing but love for him as he is at Hallis Hall.
Quick update, Phil, on your boy Lecitus. Smith, offensive guard from Virginia. RAS score 6.52.
This seems to be a pattern here. We need to reach out to Math Bomb and see if we can get him on. I know he wasn't a fan of Brian Urlacher, the first ballot Hall of Famer. Him and Shane were going back and forth.
That was a long
I got to admit,
yeah.
I'm on Shane's side there.
It wasn't that he wasn't a fan of the player. He just told me there was no way in hell he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
And I disagree. And history disagrees with him.
Guess what? I was right, motherfucker.
Yes, Herb is the man. I really like
Oh, yeah.
Herb. It's just to run out here, jump on, get a little scenarios of what's going on there. Don't want to take too much of his time. Also, Courtney Cronin will be jumping on the show. She doesn't know what time because now you have 400 more picks.
Yeah.
And 927 of you smash the like button at the same time. Let's see if we could do it together on a clap. Ready? Smash that like button.
Wow, so this is interesting. The Eagles just took tight end Grant Calcaterra, 2017 through 2019, the Oklahoma tight end. November 2019, he retired from football because of concussions.
And they're bringing him out of retirement?
Well, then he went. Let me rewind that a little bit. They had quite the graphic up there.
I remember this kid at Oklahoma.
So he retired in November of 2019. August 2020, he accepted a job as a California EMT. He decided to return to football before his first day of work. On January 2021, he committed to SMU and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Filled out, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
He used to look very thin, like he was a slot thin receiver. Then he filled out.
It's funny when you got to go get those real jobs, you quickly say, fuck it, and I'm going to go back to playing football. He did it before day one of his real job.
He went out there, went to work those 8-hour days, and then probably got forced overtime, especially as an EMT. He was like, fuck this. I'm going back to catch some footballs. Yeah. Now, that is a crazy story that now he's been drafted into the NFL. Speaking of drafted into the NFL, let's get our guy, former Chicago Bear. Someone guessed it right. I think it was Jeff Burton. Former Chicago Bear cornerback, number 32, but number 1 in your heart, Lemuel Stinson. There he is. What's the patented laugh? How you doing, Lemuel?
How you doing? How y'all doing out there?
Everybody's here. We're enjoying the draft. How's the weather in Texas?
We're about 80, 90, somewhere up and down.
Must be nice. It was 43 this morning. It's warmed up to 60 something, but
we woke up. We can wake up and get in the pool.
Yeah, right.
Saying, how that little man doing, man?
Doing good, man. We went Wednesday and got every 90 days we have to head back to the kids cancer center, and he's got to do a 90-day scan, they call it, make sure that everything's all clear, and we got the thumbs up again on Wednesday. So we go back in about 3 more months and do it all over again. But he's excited. He made his travel basketball team, so he's doing everything that an 11-year-old kid should be doing right now. His hair's grown back in, and like I said, he's taking full advantage of being a kid and not being sick. So we're loving it.
Well, you know, my hair is growing too, so tell them that my hair is growing too. I've been bald since 1988, so my son said, "You can't grow no hair, Dad." And I'm like, "Yeah, I can." So let me try it. So it's coming in. I'm getting it nice and tight. It's nice and tight.
Nice.
What?
Lemuel, how's your shoulder doing? We saw the TTNL family saw you banged up. You're feeling better?
It's getting better. It's tender. I can still move on it a little bit. I can raise it up a little bit. You know, I can go up, but you know, it's not like I wanted. It's not natural, but it's getting to the point where it's doing okay. All them hits, you know, hitting them shoulders, Corey and those big bags, Herschel Walker. So, you know, hey, you know, you had to hit him at that time. You was small, I was small, but it's coming. It's doing its toll now. The surgery went okay. Just trying to make it through the time. That's about it.
Well, that's why we wanted to get you on here, give an update on you, but also talk about the first 2 picks of this draft as Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy are gone. the new Ryan and Matt come in and they identified the secondary. That's your bread and butter to fix. What are your thoughts first with the corner out of Washington?
Well, I mean, he's a good kid. I think that he can play and cover, and then he's gonna come down and hit and tackle too. Both of those guys are guys that look like the old David Tate, Mark Carrier type of guys. Marcus Paul would come down and hit you and cover you.
There you
go. Being the corners, we had to tackle and we had to make plays. So during that time, we always, you had guys that cover, you had guys that tackle. We were guys that had to do both. Mike Dicker, that's what he wanted. And that's what I think that Chicago's got back to. So it's excited me. I mean, the kid from the safety, I mean, he's coming down and bringing that hat. Last year we were so timid and soft and guys didn't want to play. And then you got these big money guys in there, but they're not making no big money plays. So it's time. And you had backups that was guys that were, didn't make a lot of money, so they couldn't jump in and do what they need to do. Back then, Mike Dicker didn't care if you was a first rounder or second rounder. If a third or fifth rounder come in and is playing better than you, he's going to step on the field. And that's what we didn't have in Chicago. And I think with the new GM and head coach, I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to put those guys in there who can play. If you're making that money, you better own up to it.
Lemuel, if you were able to sit down with Kyler Gordon, being that he's a 22-year-old rookie, knowing what you know now, the Lemuel Stinson in 2022, not so much the football advice, but stepping into the city of Chicago as a second-round draft pick, what do you think would be your number one advice would be to him kind of off the field as he transitions to the bright lights in the big city and that number 39 overall check that he's going to have in his pocket? What would be your advice to him?
I would say embrace the city, because Chicago is just a loving city of their players. They if you're going to come and you're going to play in Chicago, they're going to love you. And you got to go out there and you got to treat them and give them the best that you can give them at all times. And just accept whatever, because they're going to tell you one thing I love about Chicago fans. They tell you the truth. They don't lie to you. They don't sit back and say, "Oh, you're doing a great job." No, if you're playing like shit, they're going to let you know you're playing like shit. If you're playing good, if you're playing good, they're going to let you know you're playing good. And what I loved in Chicago is that they love me in Chicago to play and do the things that I did. And they want that confidence in a defensive player to go out there and do the job. Richard Dent was the greatest player, one of the greatest players out there on defense, and Otis Wilson and Mike Singletary. Those guys had confidence. Yes. So keep the confidence, stay cocky, stay strong, and don't back down to anything when you're out there on the field, and then have the fans back. As the fans always got the players back, but if you got the fans back and letting them know, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna participate and do this when I'm out there for you guys, then you understand, you'll love it. They'll love it, and you'll love them, and you'll take over the city, and the city will love you.
Real quick, Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
We're gonna get this pick with you, Lemuel. Obviously, Shane, your boy, you and Barlissimo, Keontae Ingram.
Yep,
that's gone.
Big fan. That's a great pick. That's a great pick for the Cardinals. That was very, very underrated. Yeah.
Listen,
the draft is always tough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Receiver Shane, Samori Toure,
still
from Nebraska. There's a kid, I don't know if he's still available, from Texas Tech. Eric Ezuknama. Do you know him?
No, I don't know him.
The 6'2", 220 pounds wide receiver out of Texas Tech, number 13. He's a big receiver there out of Texas Tech.
He's gone.
He has been drafted. Yeah. Look at that.
Red Raider.
I was trying to throw you one Red Raider. One Red Raider.
Yeah, you get somebody today. Back then, we was a defensive back drafting school, so they got some receivers now. So
was Trey Turner taken, Shane, from Virginia Tech?
I think so. Yep.
He was.
Yeah.
I didn't see him go off the board. For God's sake.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Last pick, the Bears took a big offensive tackle that I think they're going to move inside.
Yeah.
And everybody texting me loves his tape. And our guy has made sure to me that I know that the tape is in the TTNL box for us to be breaking down
myself. Yeah.
And that's how I know they're doing a good job of drafting right now.
Real quick, Lemuel, the Bears have made their selection, and the Bears have went running back.
Running back?
Treston Ebner.
Treston Ebner. I
have nothing on.
I have
Treston
zero
Ebner
on him, but I've heard his name before mentioned by somebody saying he's
Baylor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the kid.
Baylor Bears.
Yep.
Mike Singletary.
205. Change of pace back.
Yeah.
Perfect fit for an outside zone. Big play ability every time he touches the ball, and that's what he looks like when he gets the handoff consistently. Skip to the hole that may bring a 5 to 10 yard gain in search of the big time play. Zone stretch. Ebner will often stretch the play too far because he's reluctant to turn and run upfield, and eventually runs out of the field, forcing him to have to turn and run up the sideline. Tariq Cohen. Ebner's quick twitch athlete that can make quick jump cuts from hole to hole.
Is it Abram Smith or Ebner?
Ebner.
Treston
Ebner.
Oh, Treston
Ebner.
Okay. Treston Ebner. I don't even have him on my list.
But that's how how they picking. They doing some things that people that probably hadn't seen in a long time. But they drafting DBs and drafting guys up early, and then they got a guard. A tackle that they may move to guard, and now they pick the running back up. So they doing the things that they need to do. I really like the way this guy's going in and getting picking his draft picks and walking in, because the last time. When we were there, it was 13 rookies. They may have kept, and I think now that they'll probably, there's going to be a lot more rookies they keep this year, because some of those guys do need to be off the team. Secondary wise, I do know that for a fact. The nervous part of the game that they play. You can't play nervous in Chicago. You can't play scared. You got to go and you got to have, like I say, the confidence to go out there and stop them. And I think Phil, we talked earlier about how Lovie Smith is drafting over here in Houston. They're doing the same exact thing.
Yes.
They drafting DB. They getting solid. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with the Chicago Bears this year.
This kid also, Shane, ran a 4.40 at 206 pounds.
And return ability.
And you're looking at one scout. This kid just sent me a quote from a scout. He's a value back in the drafts for me because he could do so many things that it helps open up roster spot for another legitimate talent and not just a specialist. So here you're getting another guy in the competition that has that 4.4 speed. If he can return kicks, catch the ball out of the backfield, and offer you that scheme versatility, obviously Luke Getsy involved in this pick right here.
Yeah, I think he'll be good. He'll be good. Mainly a kick return or somebody. Bring a little Dennis Gentry back into the mix.
Exactly. Put him in. Maybe be a Swiss Army knife. Yeah. Centino sharing 7.37 RAS score. And the RAS score has been the chart, it seems, for polls and Eberflus. And RAS stands, I can't remember until Shane gets back. It has it's an acronym. And what it is this guy came up with a scoring system showing the combined statistical number grading system for short shuttle, 40, hand size, vertical jump, all of these getting a score. And it shows, thank you, the relative athletic score. And in the history, it's been one of the only analytical, stat-wise thing that, and this guy, we want to bring him on the show, Math Bomb, came up with this equation, and it shows a relative pattern where a lot of these athletes or super athletes, it's not 100% work every time, but it shows a better pattern of why these stats, why these registered scores are able to find, NFL quality starting. That's really what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Is finding quality possible starters. It's a roll of the dice if you're going to get the next Terrell Terrell Davis rather in the 6th round that becomes a Hall of Famer. That's a roll of the dice at the casino with $7 million down on the table.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen, but it can. Go ahead.
And day 3 full of the Tom Brady's, full of the guys that went in the 6th round, such as myself, and guys that
you went in the 6th round.
I think we were day 2, but those guys are guys that you can look at and say, hey, this guy could possibly make the team, or he may not make the team, or something like that. So they give an opportunity, and they get a chance to go out there and do it. And he'll probably do a good job. I mean, like I say, in Chicago, there's hope for anything to do whatever, because everybody's job's online, probably except for the quarterback, which is Justin Fields, and he got to go out there and prove his point.
You being a 6th round pick is. This is the perfect part of the draft as the Bears are coming up again onto the clock. They've taken Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, Velus Jones, Braxton Jones, Dominic Robinson, Zachary Thomas, the offensive tackle, offensive guard from San Diego State. And now they've taken Treston Ebner, and you could see in his highlights focused in as you compared to Dennis Gentry. Special teams, punt returner, versatile guy out of the backfield that has some great speed. You get him matched up in the right situation, he's going to take a catch out into the flat, turn it up the field. He could go the distance, that kind of stuff. You, though, being a 6th round pick, as the Broncos pick is in, that means the Bears pick will be next. Talk about, I know you mentioned it, but I think you're 100% right, and I really wanted you to talk about it a little bit more. The performance over politics. That you talking about Ditka was the last coach that I could honestly agree with you and remember saying, I don't give a shit where we get this guy from. If he's the best, he's playing. It takes a strong coach and organization to do that, because a lot of these billionaire owners are more concerned about how the optics of that looks, as opposed to understanding that that's how you create a winning culture. People are going to want to go to you. Undrafted free agents are going to want to sign with you because they know they're going to get an opportunity. It escapes me how this can't happen. But what are your thoughts there?
I just think that, as far as us, playing the game, you have to have somebody that will back your back. And like I said, Mike Ditka was that one that would do that. Yeah. And if you did not do the job, he's going to tell you you're not doing the job. I think the GM and those guys the head coach now, I think those guys are going to be the ones that go in and say, hey, you are a player. You can play. If you go in and fight for this position, we're going to put you there. You got a kid there from Alabama that's a safety, safety, I think. Came out high dollar. He has no pressure on him. Now these guys got pressure. Back then we had pressure. There's no pressure on these guys now.
Bears are on the clock. Bears are on the clock.
They're gonna get another safety.
Maybe they take another safety here. They're on the clock. Cherie, how many more picks do they have, Cherie?
Is it 7?
They have a lot of picks left in this draft.
It reminds me of the 13, 14 guys that we had rookie, so, and we stayed on the team. You know,
We got 4 more picks, including this one coming up.
So that's 9 total, or that's 10 total?
10.
4 more after this one, or 4 more
4
with
more
this?
with this one. So
After
we have 10
this,
picks
we'll have
total.
3.
10 total
10
picks.
picks total.
And that's that's 7 rounds. Am I right?
Yes. Yes,
so,
sir.
You know, back then we had 12 rounds.
Exactly. The pick
And,
is in for the Chicago Bears. The
cornerback.
You want another corner over here.
I want to beef the defense up.
We got a center.
We're going offensive. We're going center.
That's not bad. That's not bad. They're trying to protect the quarterback now.
Listen, anytime you're in that role and you need offensive linemen, who did they select, Cherie? I didn't hear you.
Doug Kramer.
Doug Kramer?
Mm-hmm.
Doug Kramer out of Illinois.
Hometown.
Listen, right in the backyard, Doug Kramer out of Illinois. Oh,
that's not bad.
Hey.
They're keeping it in the city. in the state.
He's from Hinsdale, Illinois. 6'2", 305. He was the second team All Big Ten last year. Big Ten all honorable mention by the media, by the coaches. He was second team. Phil Steele had him All Big Ten, second team as well. Academic Lemuel, All Big Ten. Academic kid here. And this kid, I've watched some Kramer tape, and he has a lot of traits that you want to see. I'm interested in seeing what his RAS score was now, because I want to see if there seems to be a definitive pattern here. And early, Shane had shared that the Chicago Bears really liked Cam Jurgens, and that kid is a very good athlete at center out of Nebraska. So it's going to be interesting to see if one of the people in the chat can check up on Doug Kramer's RAS score. And then there it is, the 8.49 RAS. So I'm telling you, TTNL is on this. We're going to have to get Math Bomb on that relative athletic score, because it seems like this building is looking for swings at guys with high traits, with high athleticism. And that's why I feel like his tape is going to show that he's the kind of athlete that you're getting. Berlissimo's texting me, and I didn't see it.
I'm trying to pull up I just logged into my I'm about to share what the image that George.
Oh, UK could definitely share that. So they get a center, they got a guard, they got an offensive tackle. So they got, think about this, Lemuel. So they take the big offensive tackle from the smallish conference, and they continue to follow this score as Shane comes back. These high athletes. Now you're looking at a 4.95 40 for a 310-pound offensive center. That 20-yard split is outstanding right there. Yeah. And a 10-yard split is outstanding. So you're seeing what they're looking for is this kind of speed, that kind of those athletic guys. And that's why my guy, Lacita Smith, is not being taken here. I mean, look at his 40 time, 4.95.
Yeah, they definitely went off script with the running back. I don't know. I had to bounce. My dad called, so I had to.
Was everything okay?
Yeah, everything's good. He's feeling better, but still
good.
Still uphill. But Trenton Ebner, the running back from Baylor, his RAS score is 4.80.
So they are looking him at special teams now, 100%. Because when you watch his tape, that kid's a good returner. Because if his RAS score isn't what it is, then that's the only way. Specialized, they've specialized. But his catching, he's a football player. that kid from Baylor. This guy right here, the center from Illinois, is a high-end swing again at this athlete. We are going to break down his tape. And I got to shout out my guy, patron Chris Harold, for all of what he does for us at TTNL. I'm sure that'll be in the hopper as we break down all of these 512 draft picks that the Chicago Bears have selected. It's an amazing showcase that these guys are coming together.
Very similar to the restricted free agent Ryan Bates that we went after. Very, very similar.
Yeah, and he's center and can play guard. With that, Mel Kiper had Ebner as his number 7 PR. What is PR? Picks left, picks remaining.
Oh,
number 7 or 8 picks remaining. So there you go, Kramer. We got another Kramer, Shane. We got a.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, Lemuel, your former teammate. Were you teammates with? Did you play with Eric Kramer? Or no, you had already left, right? You had just left.
I think we knocked him down, picked him up, and all that. It was good stuff. Can't remember.
Well, Eric
What's up, Kramer? I know you probably listening. What's up, Kramer?
Eric is joining the network here at TTNL. He's going to have his own QB school.
QB school. I see.
Eric Kramer. Look at that.
Kramer. He's a good quarterback. I don't say nothing bad against him. He was Detroit, though.
He was Detroit. Then he came over to the good side. I said to him.
Yeah. He had to come. He had to go somewhere where he can get away from us blitzing the hell out of him.
Eric Rodriguez is sharing. Isaiah Westinghouse has a 9.98 RAS score. If you follow the RAS, you're probably going to find out it's Weston, not Westing. Yeah, Weston. Listen, Mule, when you look at the defense, the defensive backs being soft, as you said, and you pointed out Lovey trying to do the same thing, and Eberflus has mentioned Lovey a couple times. You know, you look at the Bears getting these 2 secondary players to start off to try to fix this. Are you excited to see a different kind of expectation from this coaching staff in regards to the defensive backfield?
I am. I think that those guys know what, defense wins games. If you're strong, just like this year, defense won the game down there for the Rams. I mean, these guys are coming, and you got to stop them from doing what they're doing. Even though the offense got a lot of points and score a lot of points on the game, you still got to have that defense where, if we get in a crucial situation, they may score some points, but, hey, we got a chance to stop them because we're stout in defense. Right then, when we get up front and we win it in Chicago last year or the years before, if we win it, then defensively they can't stop them. And that's hard, if they're going to come down and score. It kills me when quarterback Green Bay,
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, he come in Chicago and say he owns Chicago. I mean, I own that man. We would never accept that as a defense in Chicago. We would try to knock his ass smooth the hell out every time we play him. So that's what we got to get back to the midways, the monster of the midways, where we don't care what you do on offense, we're gonna punish you, and that's what we had when we were there. It's not we had the Dave Durson would bring the hat and knock you out, Sean Gale, David Tate, Vincent Jackson, guys like that, Mike St. Terry, Otis Wilson, I can name them all, Ron Revere. I mean, we are trying to punish you every time you touch the field, and you know that. So don't come in here. I mean, he would never open his mouth like that when we was down in Chicago. Ooh, hey, I'm telling you, that's what I think the defense they're trying to get back to is that defense with guys coming up and hitting safeties, because last year the safeties would not hit nobody. I mean, they was running along with them. The corners wouldn't cover and couldn't hit nobody. They don't make the tackles. So
to your point, they didn't even respond to that. Like, are you going to put this on? No, we're going to kind of they didn't even use it as a motivating factor or decided not to share, but I don't know how you can't share with that. I just don't. It's sad to your point.
Last year, I would have got rid of all DBs. I promise you, I'd have got rid of everybody. I got rid of everybody. I don't care how much money you make, what school. I don't care if you came from Bama, TCU, Utah, Texas, wherever you came from last year. Is maybe one kid I keep from last year in Chicago, and he played one game. They took him out. I'm not sure. I don't know how he played later on. But
Thomas Graham Jr.
Everybody else, I don't care. They can talk about me. They can say whatever they want to say, but really, I don't give a rat's ass. But I would got rid of all of them. Big money, dude from Alabama, gone. Dog, gone. I mean, you ain't do nothing. You know, you're not playing. If you can't play and represent the Chicago Bears like they're supposed to be represented and play hard and go off the back of the guys like, you know, the Gary Fessix and guys like that who put that blood, sweat, and tears off up in there, I wouldn't keep you.
Listen, people can laugh and say whatever it is they want, but there's a lot of truth to what he's saying, because this is, even though it's a different type of NFL and the prima donnas, and we're going to protect the quarterback, there is still a tenacity, a message that can be sent across the line of scrimmage when you're snot bubbling, getting up from the ground because you've been stopped short of, you know, the first down, and that affects a player, no doubt. And if it excites the crowd, we've talked about it. You talked about Thomas Graham Jr. that you were thinking of, and we talked about that game being the only game that you saw your Chicago Bears playing with a ferocious, tenacious, up-tempo attitude on both sides of the ball, because these young bucks were playing physical. All it takes, it's 60 minutes of fucking football. It's supposed to be fun, competitive, and you're winning for your city. That's what it's supposed to be. We had the most neglectful head coach who sent all the wrong messages. And I think fans have become a little numb to the reality of, at the end of the day, football's always going to be the same. No matter what they try to do to protect, it's always going to be blocking and tackling. That's going to be the difference in the game. And then winning or losing is going to be catching or dropping that football. So if you're going to go after someone and play that physical brand and they drop the ball, then you continue onward and stopping, you know, forcing punts and making your football team better. The physicality will always rise to the top when it comes to, you could say what it is ever you want with what Lemuel's saying, but it's the truth. Lemuel Stinson, former Chicago Bear, here with us, number 32, the original number 32.
Speaking of DBs, Carnell Lake's son just got drafted, going to the LA Rams.
LA Rams. Carnell
He's
Lake.
He's a good kid. He's a good kid. I seen some film on him. He'll be okay. His dad is putting that knowledge in his head, so he's be pretty good.
Yeah.
Shane, I'll be right back. I gotta.
Yep, absolutely. So, Lemuel, how just life in general? I know down there in Texas, you got your. I see some of your videos. Sometime you're on the bike and you got some of the kids out there running. How's they're involved in track and stuff like that? Is all that still going on?
Yeah, he's still moving around. Everybody's still trying to get him. My son hurt his knee. He's in 707, and he hurt his knee now. So we got to see what happened. But he's in the 7th grade, so he got a whole year to recover on his knee and everything. And that's about it. Everybody's doing well, and we're just trying to get it going forward and making sure everything go right. My daughter, she's track and stuff, so we're trying to get her to get going and get her back into the mix of it. She had a little hamstring tear, a core tear by her knee. So yeah, it's been. I told him it might be this generation of Stinsons, but it might be the next generation after that.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
They get banged and bruised up, so it might not be these guys right here. So y'all might have the kids to do what you need to do. So go from there. But everybody's fine and doing well. I just, like I say, sitting around and just looking and trying to stay in more tune, of what's going on for us football wise. I mean, the Houston Texans are doing a job down here. I think Lovey. I'm following the Texans mainly because of Lovey. He's almost mirroring the same draft that the Bears are doing right now. And I think if they take the page from him, which he should have never left out of Chicago, they'll see a lot of things that go on good down here in Houston too. So, I'm looking for the two teams. I never played against the Houston Texans, so I was Houston Oilers when I played against them.
Oh yeah.
So.
What are your thoughts on QB1 here in Chicago, Lemuel, Justin Fields? Like to hear your thoughts on him? Do you believe in him? Or are you not a big fan? But break him down a little bit for me.
I mean, Ohio State quarterback, so you got to look at that a little bit right now, that he's an Ohio State quarterback. How many of the guys from Ohio State dominated in the league? Not very many.
Short list.
But he's a kid that's been playing ever since he's young, coming through the era and throwing the ball and doing a lot of stuff. So I think that he's going to be good. He just has to have somebody to believe in him and give him that confidence to run the offense and know what they want to do off in the offense. And I think that he has that opportunity. I think he'll be able to do that. I do know last year, coach, they was too busy trying to have a guy here, bring up. I mean, Dalton here. I like Dalton. He's not the quarterback for Chicago. The other kid that came from Philly, he's not the quarterback for Chicago. Justin Fields is the quarterback for Chicago, and they got to give him tools to work with. And he has to learn to use his feet early. He reminds me right now, if he could be a young Michael Vick, I would think that's what we'll get out of Chicago, because he can make some guys miss. He can use his feet, and his arm is good. Everybody always talk about it, but his arm is pretty good. So, they had the knack on Lamar Jackson the same way. Look who Lamar Jackson is. So, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good in Chicago. I like Justin Fields, and I'm 100% behind him. And then whoever his backup is need to be ready just in case he get dinged up or banged up.
Yeah, they got Trevor Siemian backing him up. They still have Foles, but that's only going to be for a couple more weeks.
They need to trade Foles, cut Foles, get rid of Foles. Can't do it in Chicago.
No, totally.
And I'm nothing against. I mean, he did what he did. I think his time has passed, and it's probably time for him to get in the booth, go over there and chill with Drew Brees or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the one thing with Justin, I think that tends to get overlooked. I mean, the mobility is always going to stand out, but believe it or not, I mean, if you break down, he's always been a pass first guy that gives you the ability to get out to make the plays. And unfortunately, he came into a situation last year that was so toxic with everything up above him with the head coach. The head coach thought that he was going to be the reason for the Bears turnaround. He was more concerned about his plays that he came up with rather than his players. A guy that Lemuel, what could you imagine your head coach coming out and saying, I wasn't brought here to run the I formation, after he just goes out and pounds the rock for 2 straight games and they go 2-0. And the first thing that he says is, I wasn't brought here to run the I formation. When you have a guy like David Montgomery at your disposal that was doing well, I don't understand how that.
It's all now. Now it was about running the ball, running downhill, I formation, lead, tight end, down your throat, hard-nosed football. Now it's time. And now they want to get into, we did this and we did that. It was my call and I made that call. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's about winning football games to me.
Yeah.
And I know guys want to win. I don't care what you run. You can run I formation, you run double tight. I mean, Peyton Manning came out there with 2 tight ends and 2 receivers and 1 back. You know, hey, give me some protection, let me dip, throw, and he won with it. So, I mean, even Brady, they didn't throw the ball all the time. They ran the ball a lot. I mean, they threw to the big tight end, which Gronk, you know, and the other guys. But that's what you got to do. You got to do what it takes to win. And this is what some of these coaches get in their ego, like they're the master plan behind this run and shoot. The run and shoot is June Jones. June Jones ran that run and shoot. I mean, with those guys spread it out in Houston, and then when he went to Atlanta and had the guys spread it, that was the real run and shoot. Now this is just nothing but a zone read, RPO, fake you type of thing. So it's like basketball right now. And if teams understand that, if they pick right, they can balance up by playing basketball on the football court. I mean, on the football field, because a lot of times it's just who you put and where you at, and then my man's better than your man.
There they are.
Back with us. Yeah.
I'm back. I had to get a snack.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
I literally had a slice of cold pizza, Lemieux.
What is it? Chicago thick pizza?
No. Once you get to Connecticut to have the pizza, you'll be like a changed man. I can trust you on that.
There you go.
I love the city of Chicago, but these Chicago fans, they don't understand the difference between it was funny because we were talking about it on Keeping It 100, and then the very next day, one of our patrons like, hey, there's a sign they're opening up a New Haven style pizza. And I go,
Phil, a little bit of breaking news here for you. Arizona Cardinals have selected offensive lineman Lacetus Smith.
There he goes. Lacetus is going to the Cardinals. I absolutely love that kid's tape, and I really like the football player. So we'll see how he does. NFL is filled with late round offensive linemen, undrafted offensive linemen. This is the kind of stuff that you build your football teams with. And look what they've done, Shane. I've already gotten like 6-7 people texting me, a coach speaking so highly of the kid from San Diego State. I see George watching his tape. He's already getting excited. Big Steve Edwards is going to be excited about San Diego State kid as well, with that kind of toughness on him. So this is where you build the stuff. Go ahead.
Friend of the network, everybody knows Mr. Ryan Cox, huge fan of the center the Bears drafted, Doug Kramer. Definitely a lunch pail type of guy. Leadership is his best quality, according to Ryan Cox. And that's when you're down here, these are the guys that you want to accumulate. And I mean, Phil, even though these guys have been late round draft picks, we're seeing this profile for Ryan Poles, offensive lineman that we keep on referring to. It's these lower end of the draft guys that are hard workers, high intelligence leadership profile. You even saw it when they dipped their toe into the restricted free agency market with Ryan Bates.
Right.
You saw it with Lucas Patrick, same type of deal. So
Muhammad.
This tells me that I wouldn't be surprised if you were a fly on the wall in Hallis Hall if offensive lineman maybe wasn't much of a consideration whatsoever in round 2 where the Bears were drafting. They very well may have had their sights set on something else, and like some of these lower end guys that are come out with that killer prove it mentality, like a former defensive back that's on our panel right here with Lemuel Stinson.
Round pick, Lemuel Stinson.
How pissed were you, Lemuel, on draft day when you went this 6th round? I mean, were you more excited, or were you more motivated to prove everybody wrong?
I tell you this year, being a 6th round draft choice that year, they had my agent and them was all projecting me to go right around the 2nd round, in mid-second, and late somewhere off up in there. And then that day, I mean, they picked so many DBs before me that day, and I was like, man, they picked there's almost 30-something DBs. When I couldn't even see how many went, but that morning I went and got a newspaper. So about 4 that morning, I'm like, shoot, man, I gotta go talk to my teachers, make sure I got all my classwork together because they ain't gonna get drafted. And end up that morning, and my boys kept talking, hey man, we just drafted you. They, and back then we didn't have cell phones, we had landline phones. So landline phones,
those big rotary dial phones with the long.
It wasn't no click and hold on. So if they try to call me, you on the phone messing with me, they gonna go to the next person. So I stayed off the phone and ended up getting the phone call from Bill Tobin, and he said, we just drafted you in the 6th round, Lemon Stetson. I'm like, man, y'all stop playing with me. He said, hey, I know people probably been messing with you, but it's for real. So being a later round guy, then I started looking at the Chicago News, and I seen one of the commentators, news media guys, he said, I don't know why they even drafted Lemuel Stetson. He's 5'9", 150 pounds. I mean, soaking wet. He's just a camp body. And that kind of got me because, I've always tried to own up to everything I do, finish it, be the best that I can be. And for this guy who didn't know me to say something like that kind of inspired me to even go even further and working out harder and doing the things I need to do and get on the field. So, yeah, being a 6th round draft choice, it's the battle round. It's the battle round, and it's the round that you got to go in and present yourself as a player. And you can step on the field and you can do anything: special teams, punt return, kickoff return, and all those type of stuff. And I've done that, and it was okay for me. So I ended up proving those guys wrong. When I made the team, I looked at the guy and said, "Hey, how you like me now?" As soon as he walked in, I knew who he was, and he looked at me and he like. Well, I say, well, how about I answer this guy question instead of your question? Because you might need to learn something from him. And I was, at that point in time, I got really cocky then because, I had made it, and it was 13, like I say, it's 13 rookies make that team, that year, So we had some good guys on that team. So it's tough, though, being a later round guy. And like I tell these guys, I only went 4 years of school. So by going 4 years of school, all the guys that came out the year later, like the Deion Sanders and the Darnell Wolfers and the Marcus Pauls and all those guys, that later draft that next year, they all first rounders. I said, well, hell, I came out before y'all. I only went 4. Y'all went 5 years of college. I only went 4 years of college. So that's my thing.
You know what? At 5'11" or 5'9", rather, 150 pounds, you did everything in your power to play the game of football the way it's supposed to be played. You tackled. You went out there, played with toughness. You're a family member here on this network. I was a huge fan of you back then. I always tell the story, and now you, the man. It's so funny. We have all these people that we grew up, Shane, cheering for it. Now they're a part of our network and our family here.
I always love Lemuel's Facebook post. Somebody will say something, it's out already, and it makes me laugh every single time. Every single time I see that, I love it.
Already? Is that a stubborn thing, or is that a family thing that you came up with?
No, that's just telling them that it's a good job or it's a bad job or it's just whatever you want it to be, it is it. So, I mean, a lot of people get over to me, man, you always say already. I like already.
Already. Every time I see it, it brings a smile to my face.
Yeah. Hey, Shane, that means me not making a comment on it,
right?
Or commenting on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they got to figure out what I'm trying to say at that time.
I'll try that with my wife. Mule told me to say already.
Don't try with your wife. You might get in trouble with that. Already get me in trouble with my wife.
Right. That's really how you bang up that shoulder, right?
Yeah. So I already keep me in between, so you don't know where I'm coming from on it. So I just say already.
There's 734 of you guys watching the show. We just ask that you subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and also smash that like button. Let other people know. I can't thank all of you fans enough. We've been going, Shane, you're the math man now. For how many? This is day 7 that we've been live. Tomorrow we'll be live, patron only, breaking down the new corner
safety. Yeah.
Corner safety.
Already.
That was the first time we had him on the air. I go, what did he just say? When the act, because it broke up, corner safety.
Yeah.
And I was like, I love that.
Yeah, we have entered hour 24 territory.
24 hours. We've covered the draft all week. Shane and myself have been live on the air, breaking this
7 straight days.
7 straight days. It's almost like Gilligan's Island out there. 3-hour tour turned into.
Yeah, when this last pick for the draft comes in, I'm going full of Mule Stinson and say already, and I'm hitting that end broadcast, and I'm getting the fuck out of here.
We have so many people to thank for all the coverage. But tomorrow, the Mule, if you're going to be around later in the afternoon, as Barrelissimo said, my father, Shane, myself are going to be breaking down that new corner with the Bears. I will give you the open invite. If you can't, that's perfectly fine. We're going to break down his tape live tomorrow on the tapeneverlies.com. Sign up and become a patron. And listen, that's going to be a lot of fun breaking down the new corner of the Chicago Bears. Their first pick, Shane.
Yep.
Their first pick this year. The first pick of the Ryan Poles administration.
Hey,
breaking his
I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him. I just want to see what's going to happen now. They went back to the old school and went defense first and come on back to the offense. You know, I mean, in my years they had they went offense. They went Wendell Davis and Brad Mustard. So
Brad Mustard.
They went back there. So those guys, I mean, now we kind of switched it over and, see what's going on. But I think they'll do a good job.
I think it's so important that people understand that the GM went out of his way to say what he was going to do and has done it.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that since your boy Ditka was here. And you know what? A lot of people have issues with Ditka. I'm not talking about Ditka the politician or Ditka this. I'm talking about Ditka the football coach. And I think at the end of the day, when all is said and done, you have to respect that the McCaskies, who have, for lack of a better term, have completely looked for softness when it can't. We can't. I've been around people that are principals and what do you call it? Superintendents. We can't. It's the guy that's up there in that position that says, do anything to make us a winner. Those guys, that is what Ditka did. And right now, Ryan Poles is doing that. And that's really the most important thing that I can honestly say that I'm getting out of this draft and what they've done in free agency and how they're building this team. Phil,
he's not being scared. He put it on his back and say, hey, if you're going to fire me, I'm going to do what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it right now.
Exactly.
And if it don't work, okay, you got me. But, he's doing it. He's not letting nobody dictate to fire him. He's going to say, I'm going to fire myself if this doesn't work like I want it to work.
Listen, the movie Draft Day is what it is. You can like it or not, but there's an important piece to that I felt like always reflected the Chicago Bears. It was worrying about the optics of the crowd of fans versus what you believe your tape and your freaking performance on the football field means. They were winners because you imagine taking a kid from Jackson State with the 2nd overall pick in the first round. You had to have a football fucking guy believing in that kid and saying, Walter Payton is our guy. And imagine if there wasn't a Walter Payton and it was somebody, I wouldn't even be a Bears fan. There would be no show. The domino effects go all the way down, all the way through. And that's really why the McCaskies, I believe, and Ted Phillips, your boy, have been at fault finding these safe picks. Now, it's not like they didn't try to get Nick Saban. It's just Jerry Angelo couldn't give away power. And when you're in that situation, you end up losing. You have to trust in your football guy and your football coach, and you got to give them the power. And I saw somebody say it, Ditka walked performance over politics. That's how he lived his life. And I think that's what we're getting with Ryan Poles, who's an offensive lineman who understands what they did in Kansas City, who understands what they did in Boston College and on the East Coast. I've always said East Coast football, the coaches out here, you look at the history, the game was invented here in the East Coast by Walter Camp. Nobody even knows enough about that. Walter Camp invented the game of football. They wanted to combine soccer and rugby, and they came up with this great game. And they made all the rules, the hash marks. It's crazy, the history of football. And I'm only rekindling it because my son was searching. He has this YouTube channel that you can ask it any question, and the guy will search it and tell you the story. So he was talking about Walter Camp. But anyway, my point is get down to the performance side. And I think this draft is one of those reflections of that. Just like your draft was. You said how many guys were selected in your draft?
13 rookies. 13 to 14, and then 13 stayed. I think it's 13 to 14, but those guys, two of them stayed on the practice squad, and the rest of us started at and played on the field that year.
Imagine that.
So that was a big season, you know. And then there's a lot of guys from the '85 team that got released. So you know, we played against those guys. I mean, practiced against those guys, and that's how we got better. I mean, Richard Dent took us up under his wing. Walter Payton was our mentor, showed us around, and made sure that we understood Chicago and what to know about out there. And Jim McMahon was that guy that was, you know, a guy that, you know, was funny because, you know, he always would mess with us, you know. So, but Jim was just a different guy, you know. That's a totally different guy. Matt Suey was great. I mean, we played. I am so blessed to go to Chicago and play in that era because there's so many legends and top guys. You know, Becker. You know, Jay Hilgenberg, Bortz, Jimbo Colbert. You know, guys like that. I played against the best guys. You know, so it's
officially just entered round 7 of this.
We're in the last round here,
and the Bears still have 3 selections left.
3 more picks.
Yeah, 226, 254, I believe it is.
255
and 255. So
yeah,
we have 3 picks. So I guess technically we could still go Kona safety. For those 3, maybe.
hey, Sheree, why you laughing over there?
I get teased about my accent, and I'm from Chicago. About my southern accent, so.
Hey, yeah, corner safety. There we go, corner linebacker, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind taking another O-line though. You know, O-line. I like the protection of that quarterback. We need to give him protection. We give him protection. We give him the ability to do what he can do. I think we're going to be good.
I agree. There's nothing wrong with getting offensive linemen. I hope they add another receiver here.
Yeah,
I think you got to
Phil, you
take
brought it up.
that guy.
I know I had to step away. Has Carson Strong went? The quarterback?
No, he has not gone yet.
I'd be willing to roll the dice in round 7.
Not a bad move there. Our guy Brock Hoffman's still out there. Mike Maietti, who we also
Justin
interviewed.
Ross is still available.
Yep, Ross. You have what's his name? I just had him in my head. Freaking A. I gotta think of him. Oh, the kid.
Yeah.
Demetrius Meach from App State.
Yep.
Defensive tackle. I like that kid a lot. I know George does too. Get a 3 technique here. They haven't taken an interior defensive lineman yet. So they've taken, I believe the kid from San Diego State's going to move inside to guard. They've taken a center and they've taken a tackle. That's when you came back and we were talking about the tackle, Shane, and how his athleticism and his measurables are off the charts in regards to the RAS score.
There's another corner that I know George has talked about multiple times when we've run through mock draft exercises, and it's a Monteric Brown from Arkansas.
All right, Monteric Brown.
So we got three O linemen, a corner safety, a receiver, and a D line.
And a running back.
And a running back. He's gonna be these next few picks probably gonna be a linebacker.
Safe linebacker, receiver, tight end.
Linebacker, receiver, tight end.
There you go.
That's right. Linebacker, receiver, tight end. I mean, you got to get a young linebacker to come off up in there so they can have somebody in the locker room they can tell to go take their helmets, pick up the shoes. And
go get the donuts. Bring the donuts.
Go get the donuts. Everybody, all of them got to get donuts. From round 1 to all the way 7, so they're gonna get donuts regardless. And then, you got a tight end in the room. Yeah,
I think you got to get a tight end too.
And you gonna probably get another D line. But our tight ends are pretty good.
You've done a great job. You've done what Shane has been begging. We got to get Lemuel Stinson's internet upgraded. Look at you. You've been crystal clear. You've got a new spot in your office.
So clear, it looks like you got hair on your head now, bro.
I tell you, my son said I couldn't grow no hair, and I told him I got a hairline and everything. And I've been bald since 1988. 89. And he said you can't grow no hair, and he talking about he has this big old fro. So I I can grow it. So I showed him. I'm gonna cut it off in a little bit because I don't like going to the barbershop.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about? Why do you call Dante Jones your son? I don't get that.
Tay the Ruler.
We gotta see him.
Tay the Ruler.
Tay the Ruler.
Yeah.
Tay the Ruler. We gotta have him back on too.
I just got off the phone. We do our yearly talking with all the players that when we played together. And I was on the phone with Mickey Pruitt just down there in Chicago. Played with the Bears and David Tate, Land Shark. Mickey is Mickey Mad Dog Pruitt, and David Tate is David the Land Shark Tate, and Dante is Dante Tate the Ruler. I'm Lemonhead, and we had another one, Truck Driver, and we had nicknames for all the rookies. So that's kind of like what we we call each other and have our fun. So we had a yearly. You get me and Mickey and David was on the phone. We talked for about 3 hours, 4 hours on the phone, just 3-way, just talking. So, but that's what we do.
That's great.
Trying to keep that memory up because sometimes we'll forget.
Exactly. Yeah. Georgia breaks the NFL record, Shane. 15 players selected.
Not a shock there, man.
Out of Georgia. Wow.
They balled this year. They just had that one little mishap in the conference championship game, and then they went on and put it on the mix after that. It was over with. Those guys are amazing. I was really excited about them playing. I was still Alabama. Guys from Alabama was playing like tough, but those that Georgia team is a superb team.
It's nothing. I said it. I think every one of those kids that played will be drafted. Because obviously there's some younger players. That team was just so thorough in talent. And there you go. The NFL agrees because you got 15 of them. Jesus.
That's not bad.
15
guys. That's all the way around the board.
That's definitely an NFL draft first. They just had a couple get married up on stage.
Did they?
Yeah.
Someone just got married at the draft.
Yes.
I had a draft wedding
Yeah.
with my wife. And
That's also extremely rare.
It is.
I wouldn't get already on that. I'd be like, fuck, no.
Another exactly. Have I ever told you that story, Lemuel? My wife agreed. We numbered each table with a Chicago Bear player. And then on the board, you know, where you have the seating charts, the players were there, and then people were listed underneath. And my wife's like, the only thing we could definitely do this because it's going to be creative because we have
Bears
the
are
DJ.
back on the clock.
Well, the Bears are on the clock. The DJ drafted our, wedding party. So I made up colleges where they were, and it was a lot of fun. But it was Chicago Bears themed. So I am a lucky guy.
Yeah.
My wife, she actually took the kids to the Daffodil Festival here in Connecticut. And she's over there. I'm here in the new house eating cold pizza, doing the draft. 24 and a half hours of coverage here on TTNL. Today we have Lemuel Stinson, former Chicago Bear. We had Herb Howard earlier. And the Bears are once again on the clock. Let's see if Lemuel's right. Linebacker, tight end, or wide receiver.
Bears came in today with 3 picks. They're leaving it with 7. That's okay. So the Bears pick is in. They go offensive line once more.
Again.
HBCU love here. Jatiri Carter from Southern
University. Cherie's favorite marching band.
Hey.
No, mine's is Jackson State, oddly enough.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
That's a big pick right there. They let you know they really, really worried about that offensive line.
Yeah.
They're bringing in bodies on the offensive line.
Ryan Pace is calling Hallis Hall, being like, what the fuck is going on? What are all these offensive linemen? What are you guys doing?
Jatiri Carter out of Southern.
That's 4 offensive linemen, huh?
This kid is 6'5", 275.
Ooh.
6'5", 275.
That's all right. That ain't bad.
They better send him to the donut shop, and he better be eating a few of them.
He's neat.
275.
6'5", 275.
Yes.
But you just look at the guys now. When Fridge was about that size, Fridge was about 300 at 6'2",
Yeah.
Hey, they try to, he'd be on the treadmill every morning we come to practice.
6'5", 275.
First player from Southern to be drafted since 2004.
Wow.
That's a long time.
That is a long time. It's like Rakim. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you.
Yeah.
Cherie, you like the Jackson State marching band better than Southern?
So my high school, our marching band used to go to Jackson State and train with them. They were the Sonic Boom in the South. We was the Sonic Boom in Chicago. So I'm biased.
There you go.
They ain't know nothing about that TSU, Ocean of Soul.
Hey, Jackson State is great, guys. I thought you would appreciate that.
Raging Oracle agrees with you.
Texas Southern University, not Tennessee State, because Richard didn't always talk about that man. Now he couldn't mess with us over in Texas.
I think he's built both.
Chicago got a good man.
311 pounds, they're saying.
Do we know if with all these offensive line picks, if Olin Kreutz has re-entered the studio yet?
He ran a 5.13. He had a 30-inch vert, 108 broad. He had the 7.84 3-cone and a 4.9 shuttle. So we got to see.
He was at the Senior Bowl, so we can we'll have some access there. If anybody who's number 65 at the Senior Bowl, big boy.
Well, that just gives them the opportunity to think about moving. One of those guys may move to defense.
You never know.
Yeah.
Big Cat Williams. He was
Because you only got they only drafted one defensive lineman.
Yeah,
I know.
So I'm pretty sure they're solid on defense right now, and they happy with the defensive front. But they may add that young guy. One of these offensive line guys may move over defense if it's four.
I like that they're looking at the offensive line. This kid, as Marcus is saying, 0 sacks allowed under his watch. He was invited to the Senior Bowl, 6'3" and 3/8, 311 pounds at the combine. So you're getting big men now. And again, going back to what Herb said, they're looking at traits now. This kid's an athlete. I don't know his Raz yet. Do we have a Raz Barelissimo on Ja'Tari Carter? I wonder what he is. The fourth O lineman taken in the draft. The fourth one. We have some film of him at the Senior Bowl. I think we can put this up, Shane, that Ryan Cox just sent us.
Yeah, it's the TV feed though.
It is?
Yeah,
looks like it's a Twitter feed. Did you get it? 6.87. What's the U stand for?
I'm not sure on that.
Modified metrics are noted with an AU. What is an AU? And are graded out. I don't know what modified metrics are, but you could see his 40 yard. He's up in the green, 8.04. That 5.13 at that size. The 20-yard split is very good. 10-yard split, you want to be a little bit better. A little better.
6.87 unofficial, because I think this Raz is from early.
Okay.
Yeah,
he didn't have an updated one.
Yeah.
You're right, AGM. Unofficial.
The Chauvin 9-foot broad jump, 5.4 on the Richter scale when he landed.
He's a big man. Southern University. First one since 2000. That's a long time if you think about it.
2004. That was
2004.
That was when Lovie Smith, that would have been his first draft as head coach in Chicago, 2004. That's when they went back-to-back defensive tackle. Tommy Harris, and followed it up with Tank Johnson.
Tank Johnson. Didn't we? Where was Pig Simmons? What college was he from? Is he from Jackson State? He was from an HBCU.
Lachavius, yeah.
Yeah, Lachavius Pig Simmons. Is he still on the? He's on the roster
He
still.
is.
Or?
Yeah, the other kid went to New England on a futures deal. Arlington Hambright.
Yeah.
They let him go, and he signed with New England in January.
Well, guys, I got to get up off here.
All right, Tennessee State. Richard Dent is where he was from. Lemuel Stinson, we love you. Thank you for jumping on with us, talking some history and NFL draft. Appreciate you coming on with us, Lemuel. You're the best.
Problem.
We got to do it more.
All righty. Y'all be good. Y'all take care. I still got your phone, your address and everything, Shay. I'm sending something to you guys. I just haven't got it all in yet. And then y'all take good. Cherie, be good for down there in Chi-Town. Enjoy.
I'm in DC right now.
Oh, you're in DC. Oh, you up there with all the Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, she's running for president. We're getting her prepped.
We're getting her vote. Vote for Cherie. I'll tell you that.
Y'all enjoy. Appreciate everything.
Thank you, Lemuel. You're the best.
Take it easy. Bye.
Lemuel Stinson, former Chicago Bear. You're seeing all the friends of the network jumping on the show. Over 24 and a half hours of draft coverage coming at you.
Still 800 deep in the chat, but
still 800.
Are
they hitting the likes? Are they subscribing, Cherie? Are they hitting the likes?
Are they over to the tapeneverlies.com? Got to repeat that. If you want to see in-depth analysis, all 22 breakdown, via TTNL Network of this entire 2022 Chicago Bears draft class. We're even going to throw some UDFAs in there because it's going to be fast and furious. When the draft ends, it's not over. It'll be over for us live on air. Don't forget that part for a little bit. But if you want to see these guys broke down by Phil, by Bearlissimo, George Bayless, myself, Coach Toshin Sr., we may even involve some of the players, maybe some former Bears, like Phil said. That'll all be covered at the tapeneverlies.com. If you sign up, become a patron, check it out. Try it out for 30 days. It's going to cost you $7. That's it. If you don't like it, then you can delete and you're out $7. But you're not going to find any better coverage anywhere. I think if there's any patrons in the chat, share your thoughts on it, the experience, the content that we provide. It's early, often, and always. That's the content through TTNL. Like I said, we're over 24 hours of content this week that we're providing wide open for public consumption. But once this draft ends, we're going to lock it down, and our patrons that to pay the $7 a month, they're going to have the full story, the full breakdowns of all of these guys. And if you love the Chicago Bears and you love football, you're going to be a better fan and a better digester of talent because of us and what we're going to provide for you.
And obviously, Ryan Poles making our job more difficult, Shane, because he traded down for 10 picks in the later rounds.
Needed to be done, Phil, though. Yeah. I mean, like we said, it's
the
smart.
Later round picks.
Yep. I would be willing to bet, last couple picks that these are guys that they had earmarked yesterday, 2 days ago as priority UDFAs, and now they've secured their services in Chicago.
Exactly.
And that is just good business. If I told you guys that the Bears would have 11 picks at the end of the draft a couple of days ago, I think every Bears fan to a man would have signed up for that. Yes, we had a long wait today. We still have a ways to go. Pick 254 and pick 255. Yeah, this is huge news here. George secured one of the best. Brandon Thorne is a guy that if you want offensive line info, Brandon Thorne is the guy. So
he's going to come on with me, George, my dad, and Shane and break down these 3 new offensive linemen. God bless you, Cherie, that we have drafted. And you're going to see that. Now, the difference is some of you know the style of the video series that I do. The difference is this is more natural live analysis right there, breaking it down, drawing it up, and showing you the good, the bad, and it could be great or ugly. Whatever it is, that's why this network's name is It Never Lies. That is the tape. So we're going to show you exactly why we were liking on these guys. And some of these guys I had not scouted, like the running back from Baylor. I did not watch one rep of this kid until ESPN put him up on the So I'm going to go to the tape and have to study him. So really, in all honesty,
Brad
that's
Biggs had a nice quote on Ebner.
What was it?
Essentially alluding that this is a Getsy pick. Getsy's not looking at him as a running back. Getsy phrased it as he's a weapon, has great hands out of the backfield, and that tells you a lot to me. This is going to be a core special teamer and a guy that they're going to use out of the backfield as a safety outlet.
Yeah, Lemuel talked about a great comp, Dennis Gentry.
Yeah.
Remember him back in the day?
Yeah.
Shane, we love the guy. I was trying to think of his name that came out of the backfield and made plays. Robert Green.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Green. There's other guys in the history. There's a place for guys that can kick return. There's places, the guys that cover kicks. There's places for everything that somebody's going to be a playmaker. And if Luke Getsy's behind this, again, you're going to get a lot of these answers. Herb Howard came on here. Courtney Cronin is going to jump on here at some point once they wrap up. She was hoping to get wrapped up in the 6th round, but Poles had different plan for that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, she's going to be, quite honestly, Phil, you may, not that I want to cut off the show, but they're going to be doing.
Yeah, I'm going to DM her.
Yeah, DM her and let her know we'll reschedule her. So it's because she's going to be, they have to deal with the post-draft presser after this. That's going to be quite extensive, especially with all these picks. So just to be courteous of her time, I would.
You want me to see if she'll come on Wednesday and talk about?
Let's do that. We'll have her on Wednesday, and that'll give her a little bit of time to maybe get some blurbs about these guys from her perspective. But this is a long day for everybody. Not that we don't love it, but for Courtney being there all day long, wrapping up the draft, having to sit in the post-draft presser, and then, I don't want her to feel obligated to devote even more of her time to come on here and talk with us about it when we can just have a little more relaxed atmosphere on a Wednesday night. And we ourselves will know a little bit more about some of these people that we haven't even broke down. And that'll give her some time to digest it too. I think it's the right move.
I think it's a classy move on the Tape Never Lies Network's behalf, if I do say so. What do you think, Cherie?
I do agree, because she's had a long day too. So
kind of a long day, Cherie.
Are you tired?
Tell me all about your long day, Cherie. When did it start? And when
I would say Courtney had a long day. So.
Oh.
Have you had a long day? Are you tired of Kyle Brandt?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about it here on The Tape Never Lies. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let go of it. I know he's friends with my boy, but what he did to our guy Cole is just...
Yeah, I couldn't. I was watching that, unfortunately, and I had just exchanged some words with Cole via DM, and he was getting ready to head to New England, and I'm sitting here watching. I'm like, what the fuck? It's just like, ESPN showing David Ajabo's injury over and over and over again during the draft, and I'm like, show a little bit of class here with these guys. I mean, this is the one of the best days of Cole Strange's life, and Kyle Brandt's out there crashing the kid because he read a fucking mock draft that had him in round 4. Great. Yeah. I'll guarantee you Kyle Brandt, before Cole Strange was drafted, had no idea who Cole Strange was. Guaranteed.
Exactly. He just jumped on the pile. I just have no respect for that. I'm sorry.
That was another guy right there. That's a very interesting pick for Seattle.
They took a guy that we love.
Yeah, the Lenore Ryan wide receiver.
They took 2 guys we liked.
Yeah.
I don't have a website that just shows me who's left. Is there a place I should be going so I could see and give some names? Because George isn't here.
I'm using apps and just going to the best available tab.
The NFL.com app?
I was going back and forth between ESPN and CBS Sports app.
Oh, I haven't gone on to ESPN or CBS. Let me try that. I just want to.
ESPN, if you go to best available, you can list it by position.
I'll check it just to give me perspective, because we are in the later rounds, and my brain.
Yeah. What's going on in Chicago? Carstensen family is now on tornado watch, huddled down in their basement. So
Really?
Some positive thoughts go out to them. Everything is good to go there in that situation.
I can't even find NFL Draft 2022.
Cars wears his wig during the draft.
Should. ESPN.com. See what happens here. Tells you how long I've gone on ESPN. Sure.
Yeah, I'm never.
I'm an app person. I don't do websites.
Okay. Now I'm seeing
300 apps on my phone.
ESPN.com. Now best available. There we go, Sheree.
So where was that?
Josh Jobe is still there, Shane.
Yeah, that's a. I
There
mean,
we
at
go.
this point, it's a guy you can take it. I mean, at one point,
this is all I needed to jar my brain.
Brad Biggs had Josh Jobe as the Bears pick at number 39, and Ryan Cox and I were talking. I'm like, no fucking way. This is a dude that's all yoked up and looks the part. Going to be one of the body beautiful dudes getting off the bus, but he's never put it together ever. This is a guy that you're going to draft a guy like that in round 7 or make him a priority free agent, but everything you want and you're in the Mecca in Alabama and you can't put it together. That's, to me, is a major red flag.
Yeah. Anybody that you're looking at that you say from Alabama as a fan, I wouldn't touch him. You got to respect that.
Yeah. I'm
looking through the best available, and I just...
Haskell Garrett is a dude that, defensive tackle from Ohio State. That's got some...
Yeah, he could play 3 technique, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take a chance on him here. The kid...
I don't think we need any more O-linemen, but I did like Rasheed Walker.
Look at you.
I don't think at this point I would go... I think at this point I would be good to go on the offensive line side. Phil, you agree there? I mean,
yeah, I would be looking.
I want to see another wide receiver in here. Is
Yeah.
what
I would really like a wide receiver myself. And you look at Justin Ross. For me, take that chance on him. My other guy, Trey Turner, wasn't selected from Virginia Tech. He's still there.
The other name is a guy that got a lot of play, and I know I brought him up more than once, is the tight end Wiedermeyer from Texas A&M. At one point, people had him as a high second-round pick. I mean, there's a lot of issues with his love and of the game. If he's going to take it serious, kid's got all the talent in the world. Unfortunately, he just doesn't seem to be motivated to use it. I mean, Jalen Watson's another name, Phil, another corner that we've
he
talked
fits.
about. Yep.
He fits the defensive scheme here.
Yeah.
But Wiedermeyer, that's a great name too.
Trey Turner, your guy did not go. He is still.
I know that. That's what I was saying. I was just Cherie. I wish I knew about this freaking thing, because it would have helped spark my brain here. So I like the kid taking a chance on a Wiedermeyer here.
I'm not a big
like
fan,
that.
but down here,
Exactly.
absolutely, it's a low risk, high reward type pick. You have very, very little to lose. Bring him to camp, see what he's about. Maybe you can unlock it. Am I confident in that? I am not. But these are where you take those risks 100%.
The other kid, Jaden Peavy, the 3 tech out of Texas A&M. That kid, he has some big upside. The other kid, he's not listed here. Let me see if they list him at defensive end, because I know he's still out there. Nope, they don't even have him on here. It's our guy Demetrius Taylor from App State. I would not mind that pick, because I think he's got a lot of upside on the tape. Inside linebacker, we haven't taken any of those. Are they going to reach for someone? I don't know. Do they like someone on special teams here? Does a guy like James Skalski?
Yeah, you got to remember, though, too, the Bears have signed
Mike Rose out of Iowa State.
Go to let me bring up the team roster here. Obviously, everybody knows about Nicholas Morrow. Matt Adams, they just signed as a guy that's young.
He played with the Colts.
Yeah, let me.
I mean, for me, honestly, looking at this, the three guys at receiver, I think I don't care. Just take the shot on Justin Ross and see if you get some rewards on it.
Yeah, so
Kevin Austin out of Notre Dame, that I think you could take a shot at him.
I got an interesting name that's still on the roster at linebacker is Khalil Mack's.
Yeah,
still there, still
Ladarius
hanging around. And I mean, it proves to you that they see something. He wasn't just here as a tip of the cap to Khalil Mack. Ladarius Mack, Sam Kamara, Caleb Johnson is a guy that Greg Gabriel has stamped that he thinks that he's going to be the Sam backer starting for the Bears. I mean, Sam Back's not really technically a starter with what they do. He's not going to be playing too much, but that's just something to keep in mind. Charles Snowden, Joe Thomas,
Silas Kelly.
Yeah, I took him in our mock. Wanted that lunch pail player on my team.
A fabric player.
Yes.
A kid from BC. Did he go? Linebacker from BC.
I'll tell you right now, Phil, I'm still, and I know there's people in the chat that don't agree. I am 100% rolling the dice on Carson Strong if he's still there. You have nothing to lose. Just the Bears have never, very rarely done it.
I like that quarterback.
There's traits.
He can whip it.
There's things to work with. So if he's not 100%, then you know what? You put him on IR and you let him sit and get help for a year. Let him work with Getsy and Justin Fields and Trevor Siemian behind the scenes. Get acclimated to the NFL lifestyle. Get him involved in the weight program. It's just, to me, it's good business.
Ryan Nall is a Dallas Cowboy. Ryan Nall, our boy, Hollywood Rye.
Hollywood
Rye. You just gained another patron right here, Brad Poss. Shout out to you, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
That's how you do it. I want to make sure if you sign up, I need to shout you out.
Yeah, go sign up. If you want to shout out, go sign up. We'll shout you out.
I'm going to shout you out. Ryan Poss. Ryan's posse, the TTNL posse, just grew. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. Look at Jason Onstad. Alan Bratcher checking in. Alan Bratcher. We'll end the show with Alan's production that he put together to capture the first night of coverage and the second night and mix them together.
Who's going to be the first asshole that says, why did they draft so many offensive linemen, Phil? You know what's going to happen.
How do you become a patron, Cherie? We can't hear you.
The same people that were mad that they didn't draft them in the second round.
How do you become a patron, Cherie?
Bottom of your screen, Cherie.
Sign up at thetapeneverlies.com. It is only $7 a month. It is well worth the money.
And
it's so well worth it that Shane and I said to Cherie, you're a part of the network. You don't have to be a patron and pay anymore. And she's such the person. Fuck that.
I'm still subscribed.
I want to support you guys. That's the class.
It does say down there, join our Patreon and become part of the push to 1K. And we will say this, whoever is the 1,000th
bring them on the show.
Phil and I will buy you
a
Kyler Gordon Chicago
any rookie of their
or
choice.
Any jersey of a Chicago Bear.
Any rookie choice.
Any rookie?
Let's give him a
Why
rookie.
limit it? We'll make it any.
All right.
You want a Cairo Santos jersey? Let's go.
Josh, you may want that Allen Robinson jersey.
Yeah. Josh, he's like, I'm here in the Philippines.
He's
bro.
dead.
Yeah. I'm divorced. I'm in the Philippines. I got a tent. It's not leaking. Logan's bringing home pizza for dinner. It's all good, brother.
Filipino pizza, baby.
Hey, have you had Filipino pizza? There ain't no cheese, there ain't no crust, but the sauce is banging, he says. It's a bowl with a spoon. You just eat the fucking sauce.
Oh my God. Save the video for Wednesday night. You'll remember this part of the show, Josh Lorenzen and Sanchez, Bill Robbins, all of you guys. Remember what Shane saw. I think we have to share in what Josh E has done. He's just picked up, left the country. He's in the Philippines with one of our patrons. Yeah. 2 patrons met online, and he traveled across the world, and he's now living almost like, what's his name, Axel Foley, in a tent. But I knocked off my thing.
We are officially off the rails, I think, Sheree.
Yes, I joined at the right time, I guess.
At a tent down by the Filipino River. Anyway, my TTNL hat showed up, says Brett Kimball. We're working on new hats. Jackal's been working diligently.
He has
for
been.
12 and a half months. Almost as long as this draft coverage has been. Jackal has been, but the rookie's about to surpass him.
Right on time, Josh E has just sent me a draft day pic of him and Logan watching our coverage.
Let's see. Uploading
upload this for our patrons?
Oh, yes.
Logan. Let me get there. Buy me some time, Phil. Buy some time.
Yeah, you look at the tape. So as a coach, your resume is the tape. That's just the way it is. You want to know how I coach football? Look at the tape. You know, you want to know how a guy plays football? You look at the tape. You know, because a lot of guys can say certain things, which is great. Words are important, but action's more important. So I think that you just look at the tape and do they fit? You do that with the draft. You do it with free agency. You do it with anytime you're trying to acquire a player. Does he have 2 things? Does he love football? Okay, and is he willing to work really hard?
Yeah, they are. Live in the
Coach Eberflus dropping knowledge, and there's Josh E.
and Logan.
What's up, brother? Hold on, bro. We're getting pizza.
Slow down, Logan. I love her laugh.
This guy never showed up for us. Where is Cars?
Look it, Logan. Let's pack up and go get A-Rob ourselves. Bring him back to the shop, baby.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Yes.
Oh my
I am like beat red. Oh my God.
Oh, you will figure it all out Wednesday night.
The Commanders pick is in at number 240. So the Bears are about 14 picks away with their back-to-back
update from
you can see
friend of the network.
You can see who our patrons are because they're all
because they're all
the Joshi and Logan Frost. Actually, both the fuckers might be them moving to Pittsburgh. Go root for fucking Mitch Trubisky, the backup quarterback in Pittsburgh, right? Logan's boy.
We got another one, guys.
Hey,
there we go. Conservative Generation X.
All right.
Shouting out you, Conservative Generation X.
Hey,
as we
$7. Just check it out. Get the push to 1K. You're gonna get a fucking jersey out of it.
Authentic jersey as well.
We'll fucking spring for the Stitch shit. We'll order you that $15 Stitch jersey from where is it? From Taiwan?
So Shane, Courtney has written me back, and she said, "Yeah, let's do that. No idea when we're gonna be finished here." Laugh out loud. I'm slammed on Wednesday. Could we do another day?
Yeah,
So want to do a special day with Courtney?
We will do a special patron pop-up with Courtney.
There you go. There you go.
Special. It'll have to be at night.
Show with Court.
So if you're
holding court with Courtney.
That's
How about that? Special show.
Can her mom make a appearance?
Holding court with Courtney Cronin.
Happy birthday.
Happy 43rd birthday. Oh,
look at that.
You're too old, conservative. I'm going to have to shoot you. I'm kidding. I'm older than that.
I'm
Phil's
older than that.
definitely older than that.
I am.
Marie's 23. She's just our puppy.
Christian Holmes off the clock from Oklahoma State.
Pittsburgh up next. Take another quarterback. Make me happy, Pittsburgh.
So I will announce what day she picks because I know she's probably going crazy up there.
Yeah,
so I wrote her back. I said, you tell us the day. We'll do a special show holding court with Courtney Cronin on the Bears draft.
And her mom.
I will not write that.
She wants to come on.
I will tell her once she commits. And feel free to ask your mom to come on. You and people's moms.
Hey,
is Barb going to be upset with you?
Oh, you know what? I got a great picture that unfolded on Facebook today that I could share.
My gosh.
Now that we're
full on.
Let me load this up.
Keeping it 100 right
now. Let me get this ready.
We got patron updates. We had Logan and Josh E. There they are. Just traveling around the island, trying all the pizza places.
Alan, come back.
We had Eberflus. If you listen to that Eberflus, is that not the recipe that they're following or what? Just watching the tape. That's who I am as a coach. You watch the tape on the players. That's who they are. That's what you do. And look, patronage. There was a picture. I think it might still be in there to give some perspective on patronage. No, someone deleted it. It's too bad.
Shout out JJ.
Yeah, we will.
JJ Shea.
Yeah, so JJ, we haven't officially announced the time yet. George Berlissimo is 5 hours ahead of us time-wise.
I think it might be 4 o'clock East.
4? All right, okay.
Because I have my son's soccer game.
Okay.
At 12.
All right,
and
so
those
here
things
is what
might take
unfolded with me and Barb today. I said, hello, Barb, have fun. And she said, Shane, hi, I was just thinking about you. Greg responded and said, Barb, can you not? You're not helping. And that was my response below. So Barb knows.
Yes,
Barb,
Greg Bragg's mom. We never got Greg.
She knows
here.
where her bread is buttered.
South Dakota State QB Chris Oldacun went in the draft. The FCS.
So
big
that's
kid,
very
big arm.
close to Angel Cologne's mother's name, Old Son.
Golly, what the hell is
I'm not saying
going
that.
Kenneth Davis was on the show last night. Yep, they're still traveling around.
On their way.
They're on their way. They're on their way. Claudio was supposed to show up and show his face. Are we going to get a Claudio?
So do y'all think with them taking another QB that's kind of telling on what they think of Mitch? I mean, I know it's late round, but...
Oh, that's Pittsburgh took another one?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was a Steelers quarterback?
Yes, Steelers.
Oh, wow.
Shit.
Really drafted two. Mitch just choked on his water bottle. seeing that.
Well, you know, he already turned the TVs off when they
They got-
drafted.
Now they have 4 receivers. I mean, 4 quarterbacks. I think with this Bears pick coming up, it's got to be receiver, right?
Kalen Barnes, nice pick for Panthers, eh? It's Claudio.
So let's get the auction underway. On the first cow here, who's got 55? 55, 55,
Man, if that doesn't get the juices flowing, let's get it's lit in here, Sheree, right?
It is lit. I'm so glad everybody.
It's 420 every day.
Yeah.
Yes. Go over there, thetapeneverlies.com. Tomorrow, 3:30 or 4 East. I haven't
Fireman
confirmed with
5.
George.
We have it scrolling across the screen on how to become
Tape neverlies.com. You don't even have to put the WW in. You can only just type it up there. Shout out to, I want to
Honestly,
take some
if you
time
just
out.
Google Tape Never Lies, it comes up.
Does it?
Yeah.
How that works. We're very functional here.
Very economical,
Yes.
Shane, in this
I know
family.
what's coming next.
I was looking for the drop. Where is it? Please. Lord, yes.
No, we're very economical, my family.
Speaking of economical, how much does it take to fill up the gas tank of that moped that they're driving around in?
What are they? Is it dollars in the Philippines? Is it like ruples or leafs? What's the currency?
I
in the
have no
Philippines?
idea. I'm gonna text my boy Lem. He's from the Philippines. I can ask him.
I'm the professional comedian, Shy Northside. Come on.
Yeah, I'm convinced you have professional comedians. No,
that's my bag, bro.
It's just me and Shane, bro.
It is.
But
He's a new one, man. He hasn't even seen the good drops, right?
Yeah, he hasn't.
Oh, that's the juice, baby. Yo, I feel the juice in my mouth. Yo, the juice in your ass like Florida orange, baby. Yo, pulp free. Hell no, I need the pulp. Need a whole bunch of pulp in that goddamn ass. Yo, get on top of me. I see you, you're on top of me. I can't even see the rest of your body. Your ass is fat. Then you're sitting down, baby, on my face. I'm sucking your pussy and your ass in the same place. You gotta work that ass for daddy. Oh, work that ass. Gotta work that ass for daddy. Your ass is mine, bitch. Your ass is mine. Gonna suck on it. Work that ass.
That's what you get here. It's not just football.
Oh, working that ass for daddy is what we've been doing over 25 hours.
Gary,
of
come on, bro.
Oh,
Gary.
What? But he does have a purify.
Yeah, well,
Purify.
come on, Gary. Live a little bit. Have a fucking Coke and a smile.
Fuck yourself.
Gary. Phil's breakdowns. Yeah, someone was downloading my breakdown, Shane, and putting them on Reddit or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Somebody wrote
the deleted ones.
Maybe. Real quick.
Back on board. Welcome back, Gary.
Gary. Welcome back.
Nerd alert.
I'm just kidding. He never showed. He's a very nice dick that everybody that is a TTNL, we do have to have a t-shirt that says work that ass for daddy on the back. Come on.
So this is
we
from
haven't
Brad.
seen Stunna.
Brad Biggs, Bears 6th-round pick, Doug Kramer from Illinois, grew up a fan of the team, cited Brian Urlacher, Devin Hester, and then, as he transitioned to playing the offensive line as a youth, Olin Kreutz
Oh.
as his favorite.
Didn't he play with Olin Kreutz's son at Illinois as well?
Right.
Yes. There you go.
Yes.
I was right again. Over 25 hours of draft coverage. We're having a lot of fun here as we wind down to the end of the draft. We'll be back, though, tomorrow for patrons. How do I sign up for patrons? Right there on the bottom scroll, thetapeneverlies.com. You will have access to all. It's like an automatic DVR.
Join the push to 1K.
1K. I don't really grade drafts, so you won't see that. But I do say whether it was a good draft, a good pick, or a reach. I'm not going to grade. I did tell the story last night when everyone was up in arms about never understanding. And Darnell Mooney was my showcase of that. Here's a kid that I thought was going to be too thin. I get it. He's going to take the top off like Bernard Berrien. This kid has proven me and countless others completely wrong about what he's able to do on the football field, not just as a pass receiver, but as a blocker, a teammate, and somebody who's making big plays.
Just got a patron update.
Yes.
Noel Cormack just commented, I'm all in. I'm in. He's in the patron chat room or the patron post replying to it. I'm a brand new patron. I love you guys. Shout out from California. Bear down. Is Cherie single?
Oh, even Gary gets
Cherie, mate. Cherie, can we? If we get to 1K, what's
1K? Blind date at 1K.
Personal phone call from Cherie. We'll
Personal
do
phone call from
Cherie.
We'll
do like the video things that we can
The
write up a
Zoom?
script. Yeah, not the Zoom. The that you pay for. You can pay to have.
Oh no.
OnlyFans?
No. Well, we could if we wanted to. I didn't
What?
bring that up. Where you pay to have like.
Oh, the cameo.
Yeah, cameo.
Oh, cameo.
We'll do a Cherie cameo. Does that sound fun, Cherie?
Might have an update on stuff.
I am
like
on
that
board. To
coming
get
up.
to 1,000, I will.
Oh, there you go.
Oh man, she's
bid. Gonna check out this site.
They
called
are
Bid
pimping me
Bid.
out, Chris. They are. It's okay.
So the beautiful thing about the NFL is what you see on tape usually is a reflection of the person behind it.
Can you say that again, Mr. Pulse?
So the beautiful thing about the NFL is what you see on tape usually is a reflection of the person behind it.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Travis T. If we get to 1,000, the fan gets to come on and do the Manscaped commercial with Cherie.
There you go.
Keeping it 100.
Why not?
Sure, you'd be willing to do that, right?
Yes.
I think Brett Kimball likes the blind date at
Oh,
1K.
Brett. Hey, we have to see what you look like, though, Brett.
Thank you.
Well,
Can we
Yeah,
at
we're
least
taking care of Cherie. We're not just going to turn
Have
it
to
over.
submit a video.
And we're not going to turn it over to a
proposition.
dude that's got his profile photo as the first letter in his name. Come on, Brett.
or what was his name? Coach Ken or Dave, whatever he was. He had the
Ken, yeah.
Coach
Yeah.
Ken. He had a picture of an actor.
Oh,
There he is,
Cherie.
779.
Chubbs need to stop.
Chubbs, 10,000. We get Lady Bear.
Oh, Jesus.
Chubbs. Yeah. You know what?
Chubbs.
I will take one for the team. If we get to 10,000 patrons, I will make that happen. Cherie will clean you up with a Manscaped. Right, Cherie? Take it
I
for
would
the
take
team.
one for the team, but it's
Yeah.
gonna be me doing the work.
10,000.
I will there,
10,000.
Cherie. I will be there to console you after it's over. How's
And
that?
That will
Okay.
I'll
be
pay for
worth
your
the price
therapy.
of admission.
Now that Chubbs is hair free and Cherie's taking one for the team.
Chubb's got a lot of hair.
Yeah, he does.
Once confused as a red-headed Sasquatch in parts of unknown. It's going to be a long day, Cherie, but at 10,000, it's well worth it.
Well, we haven't given you her screen name on OnlyFans yet, Evan.
So, Skylar Thompson just went.
Emory Hunt's number 2 quarterback overall.
Skylar
went to the Miami Dolphins.
Skylar Thompson.
I think teams that are smart going quarterback down here. Secure them, see what you got. At the very worst, you have a guy on your practice squad learning for the season. To me, it's good business.
Yep, Skylar Thompson off the board.
So the Bears got to be coming right up. 254 and 255. We are at
then we are going to wrap up.
Oh my God, I'm going to wrap up something because my eyes are burning. We are 6 hours 23 minutes live on the air today.
6 hours.
Let me give a shout out. Hila had to work all day. My 11-year-old son stepped up like a fucking big boy today.
Look at that.
Watching his almost 11-month-old sister helping daddy out, changing diapers, cramming disgusting, vegetable, carrot / banana, everything food to make her happy. But shout out to my guy, Riley.
Good job, Riley.
Shout out to Riley.
I'm going to take a picture of this monumental moment. So look up, Shane. Smile. Wait, I hope I took it right. Nope, cut it off. Fuck. Do it again. We're going to do it again. Hold on, one more time.
Jesus, Phil.
I can't. It's hard with the mic in the way.
See, it's a good thing he breaks down tape because he's
it.
pretty much useless in any other avenue of life.
I'm going to post that, and you'll see the behind the scenes pic of what we see. And all of you guys, shout out to Riley, though. That is awesome. I didn't want to skip over that. That's stepping up as a big brother. I love that kid. And everything he does, he steps up, man. Right. He's a fighter as well as a baby whisperer.
He is.
I haven't heard one cry from that kid, and let me tell you, every time I talk
to him, these soundproof. Don't let that shit. Things are fucking. That deflects the shit upstairs and
my big boxes of soundproof things
on the way
came. No, they came the other day.
The Gorilla Glue spray?
Yeah, I was the one who told you to get that.
I know, but that's the problem. Get those fucking gloves, bro. Yeah, when you're done, you look like you jacked off a fucking elephant at a zoo, bro. That stuff, it's terrible. You're like Chevy Chase pulling going through the magazine, ripping the pages out. I thought I was doing such a good job, and I'm like, oh my God, I look like, it was crazy.
It starts to peel your face, so you do.
That Gorilla Glue stuff ain't no joke either.
You have to wear those blue COVID gloves, I call them. You got to get those gloves when you're spraying. There is some tape one. I did buy some that look like a stop sign, whatever. What is that? A hexagon?
There he goes, Rasheed Walker, Penn State.
To
the Packers.
Packers.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about our favorite players because they always end up. I mean, Nakobe Dean is a guy that would have went much higher. He went to my arch nemesis, the Philadelphia Eagles, in the 3rd round. Shuri, I believe you brought up Rasheed Walker
I did.
Like 27 minutes ago? Get an update here, maybe. We haven't checked in with these two. Still on the road. Going. Josh is in the back. He's got that input filled, and they're on a mission. So yeah.
Anybody in the chat have any picks for the upcoming picks? Let us know.
Back-to-back picks. I like these back-to-back picks, though. I'm actually excited about this.
As long as this guy doesn't trade down again, I will die.
Yeah. Oh, there's nowhere else to go, dude.
Steph's like, can you get us dinner? Because I was like, sure, but I'm still on the air. She's like,
I'll show you how versatile I am. I have been smoking pork loin during this whole thing.
Oh, nice.
For dinner. So everybody is upstairs filling their face while I'm here with water bottles and some kind of granola bar that I went through 3 hours ago.
Oh my God.
That's how we do. Steps upstairs, straightening that fucking wall mount. Thai food.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Conservative X. Great call there. That's a dude that I would be very interested in. Happy to have a chance to stick here. Haskell Garrett.
Yeah.
Ohio State. Same with that 3-tech. Good call there.
I'm going
Hoffman
all in
not
for
went
Justin
yet.
Ross.
Yeah, at this point, I want Ross.
And
Rick
I would take
Hamby's got
Hoffman.
One of my guys, I'm 100% in agreement with Rick here. I would draft Carson Strong, and if his medicals aren't clear, then you know what, you find a way to sneak him through on the IR and let him get healthy. Take a quarterback.
I believe Bo Melton has been selected.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. He's gone. So he's no longer there.
Even at this point, I know I've been trashing the kid. I would, if you want to bring in a guy like Josh Jobe, he's a yoked up dude, got all the traits you want. See if you can unlock that, because again, corner is you can never have enough of those. The talent is definitely there. You just gotta unlock this upstairs. So all right, the Raiders, and then who is it? Kansas City, and then back to back for our Chicago Bears.
We're almost there. And we had a lot of fun here breaking down the draft. We've been on the air for over 20, almost 27 hours now, Shane. Or are we over 27?
No, we're not there yet. But I mean, I don't know, what is the record for one day? Yeah, was it plus 6 hours? We're just about at 6.5.
I think we are going to beat the record.
For day 3 of the draft.
It must have been, yeah.
Yeah.
You never know with keeping it 100. That shit gets out of hand. Could have been. Shout out. Yeah, Bo Melton went to Seattle.
I would take a chance on Kevin Austin Jr. out of Notre Dame. Charleston Rambo. Lighter guy.
Be right there, guys. Hold up.
Tight end. We haven't picked a tight end. Jalen Weidemeyer is a kid, athletic kid.
That was somebody that I think either you or Shane had just brought up not too long ago.
Shane and I both. I agreed with him. He brought it up. A running back that I like that's still out there is Tyler Goodson out of Iowa, that I think offers you some speed and versatility. You gotta like that. Those guys. Let's see if there's any. Marquise Hayes, did he get drafted yet? From Oklahoma. Spencer Buford went. We got several offensive linemen today, so I think you got to get receiver here.
That's why I would want to go Ross. I wouldn't be mad if they went PV.
Right. Can't be mad.
Give me some fucking names.
Phil, can you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me? I'm in space.
Tell him, coach.
I'm in space. That's how I feel right now after 27 hours of draft coverage all week long. And before we get to the selection, let me just take a minute to shout out everybody that helped put this show, this whole week together, starting with our guy, Ronnie G.
Oh, yeah.
From Chicago. Ronnie G doing all these backgrounds, always stepping up in the last minutes. If Shane and I have a complaint, Ronnie G immediately fixes it. He's faster than Logan and Joshy's moped when he goes out there to fix stuff. So shout out to Ron G. Also want to shout out Caden Whitlow, who did this, Shane. Let's promote this network. Keeping It 100 will be live. We're also going to have a special show once Courtney gets back to me what day, I will let everybody know. This is Caden Whitlow's work about the Tape Never Lies Network, keeping it 100.
What's up, everybody? This is NFL Network's Adam Ray.
This is Only Fruit.
This is Matt Waldman.
This is Chris Zork from your Chicago Bears.
I'm Deion Miller.
Dan Weeder.
Hey, man, it's Rashawn Whitfield.
I'm Courtney Cronin.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. Listen to me. You want to learn football? Listen to my guys, Phil and Shane.
Shane and Phil. Shane and Phil. Oh, Phil.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network, home of the greatest Chicago Bears fans on earth.
Awesome job by our guy, Caden Whitlow. He also did the graphics of the picks. We'll see more of them. Obviously, our new rookie stepping up, Shane, Alan Bratcher.
Big time. Yep.
I heard from sources that they're kind of upset that they let Alan Brasser go. Well, as I always say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. You gotta step up in the pocket. F the haters, the little phonies that are in your face, stealing your shit and saying nice things. But really, they're just a punk. And that's the end of that. And I'm super excited about adding Alan to the network, and he did such a great job. We'll end the show with his work, the Night 2 promo rewind. Also want to shout out Cherie, who's here right now, right with us. Always just the consummate professional, great energy, and understands the importance of humor. And she does her homework. She's ready every time.
Every time.
I can't even imagine this network now without you. That's the reality of truth. Like, it's not the same if Cherie's not around. So shout you out, Cherie, right to your face, not behind your back. Shane and I can't appreciate you any more than we already do. Claudio, who does less shit than Jackal. Claudio, I thought he was going to show up today. He said he was going to pop in. He must be still cutting hair, Shane. Or
yeah,
he forgot us.
Just a real quick update. If whatever, ESPN does not have their ticker updated. They have the Chargers on the clock at 2:54, which the Bears own from a trade earlier in the day. So that's on ESPN. I'll flip this over to NFL Network to see what they have. They should have theirs updated because the Bears do own picks 254 and 255. Unless something.
Was there another trade? We don't know.
Yeah, no, the NFL Network has the right one. Yeah, the Bears are on the clock. The Rams pick
on the clock.
But it's back-to-back picks. So yeah, it goes Chicago, Arizona, Green Bay, KC, the Chargers, the Rams, and San Francisco has Mr. Irrelevant. So back-to-back picks here for the Chicago Bears. Let's close this out strong.
Let's do it right.
Close it out strong and get
strong.
Russ Yeast. That's a great name, I guess.
He's signed up for Patreon?
No, he was just drafted by the LA Rams.
I thought he was in the chat.
No.
Russ Yeast.
So the Bears are on the clock with back-to-back picks. Like I said, let's finish strong. Bring me Mr. Strong, the quarterback, with one of these. Roll the dice. Be smart.
Roll the dice. Yes, the Bears are on the clock. And then we're going to sign off. Let me shout out Bearlissimo for all his work.
Big time.
He's been live the last couple days. Look at him. Live on the channel. Appreciate everything. We'll see him again tomorrow. I want to thank Cars for all his work and effort. Obviously, family stuff has taken him away. Our guy, Alex Acevedo, had a passing in his family. Our love and support are there with you. our guy. Who else am I missing here on TTNL? Lawrence Fleming, the voice. You know, I had to step up and do some voiceovers this week because we needed him quick to produce that. Want to shout him out. And my guy Corey Kennedy was on a fucking steamboat in the Bahamas. No, he was on a cruise ship. And he still was making graphics for us, Shane. Do we have the
I'm not
pick?
sure if I would trust a steamboat all the way down in the Bahamas, but we'll go with. So the Bears pick. The Bears have 6 seconds to get their pick in. Hopefully, they're not sleeping up there.
It's something I would love.
You can't forget the other Kennedy, Phil.
Oh, of course. I've thanked him in person. I've thanked him again. I want to thank you, Cherie, the super producer of music. That is the perfect time to give you an update. We will debut the new song Wednesday night. There's hope. There's hope. Finally, again, there is hope. Cool Kennedy, shout you out.
Emery Hunt saying that yeast is a football player. It's also an infection.
Pick is in.
Anyway, pick is in.
The pick is in for the Chicago Bears. And I want to shout out my dad for all he does for the network and everything we're doing on Patreon. Eric Kramer and Chris Zorich, the two new shows on the network.
All right, so the pick is in number 254. The Bears have selected Elijah Hicks, the free safety from Cal.
Elijah Hicks.
Going back to that secondary.
Going back to Cali. Elijah Hicks.
Yes, 5'11", 198. A senior who aligns at safety for the Cal Bears defense. He's also aligned in the slot. That's important here.
Playing nickel corner.
Yes. He's a fit for any defensive scheme, according to the Draft Network. Competitive toughness. Demonstrates extremely good toughness as a defender. Displays his toughness when coming down as a tackler. Wow, he tackles. Competes hard in the passing game to get his hands on the ball.
Yes. The Cal strong safety, Elijah Hicks, is the newest Chicago Bear at 254. We got 54 and 55.
Yeah,
Urlacher and Briggs picks.
Yes.
Elijah Hicks. I also want to shout out Chris Jackal, who don't do shit, but has done so much shit for this show over the last 7 days. In true testament to teamwork, talking about the promotion, everything that he does.
100%.
I made sure, I think I've thanked everybody on the network for all the hard work that they put in to bring the best Bears coverage on the planet. The Tape Never Lies Network. Ain't no doubt about it. You guys know the deal. This is it. If this is it, boom, boom, boom. Please let me know.
Any guesses? Any guesses? Phil.
I'm hoping it's Ross here. Just take that chance.
Oh no. Oh no. The Bears pick is in, and they have selected NC State punter. Trenton Gill.
A punter? Eric Kramer.
How are you
play the fight song?
Punter.
North Carolina State punter.
Worst pick of the fucking day.
You had
Come
a chance,
on,
man.
Let's go, Poles. Fucking punter. Don't need to be drafting these fucking dudes.
Takes a punter.
Ridiculous.
Trenton Gill. Oh boy.
Yeah.
You had it perfectly. Oh, that's the juice, baby. Yo, I feel the juice in my mouth. Yo, the juice in your ass like Florida orange, baby. Yo.
Give me some fucking names. Give this kid 2 fucking games. Yeah, I understand they don't need to convince him to sign as an undrafted free agent. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not drafting a fucking punter down here.
This is a record of punters drafted, I believe. 4 of them, or 5, is it now?
Her's got his corner, I guess.
Speaking of records, we are creeping up on our record last year, according to Richard Gordon, who's been helping me out all
Richard
day
Gordon
with
might get another
information.
job.
Last year's Saturday draft day coverage was 6 hours, 43 minutes, 23 seconds. We are currently at 6 hours, 42 minutes, 53 seconds. So we can Trenton Gill. Phil, honestly, what do you I know you're in I don't give a fuck territory so much, but are you wasting a fucking pick on a punter here?
Probably not. No, I wouldn't. I would have taken the shot at the big play receiver, but again, the medical is there. I also would have, if I didn't want him, I would have taken a receiver. I would have taken another receiver. Came out of this with one, and that was a position of need there. But undrafted free agents.
What's the Raz on Gill? I'm saying 0.0. But yeah, stay tuned. I mean, follow me at Shane Marsaw. It's right there. I will be retweeting as the UDFAs come in. That's usually extremely, fast. But that's the 4th punter drafted. That's got to be a fucking record. Gotta be. But I wouldn't have done it. My last pick would have been rolling the dice on Carson Strong.
Maybe they sign him as an undrafted.
Maybe they do, so that would be better. But I do not like taking a punter here. I mean, I'm not going to overreact to it. It's your pick at 255, but
we've had a punter that choked in critical situations.
Yep.
So I have no clue about this punter, but I definitely am going to watch some tape, and we'll be breaking down his punting on the Tape Never Lies Network.
We are
as well.
Officially in new record territory.
There we go.
Time-wise.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the most draft picks, I think, in a long time. So George, look at George. Guy never sleeps. Gill is an excellent control punter. Coffin corners and those punts that stop and bounce back, regularly kicking 70 plus. Wow. That's a strong leg.
Still wouldn't have drafted him, and I know George wouldn't have either.
Well, they got a safety. They got 2 safeties, a corner.
5 O-linemen.
They got tons of offensive linemen. And here we go. That will be the Bears. Do we want to show all the picks and then be out?
Yeah, right here, real quick.
Read them all. Do you have a picture?
This is a good comment from MG Blazer. The Bears traded Khalil Mack for 2 safeties and a punter.
Not really. They traded a lot of.
Hey, I knew George was on board with me. Nah, fuck punters unless they can hit.
All right, guys. The final results are in. Shane, do you want to read off the Bears picks? Are we able to see those?
Yeah, let me bring those up here.
It all started off. Oh, I can do it, I think. Teams. This is a bad app, this page.
All right, yeah, let's do this. I got it. Yes.
Okay, good.
Pick number 39 in round 2, the Bears go with cornerback from Washington, Kyler Gordon. They follow that up at pick number 48, pick acquired from the Chargers in the Khalil Mack deal. Still in round 2, safety from Penn State, Jaquan Brisker. Velus Jones is heading to Chicago in round 3 at pick number 71. Mr. Lightning in a bottle himself, 4'3", 140, Velus Jones Jr. Then we get all the way down to round 5, day 3 of the draft. The Bears wait 3 hours, traded 187 times to acquire more draft picks. Braxton Jones, the offensive lineman from Southern Utah, comes in at pick 168. A guy that's got me excited here at pick 174 in round 5, the defensive lineman from Miami, Ohio, Dominique Robinson. A lot of things to like and get excited about with this guy. Pick 186 in round six, Zachary Thomas, not the middle linebacker that we're all used to, but the offensive lineman from San Diego State. Offensive line coming to Chicago, Treston Ebner, round 6, pick 203, the running back from Baylor, the receiving running back. He's Luke Getsy described him not as a running back, he's a weapon for my offense. Important. Followed that up with the local kid, the Bears fan from Illinois, the center, Doug Kramer. We also have a Kramer that is a quarterback here for us, Eric Kramer, joining TTNL Network that has been announced officially if you haven't heard it. But round 6, pick 207, Doug Kramer. After that, round 7, pick 226, Jatiri Carter, yet another offensive lineman from HBCU school, Southern. Then at pick 254, the Bears go with, what was it? It's not updated here. It's Elijah Hicks.
Free
safety
Hicks
from the Cal Bears coming to Chicago. We're getting some depth here. And then
Trenton Gill.
Trenton Gill, the punter. You know what? Fuck it. He's the punt god. Trenton Gill's the fucking new punt god. I'm starting that.
Trenton Gill.
Bears fans, every time you tweet about Trenton Gill, put hashtag the real punt god. Let's get that shit started. Don't forget to fucking credit me. Steal that.
He was a walk-on at NC State after excelling in soccer.
Should have been a walk-on here, but you know what? Don't disrespect my punt god.
This punter has good size. Yeah, but his leg is average for the NFL.
Trenton Gill,
He has
right
the
there.
physical
The real
tools.
punt god. George Holcroft's got it.
There you go.
Get that trending on Twitter. Trenton
real
Gill, the real
punt
punt
god.
god.
The
Credit
real
TTNL
punt god.
TTNL Network.
There we go, Daz. This is what we do here. See how many of those hashtag up all over socials until Wednesday. If we get a over 20, what's a reasonable number, Cherie, for a hashtag? You guys do Twitter. I don't know.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about.
If you tweet it out and you get it over a certain amount of numbers, like 20,000 with the hashtag.
Oh yeah.
Is that Brett Kimball took a picture, Shane? With his hat on. Now.
Bring the
He's
B
ready.
back, bro. Jesus. I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding,
He's
Brett.
ready. He's ready.
By the look on Cherie's face, that's a big fat fucking no on that date, Brett.
Aw, I can't even see Brett.
We're kidding, bro. Nice hat, though. Same one we got. We love you, Brett.
I love Brett. Brett has been here supporting this forever.
Tell you what, I would have drafted Brett over that punter.
I would have drafted
Right,
Brett.
Cherie?
No, it's the punk guy, the real punk guy.
The real punk guy. That's right.
All right, guys,
Oh,
that's
see, this
gonna
is what
do
I
it.
like, Gary, my son is already doing this. Getting those lineups on Madden set.
We will see you guys back. For those of you that have signed up for Patreon, we'll see you tomorrow about 4 East, breaking down new Bears cornerback, Shane. Not punter. Corner safety.
Kona,
We
Kona,
got-
Kona,
we
Kona,
got
Kona.
corner. We got
Kona,
corner.
Kona.
No, we got corner safety corner.
Oh,
Forgot.
I just followed Trenton Gill.
Trenton Gill,
And I am tweeting him as we speak.
the real punk god.
God damn right, Phil. You are
The real
genius.
punk god.
Don't move to the Philippines on me, bro. I need you here. All right, let's hashtag
Listen,
this up. All
hashtag
right,
it
everybody
up.
head to Twitter.
Head to
Retweet
Twitter,
this.
get it over 10,000 hashtags, comments, and we'll buy you a Trenton Gill. We'll auction off. No, we'll auction off the Trenton Gill on Keeping It 100. There you go.
All right.
A jersey, a Trenton Gill
Tweet is
jersey.
just about ready
Punk
to be
one.
sent. and it says, you have to remember, you don't just tweet it directly at him and put that little period in front of it so everybody can see it. At Gil_Trenton, hashtag the real punt god, hashtag Bears, at TTNL Network. It's going out now. Boom, gone.
There you go.
The real punt god has been born. Fuck mega punt. Stay in Green Bay. We got the real punt god. Go retweet that. Let's go.
We'll see you guys Wednesday for those of you, or a pop-up show with Courtney Cronin if you're there on the tapeneverlies.com.
Dan Charlie retweeted.
On top of that, he said, that's what
I was refreshing as you was talking.
Whoa!
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news.
He's still going. They're not making much progress.
We'll see you on Keeping It 100.
All the same.
Pay attention. We love you guys, but yes, thank you, Brian. We are going to go get some rest. I'm going to get some dinner for the wife and me. She's bringing the kids for the fast food. We'll see you next week. Here's a look back from our guy AB at the first night of coverage.
Yes. I think they have got to take the best player on the freaking board. Period. And you can't tell me that there won't be a best player on the board at either offensive line, safety, cornerback, interior defensive line, rush defensive end. Come on, man. There's got to be some dude high up on their board at one of those, wide receiver at one of those spots. We've got holes everywhere.
Yeah,
George is telling me if things break right, they're winning 10 games. George, what are they serving over there in England in the fish and chips?
I'm telling you, addition by subtraction, Nagy's gone. We're going to win at least another 4 games.
No chance.
Cap, make your call right here.
Make your call, Cap.
I'm going
Are
to
they
say
staying?
they take the cornerback
of
Washington.
Oh.
That's my prediction.
It is cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Bam!
There it is.
Cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Hey,
Cornerback David Kaplan. 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. He has.
This is a kid that wasn't expected to be there. Were you expecting him to be here, George?
I was not.
First round.
Yeah.
First round.
Guy.
I didn't see him getting out of the 20s.
I cannot wait once I get done with you guys. My wife ordered sushi. I got a bottle of wine upstairs, and I'm going to sit and read Twitter and watch people freak out.
Kyler Gordon, I think we all saw coming. You know, so that one, that's whatever. And it's the problem is what I want, all right, compared to what makes it, what, I don't know. I'm working through this, guys, as is going on, all right? I'm emotional, but I know I'm in my fan head and being emotional. A lot of us, all of us have been disappointed in Eddie Jackson. All right. So his time on the clock, I mean, it should have been ticking. All the clean slate stuff, it sounds good. All right, you want to firm up this defense. My only issue was there was a chance to get some talent at wideout.
I've now deferred to this team and allowed, Poles and Eberflus to kind of figure out what is the best for this team long term, and it might not satisfy what we want. And I'm a fantasy guy too, so of course I'm locked into wide receivers and everything like that.
Exactly.
And so I just had to, I gotta take their point of view and try to understand where they're going.
Velus Jones, Matt Waldman. Wow.
That's a speed special teams guy. He is a traits player, so that fits Kenneth's ideal in terms of at least from a speed standpoint, but not the height and length that you're looking for from a player. Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on this pick. It's like he's a return specialist who you can put on gadget plays, design screens, RPOs, and then you're hoping he can become a route runner. He's kind of he was a transfer from USC who just it didn't show up on the field, but it showed up a lot in Senior Bowl practices, and there's a lot of hype about that. But you know, as any wide receiver coach will tell you, you can even go to guys who, you know, teach these people the techniques. You'll see him. I mean, he can make moves, he can make people miss, but the overall route running outside of zone coverage is not unbelievable.
Matt Waldman, Adam Rank, and Kenneth Davis breaking down the first ever Ryan Poles draft. You see, the biggest trait, aside from his age and the fact that he can rent a car, is the fact that he is a speedster. So to Kenneth's point, Ken, you wanted that go out there and get it. Darnell Mooney's a 4.3 guy, and now you're adding another one. It's not the polished receiver that any of us had ranked that high. None of us did. But this is one of those things. Ken, what did I say? Every Bears fan, and Adam, we talked about this on your show. You all have the right to go like this now. You show me. I'm tired. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of it. Now, we got to trust this process to see what these guys do in their offense.
Cherie, we are at 6 hours, 58 minutes, 55 seconds. We got to push this to 7 hours, even though we don't really.
Well, I was just about to ask you, did you see what Odell just tweeted out?
No, I did not.
Breaking news. Debo at 19 problems to the Patriots. WTF. Whoa. I don't know how true it is.
That was coming from Odell?
Odell just tweeted it out 2 minutes ago.
Shoo. That's interesting.
I don't know if it's accurate, so I don't want to put it out there like it's in stone because I haven't seen it anywhere else. But Odell did just tweet it out 2 minutes ago.
Oh, man, that is some major breaking news if that goes down. But hey, Patriots are sneaky like that.
I can see it.
But anyway, Cherie, look at that clock ticking. We love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for tuning in and sticking with us. Still 300 strong.
Yeah. Head over to thetapeneverlies.com. Sign up. Become a patron. Join the push to 1K. If you are number 1,000, Phil and I will buy you any Chicago Bears jersey, authentic, and send it to you. It's going to be great. All right, guys. It's been great. I got to go be a dad. I've been pretty much unavailable the last 3 days, but anyways. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Bye.
Cherie, thank you for popping in with us. Are we going to be live tonight?
Nope.
Absolutely not. We are going to go do our thing. Love you guys. See you later.
Bye.
Appreciate you all. One last time, we're going to do it, close it out the right way. The only way we know how, with a little update. This is what it looks like.